我不知道我应该用中文跟你说的更多，还是英文更多一些？
英文。我中国我听不懂。
OK。
你跟他说呀，他说话能不能就是 slow 一点，就是我能猜出大概他在说什么，说太快了我听都听不明白。
OK，
I'll try it.
Spider 怎么样？有压力吗？今天你英文会多少？
不怎么会，但是我可以根据当时的地点来翻译。
欢迎大家来到本期节杯选手在上海的农号节杯的现场。
Let's go.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自贵州优良的麦克。
Hello everyone, I'm Lexan from Hungary. I'm a college student and I'm really looking forward to J-Cup.
Hi everyone, I'm OLF, Lee Polaris.
大家好，我是 WG Spider。
Hi everyone, I'm Hypernova from North America.
Hello， 大家好，我是永劫无间赛事官方主持亚哥。那首先我先给大家介绍一下，那今天呢我穿的也是一个明制的汉服，因为明制汉服上承周汉，下启唐宋，也是代表了我们的中华文化源远流长。欢迎各位选手来到上海，来到中国，来到节杯。听说，小蜘蛛是不是先卷起来了？先准备了礼物，对不对 ？Spider prepared the present for you.
Spider-Man.
Wow, guess what is it?
谢谢。
Let's guess.
这京剧吗？
Chinese traditional mask.
Panther and Spider-Man, right? 这是复仇者联盟吧？你们俩今天是？为什么今天给我们 Nova 准备了这样的礼物呢？
因为比较有特色吧，我觉得。
I kind of do like Black Panther a lot. I like the mask. I think it's a nice gift.
You can have a handshake together because the first present. It's your first time come to China?
Yeah, it is. I'm really impressed by the country. It's awesome.
Actually, I was impressed by this view. It's so beautiful and awesome.
Awesome.
I'd like to travel across the river.
Because we will have the different mission today in Shanghai and have the different journey. Are you ready?
Yes, couldn't be more.
游戏规则是小蜘蛛麦克和雅各作为节杯导游，与 Hypernova 雷克斯和北极星分别组成3个小队。你们将依次出发，在上海感受中国文化里的吃喝玩乐。所有人必须在2小时内完成任务，并前往最终决赛圈。首个到达决赛圈的小队赢得神秘奖品，并且在这次旅途中，请所有人为你在这次节杯中最想数落下来的一份选手买一份专属于他的伴手礼。
那我们有请 Mike 给我们的选手们一起翻译一下。
Spider, Mike and Yager will be 导游怎么说啊？
如果今天有哪个小组没有完成任务，需要 cos 水娘、火男或者是哈迪、手庙等等，在小组赛结束之后兑现。cos 水娘，你们俩准备一下吧，我肯定会赢的今天。
我为了不 cos， 我会尽力的。
你呢，水娘？
我包不 cos 的呀。
Let's make it fun. Let's cosplay. I'm looking at you, Nova. You cannot get out of this.
I didn't sign up for this.
请随机选择你们今天出行方式。Yeah. Okay, prepared and 3, 2, 1.
交通卡支付，你是什么？
快捷支付谢谢。
What is our 现金 is the cash. We use the cash.
交通卡是什么？
你也不知道对吧？交给我这个上海人行不行？怎么样？我们 exchange. What about exchange? Because I'm more familiar with the transfer in Shanghai.
No.
Why not? I'm helping you. I'm helping. Yeah, he doesn't like cash. I don't know why. Maybe because the online payment is too convenient for him. 接下来就要准备进入我们下一趴去完成各自的任务了。大家准备好了没？3, 2, 1，农号这边。
We go Nanjing Road， 然后 I 教你说 speak Chinese， 然后就不知道了。我们 WeChat 交流 ，OK？
Okay.
我准备用微信的翻译打字交流。
Where do we go?
我们要等一下啊，我教你。
Oh, okay.
You listen to me. 得了灰指甲。
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 没有。得了 灰，
德勒灰
指甲，
机甲
指甲。
机甲。
我们坐 car taxi。Do you want to eat something?
I would like to eat dim sum.
And you know what is the Shanghai 三件套?
Well,
Yeah,
I don't
so
know.
Shanghai 三件套, which is the 东方明珠, that one is 东方明珠, and 经贸大厦 and the 上海中心. I think our mission is really easy because you see, there's the symbol of Shanghai and we can take the photo together. And then we can have the rest and we will win the game today. Yeah, it's really easy. Let's go. We are the champions.
We are the champion.
Yeah, we are the champion. Okay, let's go. One screenshot. Okay, our mission is complete. 我们完成了已经。对啊，我们好简单。
非常抱歉的通知你，任务失败。
啊？为什么？
我们打卡的角度是不一样的，我们必须要过江边到达三件套之后。
哦，我知道了，就是网上现在很火的那个上海三件套打卡。We are the champion.
We are the champion.
OK， 我想的太简单了。
太累了。
请前往城隍庙并品尝名为西客场掐汤的著名小吃。我们是钱现金打车吧？哎呦，那有点难，得找 taxi 啊。If we will to find the taxi, how people?
Okay, okay.
We will go 城隍庙to eat some Chinese
Okay,
delicious
nice.
food.
Awesome.
哎，师傅，见人不？师傅去城隍庙走不走？城隍庙不走啊？哦，有人叫是吧？好。He has people. Yeah. 他有人叫着师傅，我们得找人，赶紧不好找车啊。They have a lot of taxi. We can find.
Okay, hello y'all. Mike is gonna take me to some cool Chinese restaurant, and right now we are waiting for the taxi that is gonna take us there. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it because I really didn't have any good Chinese food ever. Like basically never.
他不理我。
No, we had a taxi
他不理
there.
我。城隍庙，走 ，go go go go。
Okay, nice. So we're gonna go to Shanghai, eat some nice food, and also hopefully try a bunch of new things that I haven't done before. And this city is totally freaking awesome. Out?
This is 城隍庙。
So we go out? Yeah.
Yeah. 说你们的目的地是南京路步行街。
德勒花家境。
德勒灰指甲。
德勒灰指甲。Is that it? 德勒花家境。
哦，德勒灰指甲。
哦，德勒灰指甲。
啊耶。
OK。
我们可不可以让？我可以让师傅对一下。师傅，我让他跟你说句话，你能说出就下一句吗？就是 listen to me， 马什么梅？马什么梅？
马什么梅？
东北样
的。OK， 谢谢你师傅，已经完成一个，还差2个。
为什么我们不坐渡轮过去 ？What about use the ship? And you see, use the cart. When we use the cart, we have the different way. Yeah, transportation. 那你们知道吗？他们都以为拿了交通卡，我们最不划算了。其实上海的交通卡，不管是你坐公交、地铁还是渡轮，它都可以用。我这笔账算的真是真清楚。您好，我们要坐船的话怎么坐？
要停车买交通卡。
这个可以用是不是？
要翻译。
哇哦 ，unique experience。 I think we are arrived。
Yeah.
是不是很快？快夸我！超棒，是不是？我们在这里拍
可以吗？可以吗
？OK， 我们尝试一下，拿一下相机，我们可以。哦，这样子，这样会不会显脸大 ？You can 3, 2, 1 screenshot。是不是成功了？成功！耶！那我们去下一个地点吧。那我们接下来就去下一个地点啊，走吧。
走。
Okay. Are you afraid? Because Shanghai Center is the highest tower in Shanghai.
Afraid, maybe a little bit, but not much.
Okay.
I think I can handle.
现在这么愉快，准备要去上海中心去观光浏览的时候，哎，不知道 Spider 和 Nova 两个社恐啊，有没有找到人完成他们的任务？来，让我们镜头给到他们。
We go
here.
感觉前面繁华一点，往前面走一走。Do you want to eat 吗
Yeah. Oh, let's go.
？OK
I
OK，
can get one.
直接 give me 就好了。OK。 OK。
Yes. Okay.
OK。 OK。南京路往哪里走呢？哪里是南京路呢？迷路了，兄弟。Go there。 应该就是这里了。哎，不对，是这里。哎，找到啦，找到啦。This is Nanjing Road。
This is Nanjing Road.
Yeah。 就在这里，随便找2个人问一下，他好尴尬呀。
Yeah, okay, you didn't walk. No walk.
我是。可以。
那他是什么？
他是那个一个外太训的一个选手，就体验一下这边的这个当地特色。
要不你也去啊？
Oh wait, okay, my bad. Sorry.
哎，这个什么，这个细壳肠藕汤是不是那种藕汤啊？
Right.
哎，你好，叔，你是上海人吗？
我不是
那你们这有上海人吗？
上海人，
没有吗？
Do I need
我要
like
问你们
chopsticks?
这个什么细壳肠藕虾汤是什么东西？
这里啊，
啊，
狗砂糖。
里面吗 ？OK， 谢谢你啊。Eat, I will ask this question.
From who? From me?
You can sit eat a minute, some minutes.
Okay.
哇哦！但是我们赶上了日落。刚刚说要歇。
I have to do this.
Amazing！ 导游上线了，我其实一眼进来就看到 ，No, that ancient building. You see that ancient building? Yeah, I think this is the 城隍庙，城隍 Temple。来，麦克和Lexi。
有点难，感觉他们好像都疑惑住了。我拿了，然后去结账是吧 ？OK。小笼包。
接近。
接近了。汤包。是汤包吗 ？Go。汤包我们现在知道那在哪里买的？在哪里买？我操，大麦。可以吗？你声音小点，我有点紧张。我操。
Oh my god！
大麦。
OK。
你今天拍节目吗？
对，我带这个外线
切这个，可以
对，来体验一下。
一个
很开心，很开心。我一眼就看到你了，在那边。
这么夸张吗？谢谢你，谢谢你。
加油
！OK， 加油，加油。汤包在哪里啊？
你给他拿着。你给他拿着。
那你们这个汤包是在哪里买的呀？这家吗？哦，好，谢谢，谢谢，谢谢。蟹黄灌汤包，You want to eat？ 蟹黄灌汤包
Okay, we can try one. I can try one.
等一下，等一下。拿2个蟹黄灌汤包，2份。
2个灌汤包。
对。好嘞。完了，我没手了。走走走。
Oh, it's like crab, right?
It is crab.
Yeah, it's really good. I like it.
Whoa.
Careful with your shoes.
No. Whoa.
Wow, the shoes.
不死啊！不死啊！就是我们把那个米给拆出来了，然后我们也吃了，也吃完了。What do you say?
Dumpling with the crab and the soup was really delicious. I really didn't think you can put the soup into a dumpling, but apparently Chinese can make everything possible. So it was really delicious, and also I liked it a lot.
Next place is the Nanjing Lu walking street. I think it's this way. I can show you this one. This is the People's Square. Nanjing Road walking street can walk to the bund, so we can see the bund is there, and so 那一条就是南京路步行街。我已经看到 Spider 了，而且我已经看到 Spider 和 Nova 在被围追堵截，要签名的样子了。
这怎么问啊？去哪里找一个看起来比较友善的人呢？好尴尬呀！我操，我从未有过如此尴尬的时候。抠脚脚。哪里有友善的人？反正看起来并不友善。你好，能问你个问题吗？
呀。
就是我们就是问你一句话，然后你帮我回答下一句话。不要啊，好吧。被拒绝了，有点。你好，能帮个忙吗？就是我们问你一句话，你帮我答出下一句话。好。唉，又是被拒绝的一天。真的能完成吗？Come on, come on, Noah. 哎，问你们一个问题，你先别急啊，我先问你们一个，就是我说上句话，你们说下句话就行。
The screen was
black. 不是我说 ，Noah, come on, speak 马什么梅？
马什么梅
？OK， 谢谢你。然后我们换一个嘛，你说拉钩上吊。
拉钩上吊。
对，然后你说下一句。好，谢谢你们，完成了。
是的，我们在城隍庙那里遇到的。
已经给他逮到了。OK。我可以。好 ，NBPL 里的选手你最喜欢谁？
最喜欢你。
好好好。
因为他在这里。
你好现实啊。
实际上你最喜欢谁？
没事的，可以说。
麦克。
很感谢麦克的2个粉丝和麦克。
哎，谁第一个到的呀？今天？你们啊，这么厉害啊！
他
的，恭喜麦克组成为天选之人。
Go go go！
哦，
哇
哇，恭喜恭喜恭喜恭喜恭喜恭喜！哇哦 ，fantastic！ 哇，哎，我听说 Spider 今天对这个扇子有一个锐评啊。
我觉得扇子在单排中的表现是非常的亮眼，就是玩单排一定要玩扇子。
I also think it's a pretty strong weapon from up close, and it makes it really hard to actually close in on your opponent with that has a fan.
那分享完了，我们今天的礼物也分享完了扇子啊，哎，那比赛有输有赢，今天谁要去做 cosplay？ 今天所有的组都按时完成了任务，所以没有输家。没有输家节目有什么看点啊？那肯定要。
输家也是你啊？
为什么是我啊？
你最后来的呀。
但有个问题啊，他们作弊，他们用粉丝帮他们完成任务，对吧？是不是你得让他 cos 一下？
什么人物啊？
那是不是就碰巧路上碰到了嘛？那也没人
对啊
打电话上来嘛。
Spider 怎么样？他们组花超了，他们预算花超了。
你不要挑拨这个挑拨那个了，我们要联合一心。
但是永杰爸爸的钱就不是钱了吗？
我都给他送了个新意会员管家了，加我微信了，你说是不是钱？
So I would like to know for the whole journey today. So how's your feeling about Mike?
Oh, and he's trying really hard to speak English with me, and I really appreciate the effort. Because next time I'm coming back, if I come back next year, I'll speak Chinese better so I can talk with him.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like Spider's kind of like me. So yeah, like we're both pretty laid back, pretty chill, reserved, you know.
我觉得我们两个的性格确实是一样的，就是比较，就刚开始可能比较内向吧。如果10分的话，我就给自己打个5分吧，因为首先就是我对那个地方不是很熟，然后再就是可能有一些我想表达的意思表达不出去。
I would give him I give him maybe 9 out of 10.
My partner is very a open-minded person, so I think you make me feel comfortable, so I can like talk a lot.
Do you enjoy the journey as an esport player?
Oh yeah, it's really unique. I never had anything similar, so this is my first time, and I'm really amazed by how NARAKA staff also prepared everything for us, and also practicing against this, Chinese teams and everything. They are a lot more organized and a lot more passionate about the game.
Introduce your present and also introduce who you wanna give the present
Oh,
to.
okay. So I decided to pick you. Actually,
Me?
yes, actually.
Oh, it's so in Chinese Mandarin. 发展 Wow, really? Thank you. Maybe I can put.
Maybe you can post that later.
You can put it in here. Thank you.
啊，首先啊，文化遗产这个剪纸也是剪得非常像，来对比一下，
好帅啊！
非常像，也是10分相似啊，也是一个礼物，来。
10分有12分。
还有一个这个谋字啊，这个姓氏，当然把这个送给这位姓谋的选手，一个手镯，一个是个手，这个叫什么手链，然后也是希望他能加油，并且好好的，好吧？
对，那我今天准备了这样子的一个笔记本呢，上面是有一个漆器。这个漆器啊，我觉得有一个比较遗憾的点，就是漆器的英文是 Japan， 但它其实是我们中国的一个非物质文化遗产。Yeah, so that's why I prepared this notebook and just as a gift to my teammate.
Oh,
Yeah.
you make me feel so bad.
Why?
I didn't buy
Don't
anything
be
for
that.
you.
Don't be that. Just give it to
Oh,
you,
thank
and
you.
it's represent the Chinese
谢谢
culture.
啊。
And also, I would like to say, just enjoy the Chinese culture in the J Cup these days.
A scene from highest play in Shanghai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool, and it's like the sun is set. Yeah. So 就是麦克
Well, so why you give him this present?
because he's my idol, and
Oh.
now he's my opponent.
Thank you.
我准备的礼物是一个钥匙链，一个蜘蛛。对，我想让他就是把今天的美好一天也留作一个纪念。
My present was actually I got this one
Yeah.
because it was Spider-Man, and so I got this one for Spider.
Oh, I see.
So it's the same thing.
So
That one's for Spider, and then I got this one for Wang Yang.
So anything you want to say to him, you can say to the camera and he will watch this video.
I was very inspired by your performance in the last MVPL split, and I look forward to meeting you in person.
那好的，那今天呢，我们也一起体验了在中国的生活，体验了中华的传统文化，品尝了地地道道的上海小吃，一起去逛了最热闹的南京路步行街，也登上了上海之巅。希望这一天大家体验都是非常的完美。在这个围炉煮茶的温馨氛围当中，今天的节目呢也要落下帷幕了。大家亦敌亦友，但是冠军只有一个。说句狠话，
我会让他们早点回家。
我觉得其实有时候我们的差距你是看不清的，其实。
So I'll try my best to beat them.
Even if I cannot beat Spider in game, I'll try to beat him in a shuffle 1v1 because I remember his Douyin video.
I'm coming for you guys, so be prepared.
五节雄起，大家一定要关注28号永健无间绝杯小组赛，让我们到时候再见啦！
Welcome back to beautiful Shanghai, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. We are live here in Shanghai to bring you the J Cup pre-finals. I'm going to be hosting your caster today for your first 3 games. The Runekeeper, and joining me is the lovely Duncan. Duncan, it's been a pleasure to get to meet you in person and work with you here behind the desk. But we are getting ready to head into the first day of pre-finals, like I said. But before we talk about pre-finals coming up, of course, we should recap everything that's happened in the group stages, because it has been an absolutely wild ride from start to finish. We came into day 1 of the solos group stages, and WBG Spider takes not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 back-to-back MVPs from game number 2 all the way to game number 5. Absolutely dominating performance coming in from him, and we said there's no way coming into day 2 anybody can have a repeat performance, and yet again these players continue to prove us wrong, Duncan, as we see the lovely J-Team's action come in and do the same thing on his day. He takes 3 MVPs, almost 4. You can take a look at that score right there, a 42.4. But AOW's Mike also has an incredible day 2 on that day 1 for action, and he walks away with a 42.8.
Indeed, Mike. He was a little bit let down with his first day's performance, I feel like, and he came in on his second day, did very, very well. Not as well as Spider did on his first day. He had some competition. You know, you had those 2 players were neck and neck. They were only 0.4 points separate. So Mike, he's coming in with a vengeance. I think he's not going to go down quietly, ladies and gentlemen. You know Mike, he's an oogler. He loves to get in there and get spicy.
Well, speaking of not going down quietly, you've got to remember as well, these points are nice for them. They qualified from the group stages here, but they're going to be taking 0 of those points on with them, so the scoreboard doesn't really matter anymore. They got a couple little bragging rights there, but bragging rights are not walking away with the trophy. What's going to be important today are today's games, though, because they will get to keep 50% of the points that they earn during their 6 games today to take with them to Chengdu, where the grand finals will go down. So these games are going to count for quite a lot. If you're able to build a cushion up for yourself heading into Chengdu, that's going to be a very nice position to be in, Duncan. And, you know, it's such a crazy meta right now. There's a lot to talk about, including the new hero that's coming through. We have to talk about Hadi.
Oh, absolutely.
Of course, CN, the boys kind of discredited him a little bit. The NA boys came over, some of the EU boys, and even some of the SEA boys came in, and during their scrims completely changed CN's mind on Hadi as a hero in solos, and now he's probably one of the most picked heroes here in our solos. You take a look at some of his abilities here. He quite literally can take flight, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll tell you what,
the Sky Dog himself.
you need a very big fly swatter for Hadi.
Oh, absolutely. he can come in with these gold-focused triple charges and just absolutely obliterate your health bar. But here we are with a little bit of a comparison between this year's group stages and last year's. So here you can definitely see that Hardy has probably been the most picked up character at the moment, and he's sitting atop the little stats leaderboard as well in terms of MVP count, average damage, and average kills. Not in pick rate, as Tarka G last year was picked up a little bit more than Hardy has been this year. We have Ferrier and Zipping still being extremely popular. Ferrier having also received some buffs lately. It is very expected. But yeah, rather a big contrast. Last year we had Tarka running the show after he'd received that buff to his ultimate, allowing him to punch more often, send out that elbow. It costed less stamina, and he had a pretty long ult duration. But since then he has been reduced in power and hasn't seen all that much play. I think we've only seen a little bit of Fire Dog from Panda Man. You know, he's been bringing it out in his final games of each series in the Game 6s. And he's been doing pretty well. You know, he's struggled a little bit at times. He's picked up a few kills early, but then depending on what the rest of the lobby is running, it's rather difficult for him to make a lot happen. In the first day, he struggled to transition his early kills into the late game because all of these other players, they were all playing herd fighting characters and staying in the cities, which Tarka frankly cannot do. But here's another thing that I'm sure you're all very well aware of at this point. The Fan, our most recently added weapon into NARAKA, has been making a big splash on the world stage, on the J-Cup stage, as it just has so much pressure, it does so much damage, and as we've been talking about quite a lot, its vertical blue focus is able to come out so unbelievably quickly that the 0.9 is just, it's instant, it's a flash, it's so unbelievably difficult to counter, to parry, or at the very least dodge.
You know, this is something we talk about, again, that charged R&B coming in off the Fan. Not only does it do so much damage, it comes out so fast. It is one of the most difficult moves in the game to parry as well. You can't use a jump parry against it, which has been the most consistent parry for a very long time. You now are either forced to tap dodge parry, that shift parry, or use crouch parry against it, and it's very, very inconsistent when it comes to being able to parry it. So a lot of pressure coming in from the Fan, as you can see here from the group stage stats from 2020 on the other side of the screen there, and 2023 here, Fan coming in with a kill ratio of 25%, even more over the Dagger. Very slightly less damage overall from the Dagger. You take a look, Staff down below being compared against the Nunchucks as well. And, you know, Staff here with only an average damage of 12,000, but something very, very important to note here is this Staff is typically used to find control of that neutral. You have those dodge baits that you're able to do, and once you're able to bait that out, you can land that uppercut, you can go into the weapon swap into something like a pole sword or a great sword and just do a ton of damage. And this is the thing. We see crazy combos all the time. We see players practicing. Heaven Step is probably the one you guys at home watching know best. But the reason you typically don't see it so often in pro play is in pro play, you have to be optimal, and you have to do as much damage as fast as possible, and that's why weapon swap has been around and will continue to stick around in the meta probably for a long time.
Indeed. No, you're absolutely right. In this current environment, with these insanely good players, they're not going to give you an inch. They're not going to give you a millimeter, a centimeter, nothing. They don't want to give you anything. But if you do manage to create an opening for yourself, you're going to want to capitalize that on that as much as you can. And weapon swap is a great way to do it. You're going to do a crazy amount of damage with that swap, especially if you manage to find yourself a gold pole sword or great sword out of that realm of Yang. So it does a lot. And speaking of some very cold combos, we have a quick video from Frostivus here with some of his highlights. Woo! The man himself.
Yeah, the hope of NA coming in here. We're talking about a multi-regional champion here who, you know, played a ton in NA, moved over to Indonesia, took the championship there, moved back to North America, and then came here to take the championship. And it's his first time here in the J Cup, and he's making it happen here. Take a look here. Of course, these playsbacks going against AOW's Mike, and I do believe the one right after this, we're going to see WBG Spider as well. Really, he's coming here against the best of the best in the NBPL that we have seen to date, and he has proven time and time again that he can come out on top of these players. He does not care what region you're from. He doesn't care if you're the best from your region. He is here to prove that he is the best in the world, Duncan.
Absolutely, and here we are with that clip. You were just talking about his Realm of Yang fight with Spider. It did get equalized quite a bit, but then Frostivus instantly into the crouch cancel dash from the Justina, the gold fan, doing so much damage, obliterating his health bar. Spider takes to the skies, but unfortunately he gets peppered down by those pistol shots. Here we are with Frostivus in Celestra, scrapping it out with the herd of fighters, desperately trying to find a Soul Bloom from the Yang depletion, trying to pick something up, hunting down Wang Liang. He's not letting him go. He's continuing to chase. He does have a bounty, it seems, as well. So, hey, he drops down, comes in with a boom. That stuff doing loads of damage. Wang Liang, he's getting a bit desperate. He needs to get away. Frostivus pops that ultimate to respond. And here, Frostivus demonstrates such beautiful flight mechanics with Hadi, just coming in.
Oh yeah, you know, this is something I want to talk about with Frostivus as well here. He is a master at baiting out abilities. Here we go. You see here, he's actually going to bait the elbow out of Panda Man here while he's on Hadi. That is Panda Man's only out while playing Tarka into Hadi in this flight mode. And what does Frostivus do? He stutter steps on those charged left clicks to bait out Panda Man to get it to throw out. We see it in the previous fight as well when he's playing Justina into WBG Spider. What does he do? He kind of stutter holds that RMB to make Spider think, oh, I'm safe. I can have a second to move away here. I don't have to worry about the dash. And then as soon as he thinks he's safe, he cancels the animation. Boom, he hits him with a dash. He lands the freeze, and that's all she wrote. And this is something Frostivus is very good about. He knows how to get in his opponent's head. Speaking of other things that Frostivus is very good at, he's very good at picking up parries. 26 parries during the solo group stages. That's 26 parries in 12 games. That is more than 2 parries per game. That is an astronomical number. And it ties WBG's Spider for the number of most parries in the group stage solos, which is absolutely insane.
I mean, you said it. You know, it's extremely impressive that he's able to put up those kind of numbers, just like WBG Spider, our last year's champion. Hey.
Well, you know, if we're going to talk about Spider, we might as well talk about
Let's
Spider.
talk about Spider.
Because WBG Spider coming in absolutely insane. Again, back-to-back day one, 4 MVPs.
And
we
there
can
he
take a
is.
look at the stats. There it is. Look at this. 5 MVP during the group stages. That's almost half of his games. He walks away with MVP. You can take a look at his signature heroes here. Hadi, lovely zipping, and Takeda. No real surprises there, given the fact that he was one of those players that had been counting Hadi out. He saw how well some of the other players were doing, and him and Tryhard had a little get-together where Tryhard was showing him some Hadi tricks. So Spider very quickly picking up how aggressive Hadi was going to be in the meta for him there. But no surprise to see Zipping sitting in the second position there. Zipping still very good in the meta. And Zipping was the hero that WBG Spider came in and had his massive debut on during the summer split. Not this year, but the previous year, where he was able to break the record for most eliminations in solos. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of breaking records, we've got to break away for a minute before we come right back and lock in for our first day here of the pre-finals. Don't go anywhere. Everything's about to kick off. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. Here we are, getting ready to kick things off here for the 2023 J Cup pre-finals, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be 6 games of action back to back to back as we get ready to dive in and these players try to put some points up on the board to take to Chengdu with them. We get 1 day of pre-finals. That means they have 6 games to accumulate as many points as possible, to accumulate the biggest possible cushion to take with them as they head over for the grand finals. These games are going to count for a lot, but what else counts for a lot is you guys making sure you're keeping track of everything we do down on our socials. That's right, we're on TikTok, we are on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we are on Twitter, we are absolutely everywhere. On Twitter, make sure you're not also just following the regular old at NARAKA the game. You also, if you want to keep up with all of the esports, including J Cup, make sure that you are following us on at NARAKA esports. That's very, very important. If you want to get those stats, you want to get those statistics, you want to know who's winning games, that's the best place that you can find us. And don't forget, you can use this QR code right here to head on over to the Discord. There's a lot of giveaways going over in the official Discord. You don't want to miss out. This is a great place to go meet other people who are playing NARAKA in your region. If you're tired of going and playing solos, in trios, tired of not having good teammates, head on over here. Go to Looking for a Game. Find some cool people to hang out with and play games with. I always find incredible people to play with inside the Discord, so it's a great resource for you guys to have.
No, absolutely. Whenever I have people coming into my chat say, oh, I'm looking for people to play with, where do I go? I always send them right on over to the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord. Hey, the community in this game is amazing, you know. Just talk to someone, have a chat. You know, you're both there. You both love NARAKA. You're both looking to have a good day, having some good games, getting some dubs. You make friends real fast. It's really easy. But hey, you said something about getting sick of solos. I don't think. Hey, these players today, they are ready to rumble. I ain't sick of solos. I will love solos forever. I will love NARAKA forever. But hey, we're going to be going into some games rather shortly, but first, here is the predictions for our first game. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to head over onto the NARAKA website. You can access it through the client as well. Answer this question, get your prediction in to have a chance of winning some NARAKA goodies. Which of the following 2 players will achieve the highest score in this match?
I'm telling you right now, I'm putting my money on Mike. Mike is not going to sit back. Don't get me wrong, he qualified. He did pretty good in his qualifiers, right? But these points count. These carry over towards heading to Chengdu for grand finals. If you're AOWs, Mike, you are not going to let the disrespect that happened on day 1 from WBG Spider repeat itself. My money's on Mike.
Hey, I mean, Mike, he's definitely not going to want to go down without a fight today and get as many points as he possibly can. But I reckon Spider's going to be coming in with a... he doesn't want to do the same either. He wants to get in there.
Oh,
and
yeah,
he wants
absolutely.
to get those dubs. You know, I would imagine that he's planning to do it as best as he can, as I'm sure all of these players are. But hey, Spider's best, we've seen what he can do. He pulls out the back-to-back MVPs, and I definitely am looking forward to seeing that if he manages to pull it off yet again. But here we are, all of the players that we're going to be playing today and in Chengdu. We have Spider, Mike, Xshin, Akuma, Frostivus, Shah, Wang Liang, Pandaman, Unique, Zeldink, T225, and Chu Zheng. All of the ooglers, they're getting ready. They're on stage. They're sat in their chairs, nice and comfy. Take a little sip. Get a little sip of water, you know, a little sip of Red Bull, perhaps, whatever it might be, you know, any energy drinks. Hey, they're ready to go, and they are. They're getting locked in. They're getting locked in, and I'm not gonna be very surprised if we see a similar kind of character pick for our first 3 games.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Again, the new format, we've got the phase selection. It's 3 daytime maps on Holoroth. We know where people like to go. Our first phase likely going to be 3 to 4 Z-pings across the board here. There's no fireflies, so these guys are going to be saving those hottie picks for later into the day, if at all possible, for those firefly maps. Of course, also Z-ping being very, very popular on the Holoroth map as well. There's so much space and terrain for her to utilize movement tech to just get away, and she's already one of the hardest characters to pin down. So like you said, I don't think we're going to see too many surprises in terms of that, because a lot of these players are going to be looking to go, okay, hey, these 3 Hollow Roth games, let's go in, let's get as many kills as we can on the board, but let's also remember that these aren't the games we have to really worry about players popping off super hard early game, because there's no Fireflies available for these guys. There's going to be a couple little places they can go to try to get some ult charge back. They can go up to Yueshan Ruins, they can look for that Firefly cage deep inside the ruins there, and a couple of other places, but for the most part, these guys are going to be coming in and playing for survivability these first 3 games.
Yeah, no, absolutely. In those, we've seen it quite a few times now, the end games getting reasonably stacked up. You know, quite a few players lurking still alive all the way at the end, having not been taken down all that early. Hey, Mike, he's logged in. Panda Man, the death stare, emotionless. My guy, he's ready. They're all ready. They've all got they're all just like thumbs up. Yeah, thumbs up, Roy. But they're really thinking, how am I going to demolish the rest of the lobby as soon as we get into the game? And speaking of, we are about to be going in, ladies and gentlemen, to our very first game of pre-finals 2023 J Cup. We've got a little bit of Spider. His average kills 4.5, I think that was. That is a pretty solid average to have. You know, that's average, ladies and gentlemen. That is pretty good. Average points on his Hardy, 13.3.
An insane number coming in from WBG's Spider here. And again, yeah, I don't think we can talk enough about the fact that CN as a region completely counted Hottie out of the meta until these other regions showed up to scrims, right? So could you imagine if these guys had just sat off of Hottie even after scrims and said, nah, it's not going to be that good? Things could have drastically played out differently. So it's not just these CN players, these regular NBPL players defining the meta. It realistically is players from every single region coming in, trying everything out, who are coming in and defining this meta. And it is a meta that is constantly shifting, Duncan. I expect to see, when we head over to Chengdu, some of these players pull some things out of the back pocket we're not expecting.
No, I certainly hope so, but we're gonna have to wait and see. It does look as though Mike might have had a haircut. You know, he's chopped off the little bits at the back. You know, on the sides, he's getting streamlined. He's ready. You know, he knows his head is gonna be heating up with all the NARAKA gaming he's about to do. He is fully focused. He's got the glasses on. He is ready. And he's locked in. I really hope we see something spicy from Mike, because Mike, hey, he's coming in this year. He wants that title. He wants to take it from Spider.
Oh, absolutely. Again, this is going to be the penultimate thing, right? We talk about WBG Spider, we talk about AOW's Mike. There has been a question lingering over the NBPL. There's been a question lingering over WBG Spider Head, which was, did Spider take the championship only because AOW's Mike was not here to compete? This will finally put an end to those questions one way or the other. We will find out who comes out on top, or maybe we'll be very, very surprised and it'll be somebody else entirely who walks away with the championship this year.
Indeed, we have plenty of heavy hitters here today, Akuma being one of them. You know, he always creeps in. He's always playing consistently well. He's always getting up there. He's not the super flashy player at times, but he can be.
Yeah, I was gonna say, here's the thing, DRG this year, man. We've sat down in the hotel rooms, we've had some analysis between us as casters, and we've been talking about DRG, and DRG has been playing the long con all year, both in solos and trios. This is a team that came in and everything they did was absolutely unexpected. They did crazy strats. They were buying Banes early. They were trying to shift the meta so that they could counter buy Banes away from other players. And then run out and buy Soul Jades of Destinies and go, y'all can have those early Banes. It's cool. We're going to spend our money elsewhere. They really, especially DRG's Akuma here in solos, have just done absolutely crazy everything, from dropping legendary weapons out in the open and saying, y'all can take your pick. I don't care. I'm going to run the dagger. Those sort of strats have completely left everybody confused, as now coming into the group stages, they played for consistency. Nothing but straight consistency, so nobody knows what to expect out of DRG's Akuma, and that's exactly what they want. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here are going to be your Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3 picks. So starting out is going to be J-Team's Action. We're going to see who the other 3 players are going to be in just a second. Taking a look, the split cam between AOW's Mike and ELD's Frostivus. Frostivus looks so comfortable, man. He just looks like he's in his element, big chillin'. He's like, it's just another day of NARAKA, man. I'm here to play games and have fun. Taking a look at J-Team's Action. Now, Action looking absolutely locked in. This man had a crazy day 1, and here's our first round selects. No surprises here at all. Like we said, 3 to 4 zipping. Zipping going to be banned out here from the rest of the lobby. Triple Fairy is coming through. No surprises at all here in Phase 2 yet, but DRG's Akuma still has a selection to make, and will we see the wild card, or is Akuma still just playing for consistency here in the pre-phase? We are going to see Takeda. Nothing too crazy here. We've got one phase left. Faria and Zipping both banned out. Zeldink, yet again, bringing the crazy picks in, is going to be playing Zai.
Interesting. Zeldink on that Zai pick. He definitely did reasonably well with it. On the most recent day, he took down quite a few heavy hitters early on with that Zai, including Spider himself, taking him down in the 1v1. So we're going to have to see how well he can perform again today. We have 521 Unique and Chu Zheng both on the ACOS pick. And then we have Hardy as well coming in, the lone Hardy of the lobby. He's going to be standing out. It might be rather difficult for him to make something happen, but hey, if anyone's going to make it happen, it's one of these guys.
Oh yeah, I mean, GG Shaw, this is a very interesting pick. I did not expect to see Hadi game 1 whatsoever, and now we're seeing GG Shaw of all people lock it in. Again, like you said, if somebody's going to be able to make it work, GG Shaw definitely is that person. So he just needs to be careful not to get targeted out and hunted down here, because like you said, he is the lone hottie. It is going to be very easy to keep track of him in terms of, wait, is that my hottie I'm hunting down? Because there's only one in the lobby. As we get ready to lock in, ladies and gentlemen, we will get a brief second here to take a look at what abilities and ultimates these players are going to be locking, and see if there's any curveballs being thrown at us before we get ready to lock in. But right now it looks like standard fare across the board. Nothing too crazy sticking out to me. Zeldink again running that Zai, will be running the V2 F1. Oh, pretty standard across the board here. What do you see, Duncan?
That was I thought it was double ACOS, but it was actually a Takeda and an ACOS being picked up in the final stage pick. There we have Chu Zheng and Akuma both on the Takeda. So 2 Takedas, 1 Hardy, and then 1 ACOS, and also 1 Zai. The rest of the lobby is filled up with Farriers and Zippings, and you know what they love to do, the Farriers and the Zippings. They love to fight together, the herd of Zippings and Farriers, lurking around those big verticality areas like your Plume Castle and Metab, just going in and out, ready to go. They have that mobility, they have that self peel, and hey, they're able to stay on the move, and they're very hard to take down, especially, as you were saying, if they can blend into the rest of them.
Absolutely. It looks like Zell and DRG's Akuma here are going to contest podium together here. This is something we very rarely see here. Yeah. Typically, we only see one player go down that way, but they want to take the contest. As we take a look, we're going to start things off with J-Team's Action and WBG Spider, who drop right on top of each other. Spider, unfortunately, haven't been able to find a set of armor yet. Mike in a similar situation here with T225, but T225 also with no armor, no HP here. T225 trying to find an armor to swap into. Went to set up the scale rush, but doesn't find it. Mike finds the RMB from the aerial position and is able to pick up his first elimination of this lobby. So Mike going to be sliding into first place. XCG's Wang Liang coming up from behind, but Mike finds a white armor. A huge parry, though, from Wang Liang. He misses the follow-up, though, there off of the horizontal, so he doesn't find as much damage as he possibly could there. He had the Soul Bloom tucked away. Mike but the re-parry from Wang Liang, and Wang Liang going to go into the longsword here. Wang Liang, it typically does enjoy a little of the longsword here, but Mike hitting him with the mix-up there on the dual blades. Now Wang Liang, though, able to find the elimination. Oh, so unfortunate, and Wang Liang is going to leave the Soul Bloom behind. He's looking to head to that Realm of Yang as we cut over here to Frostivus going head-to-head with JDG's Chu Zhang.
Indeed, Frostivus with a little bit of an advantage here in terms of effective health, but that has been very quickly equalized between the two of them. Chu Zhang actually a little bit healthier than Frostivus, but Frostivus, he does have that F1 to keep him relatively healthy. It's going to be coming off cooldown very soon. He's going to have to try and maximize the value here, but he doesn't manage to get it out. GG Shah coming in with that bow shot and the jump parry there onto Chu Zhang, swapping into that blue focus as well, picking up that purple dagger. He's on the chase. Chu Zhang, he has the time to get one heal off and turns his back onto GG Shah. Gets the pickup. He's gone for the ultimate conversion. Unfortunately, he does waste that one Furic Blast from the Takeda onto Shah into that F2, but it looks as though he's going to be able to close out this kill as long as he can keep on top of GG Shah. GG Shah manages to get that jump onto the wall, but the buttery rocks preventing him from getting that second scale rush to safety. But it looks as though Chu Zhang may have made a little bit of a mistake, but so has Shah. Shah takes his turn back. He goes for the F2. He's going airborne. He's trying to put some distance between himself and the Takeda. He's barely got a little bit longer left on his ult timer, but it's not going to be enough time. He cannot buy that time, unfortunately, and he does get taken down by Chu Zhang. Oh no! Oh my! GG Shah, very aggressive. He's coming in. He is not happy with that result. He's coming in. He knows he has ultimate available. He knows that Chu Zhang doesn't have his ult up, so he's going to try and take full advantage of this, but he doesn't have very much to work with in terms of damage. And there it is. He gets cooked on the turnaround, and Chu Zhang picking up another kill. GG Shah. Little bit aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, the salty run back there, GG Shah trying to come back in with the ultimate. He mistimes the read, not once, not twice, but 3 times, and we see Chu Zhang find value out of it every single time. DRG's Akuma here now trading blows inside Plume Castle with OUG's Pandaman. Pandaman, tries to go in for the blue, but we see the conversion off of the F3, ladies and gentlemen, there from Akuma, and Akuma just puts the brakes down onto Pandaman. The Furin invested. He will find a ton of value out of that RMB, and Pandaman just needs to try to stay alive. Now the uppercut actually connects to Pandaman. Pandaman will get to the bubble at the very least. Needs to go up looking for the scale rush. Is able to find 1, is able to find 2. Now Akuma trying to come in. Pandaman setting up the scale rush yet again, and I think Pandaman might have broken the ankles of DRG's Akuma as we move cross-side here to Zelding with the legendary weapon, legendary Zai ultimate here. Spider is gonna get into the pillar here and gonna go for the cannon form potentially, and Zell just going to back away. Knows Spider wants to keep the pressure up here. Zell going to be holding on to that ultimate for a hot minute. Hasn't been given the opportunity to find the pot, though. Spider will find most of a full reset here, and unfortunately for Zell, that ultimate is going to come to an end. Zell, though, still in a very strong situation now, knowing that Spider does not have the pillar to fall back onto. A massive parry there. The legendary katana come out. The F being invested by WBG Spider. Spider with nothing in the tank now. Zell knows he's got such a strong advantage into this fight here. So much damage coming out onto Spider. Spider holding, though, with the RMB there on the pole sword. The overhold gets him so much damage, but Zell makes it happen, and Zell, 2 games running here on the Zai, wins the 1v1 into WBG Spider.
Zelding, he's got a pretty tasty line cooking up with this Zai pick. He's opting to go for that podium at the beginning of each game, secure himself that legendary weapon so that he can take full advantage of his ultimate. scale up that ultimate damage as fast as he possibly can and just try to use it as early as possible in the game so that he can, I mean, early on in the game when you're sitting on blue, maybe purple armor and not all that much in terms of jades and resistances, it's really hard to deal with a Zai who's doing bonkers damage because they have a gold weapon. In an Immortal War lobby, no less. It's crazy how much damage you can put out, and with these open spaces, it can be very hard to maneuver around and try and negate the pressure from the ultimate. And Zeldank, he's been putting in work, he's been doing very well with it, and also those parries were pretty tasty from Zeldank. He was reading Spider's releases quite often, and Spider he almost turned it around. He almost equalized it completely, but having that pulse sword, he wasn't able to finish him off there. Wasn't able to do so, but it looks as though Spider, he's gone away, rezzed himself, and found an elimination in the zone, leaving that Soul Bloom there. It looks as though he's going to be going into the Realm of Yang. No surprises here. You leave yourself a Soul Bloom, you leave yourself that safety net in case things go awry, and you can risk it and get yourself that purple armor and gold weapon. But here we are, the rematch.
This is so unfortunate for WBG Spider. He's all whites right now. He does take a risk here going in on whites, just hoping that if he wins, he gets purple. If he doesn't, he's got the Soul Bloom to fall back onto. But literally the worst possible opponent for him to come into here inside the Realm of Yang being Zell, who's on that gold weapon, who's on that Zai pick. Spider going to have a hard time here coming out on top. He's able to find that, but he can't find the reconversion there because the F is invested on the side of Zell. Zell looking to go for the overhold there, trying to get some damage out, needs to be careful. Spider, there we go, the cannon mode gonna come out. Zell just trying to break away from it. Is able to dodge one, is able to dodge two. The third one as well being invested on the F. The chains come out, oh my goodness. WBG Spider getting cooked up by Zell in the kitchen here on the Zai pick. Zai, look at these moves coming out, Duncan. The reads are insane on Zell. Oh my goodness, so much damage coming out from those chains as well. We're going to see finally a cannon shot invested there where he can't dodge, but Spider still hugely on the back, but he just needs the parry. Oh my goodness, and WBG Spider loses not once, but twice to Zell.
Zell, oh my goodness. He has been on the ball here. Those dodges were very, very nice. With that gold katana in the pocket, it's just one decent opening when Spider doesn't have his combo break can just mean death. Gold katana into white armor. It is a very, very difficult fight to have as Spider in this situation. Although he did do a very decent job. He took him down relatively low. He did manage to find the damage from his ultimate at the very end, even with that white staff. Having his ultimate scale based off of the weapon rarity, not having all that much damage, but still taking off that armor. Still a good showing from Spider, but unfortunately he wasn't able to deal with Zell in this situation. But heading on over to Plume Castle, another player that I love to talk about, Wang Liang, Mr. Astro Brain himself, the big brain macro gamer. He's chilling. He's got 2 kills for himself. He's got that purple armor. He's got that gold weapon in the back pocket, I assume. Look at the scoreboard here. We have Chu Zheng currently sitting at the top. We haven't seen we saw a little bit earlier on, but he's managed to pick up another kill. Quite a few kills on the board, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Quite a few more than I expected.
Him and Zell both sitting at 3 eliminations each. Zell's going to find a purple armor there. We're going to cut back to the inside of the Realm of Yang to Wang Liang versus T225 here. And man, I love Wang Liang. He's such a good player. Can he get it out first here? Oh, he was going to go for the cannon shot. There we go, T225. Not a whole lot he can realistically do here. And now they can just trade guns. And Wang Liang's going to wait for T225 to come in here and needs to go airborne. But instead, just decides to keep the pressure up. Oh my goodness, I really love Wang Liang. I miss his demon days back when he was playing Takeda with nunchucks all the time. Dude, the man is absolutely one of those players I will never count out because he comes in and is an absolute danger to society sometimes. As they take a look here, DRG Zakuma on the backside here, some purple armor, holding on to the fan, no surprises here. Zell giving chase though here. Zell has 44 seconds left remaining here on that lovely Vermilion Bird's Mite. So he wants to take this fight at any cost possible here. It's going to be interesting to see Katana into fan. This is definitely something you don't see often here. And he has to take it. No! He's going to get flipped out there by the F3. Thankfully, the F3 no longer steals your weapon away from you. So Zell going to be happy about that at the very least. The Takeda ultimate getting invested here. This is going to be pretty hard though. The Furin comes through. Zell, no ulti yet, still holding on to it, still has the F as well, really trying to pressure into this, and oh my god, he gets the overhold. Akuma doesn't read it, he doesn't throw the Furin, he doesn't expect it, and Zell goes to 4 eliminations. Zell, where was this during the group stages?
Hey, well, I mean, group stage is all about qualifying, Big Dog. You know, once you're in the pre-game, the pre-finals, in the grand finals, then you can start really cooking. He is here. He did manage to make it. But now he's starting to show up. 4 kills under his belt. Off of the rip in the first game, Holoroth on the Zai.
On Zai, no less.
I mean, thing is, so we've talked about this a little bit recently, how Zai hasn't seen very much play at all. A lot of players are just thinking that she's realistically not all that strong anymore. Although we saw her a considerable amount like throughout the year, she's not been picked up so far all that much in Jacob, as she loses out in quite a few matchups, and it can be rather difficult to find value. But hey, Zell, he's been managing to find it all too easily, it seems. He's been doing an excellent job of it, especially with his strategy to go for that podium at the beginning of the game, get that gold weapon, get that high-tier loot, and then as Zai does so well with the scaling, it's cooked. You know, he's able to go in and just take people down left and right because of the damage that he can output. Speaking of damage, though, Chu Zhang sending out that fan, that vertical blue, and just absolutely cooking this poor ACOS. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't all that much he could do at that point. Chu Zhang desperately trying to get over to the realm of Yang. It looks as though he is going to make it. But here we are again. Zell Ding versus XCG Wang Liang.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be crazy. Wang Liang, though, with the legendary fan, and Zell still holding onto a legendary katana. I'm very surprised that he's performed so well with the katana into so many of these fans, but now that mistake is going to cost him pretty heavily if he eats into that R&B onto a legendary fan. But we're going to see if he's able to come out on top. He's got Wang Liang pretty good here. Wang Liang trying to get repositioned back by the pillar there because he doesn't want to take this fight away from it. We're going to see, here we go, Zell trying to go for the overhold. Wang Liang is still trying to pressure and play around the pillar. Zell going to go to the backside here. There we go. We will see him come out here. He's able to find one pot. Unfortunately here, will he be able to keep playing the dodge game on the outside of the pillar? Zell taking a lot of damage here. The F being heavily invested here. He decides he wants to come out and try to make something happen here. Unfortunately, the ability to come back from this is going to be very diminished here. There's no damage reduction on the ultimate, so Zell might just lose this one out. He only needs one shot. Wang Liang's trying to find it, and finally there it is. Oh my goodness. Zell comes out from behind the pillar and says, you know what, I think I had better luck dodging outside from behind the pillar. Unfortunately, he's so low already. Wang Liang just needs to find one shot, and I'll give it to Zell, though. He manages to play keep away for a long time.
Indeed, it was rather. You can't really do all that much against those machine guns. You can dodge a few, but you can't dodge it all, and just slowly chipping away at that health bar. It was looking pretty cooked. Wang Liang taking the initiative, creating that health deficit, having a little bit more himself, and then immediately just jumping into that pillar and using it to as probably the best position that he could have to negate the pressure from that Zai ultimate. Ooh, Zell immediately jumping over to the Grief platform, the podium, engaging immediately onto T225. He almost got a hit with the Ballista, but wasn't able to do so. T225, he is getting cooked by this Katana, but he does find the armor swap onto that blue. T225, he goes for the pillar drop. Unfortunately, he's not able to connect that blue focus follow-up on the knock-up. Zeldink is able to find that heal. Although it looks as though T225 is he's trying to find a disengage angle. He's trying to find a way to get out of this situation now that he has used that pillar. He doesn't want to get caught without the pillar close by. He can't drop it down. He's going to have to regenerate that ultimate. If not, he's going to have to stay here, and it looks as though that's exactly what he's done. He's headed back on over to the pillar. Zeldink eating that blue focus, negating the first one with the F ability. He's slowly chipping away at T225's HP. Zeldink, though, he's getting cooked from the back. Wang Liang coming in with that gold fan, forced to use that ultimate now. T225, he managed to find the heal. He's gone sky high. He's still using the terrain to his advantage, doing an excellent job, but unfortunately gets caught out of the sky, gets knocked down, eats so much damage, and Zeldink now, he's now on the retreat. He's done his job. He's managed to find a little bit of moment to breathe, but it doesn't look like Wang Liang's going to let him. He comes in with the pressure. Zeldink now forced to go into a very, very dangerous tunnel. The Thorny Roller could turn up at any moment. Wang Liang, he's still looking for it. Finds the armor swap. Zeldink gets that white armor, but it's not going to last him very much. Wang Liang overholding with that pole sword. Zeldink trying to throw out that aerial LMB, trying to negate this pressure, but it's very difficult. Wang Liang sends the horizontal, but turns it on the second swing, avoiding that parry from Zeldink. Looks as though we're going to go for a full reset. Zeldink, he doesn't want to let him get a full heal, though, as he only has that white armor to heal up. Wang Liang gets clipped by the Thorny Roller through the wall as well, unfortunately. But there it is! He comes in with the whole dodge run-up parry, and Wang Liang takes down Zell in game 1.
What a nightmare for Zeldink. Faria being the only player he's able to find coming up is already terrible, given the fact that he is playing Zai. It's very hard for you to keep Faria away from the pillar. But for Wang Liang to show up and third party and the two Farias to make an agreement to say, hey, look, we're going to get rid of the Zai out of this lobby. Such a terrible situation to be in as we turn back to AOW's Mike going head-to-head here with WBG Spider. Spider coming in with the pillar. Spider having found the early parry on into this fight here, but Mike, though, gonna reinvest there, coming on in with the ultimate, looking for some value here. Spider feeling pressured into the pillar, and Mike just gonna go airborne and says, cool, you can take the full reset. I'm happy to do the same. Gonna end the ultimate early as well, so he can start building the rage back up and start to pressure on over to Spider. Spider gonna go ahead and D-mech here, looking to get away. Mike will open with the RMB, walking down from the top side of the rock here. This is huge. God, that RMB does so much damage. It's absolutely ridiculous, and there's nothing Spider can do. He finds an armor swap, but this is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. One more clank. Mike can just continue to throw in here. Oh, my goodness, the armor swap yet again for WBG Spider. Spider fighting for his life right now. AOW Mike just trying to get locked on, ladies and gentlemen. Spider keeps it going here. Ooh, that's going to be nice. That's huge for AOW's Mike. He can afford to take the damage trade there. The F being reinvested so Spider can go airborne. The Spider dropping back down, but now needs to be careful because there's a Bane's Breath being dropped on the middle here, and Spider says, I'm just going to have to Bane Surf here. I've got to try to get this pressure off of me, but one bad Bane position could spell disaster for WBG Spider. He's able to get a pot off. He's looking to find another. He will. Oh, no! No, baby! He's able to get away from the Bane, and WBG Spider will live to fight another day.
Chu Zheng coming in. He was trying his best to follow up on the Spider, but they got their lines crossed. Chu Zheng and Mike is ending up griefing each other, unfortunately, and Spider somehow makes it out alive. That fan scale rush doing so much work, getting him out of a really bad situation. But speaking of bad situations, it looks like Mike and Chu Zheng are again griefing each other. Mike gets sent down the hill into the clutches of Wang Liang, T225, and Spider. He's going to have a very tough time escaping. He's trying to make his way over to these rocks, to the podium. get these little bit of cover. The buildings, there are a couple armor swaps there as well to work with. So if he does get put under a bit too much pressure, he's going to be able to alleviate it somewhat. He does still have his ultimate up as well. It looks as though it may be all right for Mike. He's found the rooftop. He's chilling. He's vibing. It is not the end of the world. The triple ferry collapse wasn't enough, fortunately, for Mike. He still has this fan movement as well. Catching the zipping with fan, it's just, it's like, what do you do?
Trying to catch a zipping at all is...
trying to catch a zipping at all is so hard, especially in places like Bloom Castle.
Going to take a look here. Wang Liang now trading some blows with JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang here absolutely tearing this lobby up as well. 4 eliminations just like Wang Liang and Zeldink, but Chu Zhang here needs to be careful. He doesn't have that ultimate to fall back onto, and the lobby trying to lock him down here could spell disaster. AOW's Mike taking some shots here, but Mike very quickly going to find that ultimate. They have, oh my goodness, Mike now is going to be the one who everyone turns their attention on. He's forced to go through the zone here. That zone tick going to apply very, very quickly, doing a lot of damage, and immediately he's only in that zone for about 2 seconds, and he gets the anti-healing effect dropped onto him very quickly. Now going to come in, invest the F here. He's got the ult running as well. Mike has literally spent all the gas in his tank, ladies and gentlemen, just trying to get back into this game. He might be able to end that ult just a little early. There it is. It's so ridiculous. He doesn't even use the full ultimate. He's back to full health. Yeah. He gets to hold on to some of it. We gotta love zipping. JDG's Chu Zhang here on the backside, forced to use the ultimate. This is gonna be it for Chu Zhang. There's no possible escape for him. No possible way for it to slip away. And it's T225 who picks up the elimination and goes to 1. We've got 1 player left remaining with 4 eliminations. It is our lovely Wang Liang, and everybody else in the lobby on 1.
Indeed, so many kills have been put on the board, but quite a few of them have only just, as you said, quite a few on 1 kill, 4 of them on 1. GG Shah, he's already been eliminated, but he too had 1. And there's 3 players with 4 kills as well. 3 players with 4 kills. Unfortunately, Chu Zhang, that was a little bit of a blunder, I would say, from Chu Zhang. Just getting caught out in the open and getting caught in a fight against a zipping who's going to be able to disengage far more easily than you are as a Takeda. Takeda not having mobility, not having that self-peel, at least not in the same capacity as a zipping. It seems like it was a bit of a mistake to even come close to that kind of situation. In these kind of final zones with all the ferries and the zippings, you want to try and stay hidden, I would say. You want to try and stay inconspicuous. You don't want to get lobbied because, hey, when you get lobbied by all these characters, it's hard to come away with your life. Yeah, absolutely. AOW's Mike here making the smart decision. He wants to take this to late game. He's playing Zip and Yang. He's got that legendary katana in the back pocket from Zell. And, you know, it's very interesting. We don't typically see a legendary katana getting used as much as Zell was using it, but he wanted to make sure he had it in his hand for when he popped the ultimate. And he performed quite well on it, honestly, given the current meta with the fan and these pole swords and stuff. His ability to utilize the katana to come in and win some of those fights was quite impressive. Wang Liang on the backside here with every legendary you could possibly want in the back pocket. Indeed. Fan, dagger, pole sword, legendary armor. It's like a who's who of the current best weapons in meta for solos. Oh my goodness. Huge hits coming out onto AOW's Mike. Mike once again finds himself fighting for his life on the backside here. WBG's Spider just pushing away, and good Lord, I can't believe that pillar is still down below from when Chu Zhang went down. It's just big chilling right there. There it is. Oh my goodness. Mike doing an excellent job of staying on the move. He takes a considerable amount of damage, but
keeps on ticking.
It still keeps going. I think it does speak to the fact that a lot of these players, they aren't looking to commit too many resources. If they can do a chunk of damage very quickly, Like Mike got bursted very, very fast, but then they didn't really want to fully commit. They didn't want to fully follow up, as they could get caught in a very bad situation. Panda Man, though, he's got his back against the zone. He's getting pressured by this fan. Mike is on the other side. Panda Man with a huge parry, though. T225, a little bit of a blunder. He's now put himself in the line of fire, but it doesn't look like Wang Liang's all that interested. Wang Liang, he's just looking through these pink rose glasses, and he's looking at Panda Man. He wants to cook. He wants to cook that zipping. He wants to take down this zipping, as it's one of those. It's just zipping. You don't want to take down the zippings as the farriers. You want to get rid of them. Panda Man, finds a moment to heal, but the zone starts pushing him in. He does eat a considerable amount of damage. I think there's an armor pierce somewhere. I think he ate that damage from armor pierce, not from the zone itself. But he's getting pressured by Spider. Spider looking to shove him off of this terrain. The Buttery Rocks, the Scale Rusher Bull area. This is going to be very, very nice for those Pole Sword users. Wang Liang with that gold Pole Sword may be able to do a considerable amount. Panda Man does have that blistering edge as well, and it looks as though he might have Gecko Foot there. So if he gets a big Scale Rush, a big blue focus charge Scale Rush, he could absolutely obliterate the health bar of one of these players, narrowly avoiding that R&B release from T225. T225, glad to see him in this end game. He does have one kill. I want to see him pick it up, as he is one of the big ooglers of the CN scene, and hopefully he's going to be able to do a little bit better than he has done leading up to this point. Spider, though, he's not feeling too good about that one. He ate a lot of damage. He sends out the pillar, manages to follow up with the blue focus on the katana, and immediately jumps into the mech. He's trying to find that kill. Is going to be a bit of a bad situation, though, as he's just used that mech. He's not going to have it for this final zone collapse. He's going to have to try and make it work. He's going to have to try and get as much value as he can before it comes down to the final moments. Panda Man going up into the sky, but he's getting cooked. He gets knocked down by the turret. No follow-up, unfortunately, for those farriers. Panda Man, he's still grappling up Mike as well. He gets caught by the turret, and another one getting knocked into the zone. Desperately trying to stay inside the safe zone, but they're double stacked. The double artillery. He's just getting pounded into the zone, into the sandy desert, eating a mouthful of sand. Panda Man trying to do as much as he can, but he's not very much he can do. But Wang Liang's going to come away the winner of this lobby of our first game of the pre-finals today. Mr. Astro Brain himself. Woo!
XCG's Wang Liang. God, I love it. What a way to kick things off here in the pre-finals. Wang Liang is that player I talk about all the time. You cannot count him out. This man, in his first season of NBPL, was an absolute demon, and sometimes he lets that demon back out.
Indeed he does. Wang Liang, one of my... He's just one of the big dogs, and I have big respect for this guy. I love this guy. He's always thinking 50 steps ahead, playing 5D chess with NARAKA. He is an absolute legend, calm and collected. And I like the hair too, looking pretty fresh.
I know, right?
The red hair. Yeah, I know why you like him.
Look, me and Wang Liang got a little love obsession with the color red, okay? You know what
so do I. I love red. Still haven't done the hair yet.
One of these days, we'll convert you over to me and Wang Liang's ways here. But
we'll have to see about
what a tight circle here. You know, our prediction before this for our players was who comes out with the most points. Is it going to be AOW's Mike or WBG Spider? I think Spider gets eliminated one position before Mike does. So I think AOW's Mike actually will come out on top in terms of the points here. So very, very interesting to see. There was a lot of moments where Mike could have went down, but he keeps his composure. He keeps his cool. Spider actually almost puts the business to him. He turns around, he catches that R&B, forces Spider into the ultimate, and unfortunately, at that stage of the game, worst possible thing Spider can do is jump into that pillar, but he has no choice if he wants to keep the game alive. So very, very unfortunate turn of events for Spider. As we take a look here at the players, this is, God, I love this. Our players enjoy each other's company so much. They're all such good friends, man.
Yeah, it's lovely to see. It really is.
It really emulates the NARAKA community as a whole. It's one of the most welcoming gaming communities that I've ever had the pleasure to be a part of.
No, truly, same for me. I have the NARAKA community. I love you all. You know I do. And hey, it's the same over here in China.
Oh
It's
yeah,
exactly the
absolutely.
same. It's so cool to see all of the NVPL players just hanging out, having a good time. It was lovely. I wish I could speak Chinese so that I could understand the banter that goes back and forth between them. That would be top tier content. I would love to hear that.
one of these days, Duncan. One of these days we'll get there. Oh my goodness! But you know, again, I mean, a great community to be a part of. Like you've got Big Man Dunk here. Absolutely, you know, I passed the torch of the greatsword on to you, and you ran with it, dude. Back in the day, if you were unaware, Duncan and me, when we first met, I was showing him some of the old school greatsword tech, and this man just was like, hey, Rune, it's cool. I appreciate you showing me the greatsword, but I'm going to come out here. I'm going to show you what it can really do.
Monster can do. This 6,000 hours later.
Oh, my God, yeah. The greatsword enjoyers, we will always be, Duncan.
Truly.
I do believe. We will always be the faith for the greatsword. I think we will always have a little bit of that copium in the back pocket there. But, I mean, it's such a great game one for us to come in on here. The way this played out, man, Zell coming in that Zypic 4 eliminations. Yeah. If he had made it just a little bit deeper, man, I mean, the situation he found himself in, though, very, very unfortunate. Not only one Fairy Shen in front of you when you've got to get rid of the Yang depletion, that's already tough because she's going to just kind of bait that fight out for a long time. But then to have Wang Liang show up and you to get sandwiched between two Fairies, like, it's such a terrible situation to be in. And he did an incredible job. He goes down bot side. He's able to find the armor swap and just trade it out there with our boy Wang Liang and just back and forth. And he almost comes out on top in that fight. But speaking of coming out on top, we can take a look at the leaderboard here for our Game 1 XCG's Wang Liang. No surprises here. 4 eliminations in a first place finish. A game score of 8.6. KLA's T225 finds 2 extra eliminations in that final circle to go to 3 and will walk away with that second place finish, meaning he gets a 6.2 game score. JDG's Chu Zhang and Zeldinch both with 4 eliminations each. Of course, Chu Zhang survives just a little bit longer, so he gets to walk away with that 5.8, and Zell gets to walk away with a game score of 4.9. Man, I mean, these are such tight game scores across the board, quite honestly. 4 kills the maximum, 3 players with 4 eliminations each. This was a very good game one.
You're absolutely right. I didn't think that we'd have, like, once it got to that few players, you know, we had so many kills on the board. There weren't all that many players left alive, but then it just got stalled for so long. I thought we were going to have a not so populated endgame, but I was wrong. We had about 5 to 6 players, something around that. In the end game, all scrapping it out. That double stack with the Barrier at the end, that was hilarious. Oh, hilarious. Truly, Wang Liang here with his takedown onto Mike. Mike did a decent job, but he just sent out those blue focuses, and Wang Liang was on the ball. Zelding, his fight against Spider, so unbelievably close. But look at that damage. You see that damage? It's just... It was crazy. Just crazy damage. Crazy damage. So much. And it's very, very hard to deal with that sort of thing when you don't really have all that many J's to work with. Yeah, it's just unique. Here, just getting cooked by Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang, he did start that engagement on the buttery rocks, and unfortunately, Unique wasn't able really to deal with it. Wang Liang, though, with a huge parry on that gold pulse sword, absolutely obliterating Zell at the very last moment. T225 here coming in. He does get the knockback. Boom! And then the double stack.
The little Russian nesting dolls, if you will.
Yes, exactly. Oh. You don't see that every day. It's rather funny to see. But Wang Liang coming away the MVP of our first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at these stats. He was, he was popping. He had some good. We saw his inventory. Remember, he had the gold fan, gold dagger, and the gold pulse sword and gold armor.
Yep.
Hey, 20,000 damage. Woo!
4 eliminations, 3 parries as well, and then coming in 5k damage coming in from skills and ultimates as well. He had the repair roll jabbing in the back pocket. He had soft step. There's the gecko foot we were looking for, and the juggernaut almost fully stacked here by the end of the game, no doubt. Absolutely huge set of soul jades here for him.
Absolutely. But hey, you know the drill. Speaking of sought after prizes, you know, hey, answer for treasures. It is, as we all have been going through for the longest time now. You know the drill. What's the player's highest kill in the match? Who had the highest number of kills in this match?
Well, it's the total number of highest kills. Was it 0 to 4, B 5 to 7, C 8 to 9, or D 10 plus? If you don't have the answer to this one, I need you to wake up because you're asleep at the wheel. We're at the pre-finals.
Exactly.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? And also make sure that you keep those eyes open and you keep those eyes locked onto those whispers and the chat, so that if you do end up being that lucky winner, the lucky one chosen out of all of the participants with that correct answer, that you don't miss the message telling you that you have won and that you can go and get your goodies to take into game with you.
Absolutely. And speaking of taking into the game, we're getting ready to head into game number 2 very shortly. This first game, absolutely wild. I'm expecting to see a lot of the same in terms of hero pick. I'm expecting to see 3 to 4 zippings during that first phase, and everybody else trying to figure out what they want to do. Probably lots of Faria Shen as well. She's very favored on this particular map. She also, you know, she has to scale into late game in terms of that weapon selection as well. So on those Firefly maps, she doesn't do quite as well in the early game because she's able to get that ultimate online, but she doesn't have the weapons to really back it up. So for a lot of these players, this is an optimal time to go ahead and get these Faria and zipping picks out so that they can utilize them the best they can. And then when they get to those later games, when they get to those Firefly maps, there's a lot of heroes they could potentially bring in that are going to do very, very well off of those Fireflies, especially if you're Panda Man. Panda Man coming in, of course, is going to be looking to use that Tarka early on here. But we've got another prediction for you guys. Make sure you head over to the website. You can also get there from your in-game client as well. Which of the following 2 players will achieve the most kills this match? Do you think it's going to be A, J-Team's Action, or B, DRG's Akuma? I'm going to give it to Akuma. I think Akuma's looking to pop off today. You know, he didn't really find the pop-off game he was looking for here. Zell was able to kind of come in and do him dirty a little early on there, but I got faith in DRG's Akuma.
I do as well. as we've talked about, Action, he's been popping off lately. So it could
go either way.
Yeah, it could go either way. There are only 2 choices, but make sure to get those choices logged in on the website so that you have a chance of winning those J-Cup goodies, ladies and gentlemen. But here we are getting ready to go into our second game of the day, the first pre-finals of J-Cup, ladies and gentlemen. Are you hyped? I'm hyped. I'm so ready. Give me some NARAKA.
Our boy Duncan over here looking like he's about to go to the next level. He's to ascend beyond Duncan to the next stage of Duncan.
Ultra dunking.
Duncan's going to run in here with not one, but double great swords.
Double great sword.
As we take a look here, plenty of these players looking to find their ascension as well here as we lock in for game 2. Man, Panda Man, so happy to see Panda Man here. You know, I want to take a moment to talk about Panda Man from last year. You know, last year Panda Man comes in, he's in rep change, and he misses the opportunity to come to J-Cup by a single elimination, less than a single point. Not only does he miss it on the final game, he breaks records in that final game, if I'm not mistaken. It was 14 eliminations in a solos lobby and a first place finish. The man absolutely dominated that lobby and still misses the opportunity by less than a point. We cut to him. It's such an emotional moment for Panda Man. He's crying on stage. I remember vividly writing a letter for them to send to him to, you know, let him know how proud we were of him as a player and that we hope to see him next year. And here he is. You know, he turned around and promised that he would make it this year after getting that letter, and he stayed good to his promise. Not only did he make it here, but he made sure he qualified for the finals. So Panda Man is going to be looking to come after these lobbies, mark my words.
Absolutely. And hey, You know me, I'm a big Panda Man enjoyer. He's going to be down on the 3rd round selection for these characters. We have Wang Liang, T225, Spider, and Akuma all picking first. Now, as you said, I do expect we will likely see more of the same. It's Holleroth, it's daytime. What are you gonna do? It's Feria zipping gaming, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is if you ban out zipping from the rest of the lobby and only the phase 1 people can run it, that means when you come back to these other players, they haven't had an opportunity to run zipping into Holleroth yet. So why would they not take that opportunity when given to them to come in and play zipping on the map that she's going to do best? Here we are, round 1 selection, no surprises, triple zipping's already coming into the lock for zipping, so she will be banned out immediately here after phase 1 as we head into our phase 2 hero selection. We will see 1 Feria Shen, we will see 2. Do we see the 3rd one, banning Feria out from our hero selection? There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Feria Shen will be banned from your hero selection, heading into your 4th phase. We're taking a look here at our boy GG Shaw, and GG Shaw, it's going to be 4 across the board and 4 across the board. So the only opportunity to see some of those interesting picks coming through is going to be right now, ladies and gentlemen. At the bottom, we're going to see Hottie being locked in by AOW's Mike. Then we're going to still see who our other 3 players are coming in. Takeda being locked in by Frosty Boy. We will see another Hottie being locked in by OUG's Panda Man, and J-Team's Action will also be locking in Hottie. It is going to be Hottie, Feria Shen, and Zipping Gaming.
Indeed it is. Frostivus is going to be the lone demon, the lone Takeda of the lobby. Hopefully he's going to be able to actually find ways to create opportunities for isolated 1v1s. Isolated 1v1s is what he wants. He's going to be looking to go to the realm of Yang. I would assume he definitely has shown that his realm of Yang win rate is pretty good. It is pretty solid. He did, in fact, the other day go up against a Feria in the realm of Yang as Takeda, and he was winning all the way until the very end. Unfortunately, be it greed or just tunnel vision on a specific opening for his combo or for his strategy, once the Feria came out of mech, cost him the fight as he was immediately comboed and just sent out of the realm of Yang with an L, unfortunately. But hey, Frostivus, he learns from his mistakes. He's gonna come in here, and I'm looking for him to go pretty crazy off the rip with the Takeda.
Absolutely.
We're gonna have to keep our eyes peeled for Frosty Boy. But yes, Hardy, Panda Man, Mike, Action, he's all picked up the Hardy for this game. 4 zippings, Wang Liang, Akuma, Spider, T225, Unique, Shah, Chuzeng, and Zeldink are all on that Feria, all running what you would expect, your F1 V3s for the Feria, F1 V1 for that zipping, and still, surprisingly, no V2 for the Honey. Now, we've talked about this. I'm going to give you the quick rundown. V1, 25 seconds, no fire, does damage. V2, 20 seconds, does do fire damage, but does a little bit less base damage. So it's a trade-off. The fire damage can be very beneficial into your Ferias, accessing the health bar directly, and your zippings as well, since you can cut the healing, can be very, very useful. However, I don't think we've seen a single player go for the V2 Hadi just yet this tournament. But hey, I can see what you're looking at. I see what you're looking at. There's a very
It's about to get spicy
It's
very
about to get
quickly.
oogly boogly, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, these boys bringing the oog and the boog as WB Spider here. We're going to cut to already with a blue weapon and some white armor under their belt. They're going to go ahead and pick up some of those lovely dandelions as well. They want to keep it cool and quiet because they know they hot dropped. And speaking of hot drops, Wang Liang and T225 extremely close. Look like it might be trading blows. Frostivus waiting in the wings nearby as well, but none of these fights have broken out just yet, and that's a huge surprise given the number of players that dropped on top of each other. Here we go, AOW's Mike into Panda Man. Oh my God, the charged LMB into the charged RMB conversion. Mike absolutely makes Panda Man disappear. WBG Spider getting juggled up here by the lovely GG shot coming in heavy. Spider going to be able to find the armor swap very quickly, though, to quickly turn back into this fight. GG shot trying to break away here, utilizing some of those scale rushes, looking for the opportunity to get a reset. We'll find it as WBG Spider says he wants nothing to do with this, but Shaw is thinking about turning back into this fight. The problem being is he doesn't have shield pots, but there we go, ladies and gentlemen. He finds a shop and very quickly remedies that situation as he turned now to T225 and Wang Liang. Oh my goodness, the charged LMB coming out of those dual blades, doing so much work onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang will find the charged LMB off of the dagger into the uppercut, but he's going to be forced to use the ultimate here. He's got so little charge left on it as T225 just starts to tear through him. T225 will go for the parry, will be punished for it off of the whiff, and T225 needs to look for the reset here. Wang Liang with the parry, though, picks up the purple dual blades here, but wants to keep taking the fight with the dagger. We'll find the charged RMB into the ground slam here, now turning into those purple dual blades he picked up off of T225. T225 trying to make it happen here with the fan. The uppercut coming in. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. The grapple re-combo from Wang Liang as he picks up his second elimination.
Beautifully done by Mr. Astro Brain Wang Liang. But here we are heading right on over to the little Oasis Spider, having taken down GG Shah with a lovely little longsword combo. And now 521 Unique, he's trying to aggress, he's trying to find an avenue to enter into this engagement, but unfortunately he gets parried off the rip. Unique drops down that pillar, takes a moment to try and potentially heal up or loot that body and find a slightly speedier weapon, but it doesn't look as though it's going to be enough to... it's not going to be enough to take down Spider, ladies and gentlemen. Spider, he's cooking him up, he's in the web, and he is demolished by Spider. WBG Spider picking up 2 kills so far this game. Very nice to see. A little bit of a contrast from our previous game. He did have one before, but hey, he's already beating out his first game's performance. Mike, now he's trying to pick up his second kill of the game. He's found Wang Liang. Wang Liang, he does have that purple armor. He has a little bit of a health advantage, and as well, he does have that purple fan. He's going to be able to do a considerable amount of damage. It does make up for the fact that Mike has that very aggressive ultimate, but we're going to be going over to Frostivus versus Mike. Frost has been forced to use this Takeda ultimate, having lost all of his armor. Spider now dropping down, armoring through that blue focus release with his own ultimate. Frost is trying to find a heal. He does have that advanced heal as well. This is going to come in very clutch for him here. Gets that read. He catches him coming around the corner. Gets the grapple reset. Goes for the pole sword scale rush as well. Unfortunately, he's not really able to transition that into all that much. Frost uses his F3 to armor through that situation, negate the pressure, and there it is! The staff into uppercut weapon swap with that purple pole sword. Juicy damage, taking down WBG Spider.
We turn now. AOW's Mike still giving on here to J-Team's Action. Both of these players on the hottie pick. Action not able to get away as AOW's Mike clutches out the elimination and is looking to leave the Soul Bloom behind because Realms of Yang going to be coming through very shortly, and Mike wants to have an out in case something doesn't go his way, ladies and gentlemen. Cutting back across the map here to GG's Shaw. Shaw here, who was on an interesting pick at last game, unfortunately did get eliminated earlier by WBG Spider, so now he's just looking to try to loot back up here. Wang Liang waiting in the distance, though. That purple staff going to be huge if he takes this engagement with Wang Liang, but Wang Liang looks like they're doing a little bit of weapon swap-a-rooney here. It's going to leave the purple pole sword chilling in the corner. Going to drop the other weapon there just because it might be a smaller visage waiting to see what's going to go down here between Sha and Wang Liang, if anything. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see where those Yangs come through very shortly. Mike and Wang Liang back at it again at the top of the order here. Mike looked to have been holding down Wang Liang earlier, and Wang Liang was able to break away. And then we saw the fight break out between AOW's Mike and J-Team's Action. And of course, Mike comes out on top of that, and Wang Liang here, hungry to have a repeat performance from last game. Mike is going to come over and see the body that he picked up earlier there. That was J-Team's Action, doing a little bit of shopping there off of it for some resources for himself, and still holding on to that Soul Bloom, but needs to be careful. If he gives that position away to another player, like this player who's about to go down, that Soul Bloom he has stashed might disappear, and I don't think he saw this player.
No, I think it's because it was originally.
Oh, it's
his
Action coming back.
His
yeah,
body. Yeah, he can't pick up the Soul Bloom from his own corpse.
Body, yep.
Yeah. So we have quite a few players here looking to go into these realms of Yang, posturing to get on in there, get oogly boogly. We've got Frostivus, T225, Akuma, all lurking at the portal, very close to Plume Castle. We have Pandaman and Zell in the north, Gigi Shah and Wang Liang both looking to go in on the center one. Action and Mike, it's a gentleman's agreement. They both want to go in. They both. Oh, I'm not sure if Wang Li. Wait, was it? No, sorry. Action. I'm not sure if he managed to make it in, but Mike certainly did, and he is met with the demon of the lobby right now. Frostivus on the Takeda. We're going to have to wait and see how this plays out. But Mike, he does have a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of effective health. Frostivus opening up with that F3, manages to get a decent amount of chip damage. Mike very quick to equalize. Frostivus sends out that vertical blue focus. Mike, what a huge parry! Gets that uppercut after the cancel into the blue focus, and now he's going for the ultimate. He's trying to take the initiative. Frostivus manages to hit him out of the air on that entry, and again reads it twice back to back. Frostivus, he only has one blade left remaining, and he sends it out. Mike baits it out. He's able to force him to use it, and it looks as though it might be over. Mike sends him out without a Soul Bloom, and he's gonna have to try and find one to stay alive.
Yeah, it looks like Gigi Shah also going to win his Realm of Yang, as it's going to be AOW's Mike and Gigi Shah who are going to be picking up that Vermilion Bird's Might and heading back out to the map here. There we go. You can see him popping in the top right-hand corner there. OUG's Pandaman, of course, going to lose his Realm of Yang into Gigi Shah. So Pandaman also going to be on the hunt for one of those Soul Blooms. As we pack back to Frostivus here, Frostivus coming into the zone. He might have a body stashed if he's going to spawn this close here through the edge of the zone. Frostivus, yep, here we go. No questions about it, ladies and gentlemen.
The one that Spider dropped,
yep.
I think. Yeah.
He's coming out. He knows he's got one out here, looking to see where it is. He needs to be careful,
Heal
though.
up.
Yeah, that heal cut going to take any time now. He should probably drop a heal pot here very soon. There it is.
Wait, is it there?
Where's the body? No, it's not there, Frostivus. Oh, no. Very unfortunate here for turn of events for our Frosty boy. As we cut back to the winners of our Realm of Yang, AOW Mike going head-to-head here with Gigi Shah. Gigi Shah trying to come out and make something happen. About equal here in terms of damage, but now Shah going to take a little bit of damage coming in. The armor swap there for AOW's Mike. Mike more than happy to take the armor swap here and continue the fight with Gigi Shah. Shah trying to come back down here on the bottom side to get away from Mike, but Mike going to keep the pressure up. There we go. Mike able to get the read there and finds the clank on the whites. Now into the carousel. The bow shot steal from Akuma, though. Akuma comes in and finds an elimination, and God, this is why I love DRG's Akuma. He always shows up at the weirdest times. The boy comes out of nowhere. Mike on the back foot, going to take the armor swap yet again into the white. DRG's Akuma just putting the schmooze onto AOW's Mike, but Action's going to run it back. Ladies and gentlemen, comes in and finds it on to AOW's Mike. Oh my goodness, wait, is that another run back? Gigi Shah is back again.
Everyone is very heated at the moment. All of these run backs. Gigi Shah having had a bit of a, I would have said that he might have been a bit scarred off of his first game salty run back, considering that he immediately reses and then does in fact get taken down, but he does not care. He is in it. He is playing very aggressive, and hey, so far it didn't go too badly this game. Frostivus though, he's not in the best of positions. He needs to find himself a Soul Bloom. Sadly, it did get the one that he'd had stashed away has been picked up by another player. Well, here we are, another player in a similar situation. Pandaman does have that health advantage. He's trying to take down Spider though, but Spider with that zipping mobility, he's on the move with that fan as well. The scale rushes is so speedy, so unbelievably hard to catch and keep hold of. Pandaman, he's still chasing though. He's taking his time. He looked to heal up real quick before he continued the chase. It looks as though he's about to do so. But Frostivus, we've gone all the way back to our demon boy. He's only got 1 minute remaining on that Yang depletion, and he has X-Shin in his sights. X-Shin forced to use that F2, taking a little bit of damage. He's trying to follow up. It looks as though they may have... Oh, X-Shin, did he break the ankles? I think he may have. AOW Mike is now the focus. Frostivus almost gets that weapon swap combo, but Mike using that F2, able to disengage Mike, committing the ultimate here. I think he senses the desperation out of Frostivus, and he is not about it. He does not want to get grieved in this situation. He does cancel the ultimate. Frostivus, he knows he needs to find somebody to take down, but it's not... Oh, I don't think it's going to be possible, and I think Frostivus, he's going to take the L. He's going to go and find himself a little corner to slowly fall over into the night.
So unfortunate for Frosty Boy here. The swap there by Wang Liang as he runs through, he loses track of which hottie is which, and there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Frostivus is going to lay on his sword. So will OUG's Pandaman. Both of them going to die to Yang depletion. This is a rare sight indeed. We very rarely see both players coming out with the Yang depletion dying together like that. So very, very interesting turn of events as we get ready to move into our second set of Realms of Yang. A lot of players posturing to try to take these Realms of Yang. AOW's Mike, GG Shaw, of course JT's Action as well. It's going to be Mike versus Shaw, ladies and gentlemen, inside our Realm of Yang, and Action versus DRG's Akuma. Mike here with the legendary longsword into GG Shaw's legendary nunchucks. I do believe it's Hottie versus Feria, and we're going to see how this matchup plays out. Mike going airborne here, looking for some of those pistol shots, is able to avoid the aerial R&B there coming in. Some damage being found here by GG Shaw, but not enough as AOW's Mike finds a ton of damage conversion off of the longsword here. Goes for the overhold, is forced out of the neutral there as the parry whiff comes a little too late for him to capitalize on. There we are going to see the Feria going up into mech form. Mike gonna get a full pot off here while taking a little bit of damage. Able to dodge backwards away here, able to dodge again, and Mike going to look for some more of these pots. He's able to find one. Oh, that's a lot of damage coming in, though. Mike able to find one more pot. He needs to dodge this next one yet again. He's able to dodge two. He's able to dodge three. Mike will find the full heal, ladies and gentlemen. And now he's got the ultimate coming in. There's not much Shaw can do about this. Oh, my God. There's so much damage being ripped out. And GG Shaw basically stands still as AOW's Mike tears him apart.
Oh, my goodness. That was obliteration right there from AOW's Mike, taking him up to 4 eliminations in this game. Very nice showing from him. I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see the Oogly Boogler at it again. And yes, as it did look as though he was simply just stood still, but that is just how much you can get off of that triple charge. He perfectly timed it on his way out of that mech, and he just gets all of that follow-up. It is, quite frankly, just really, really, really strong. And it's that exactly why we've been seeing it picked up time and time again so far in this year's J-Cup. Here we are, GG Shaw with that Yang depletion. He is joined the herd of fighters, the Zippings and the Farriers, and he's looking to try and pick up this Soul Bloom to cleanse that Yang depletion. We have DRG's Akuma, who's won his Realm of Yang, lurking around. GG Shah takes a little bit of chip damage. He may have been made into the target here, but it doesn't look like they're going to be committing just yet. We have X-Shin, who lost out to DRG Akuma, only on that blue armor. Ooh, he's found himself Zell. He's found another blue armor gamer, but he takes a little bit of chip damage on the entry. Wants to use that F2 now. He's trying to get a reset. Zell, I think, with that musket, managed to get a little bit more chip. Zell is playing around, he's playing footsies with these dual blades. He does not have his ultimate available just yet, so he is trying to buy a little bit more time before fully committing to this fight. This is also a very dangerous place to be having a fight, as you have these purple hands coming out of the ground, out of the sand, that if you step on or if you just knock in any way, they send out this explosion that will silence anyone within a certain area of effect. And if you get silenced at a bad time, it can mean your demise.
Yeah, and it's a very long silence
indeed,
too. I do believe it's the longest silence in the game. If you run into one of them, you'll be very surprised how long it actually locks you out of doing certain things. As we take a look, we cut back here to GG Shot, DRG's Akuma going head-to-head here, trading blows. Both the winner of their respective realm of Yang. They're going to back away, though, and try to let some of these other fights take place. As Shaw going to eat a huge scale rush, though. Somebody getting picked up. Zeldin going to be picked up by J-Team's Action. Action, I'm not sure whether he was able to cleanse the Yang depletion or not. Oh my good golly gee. GG Shaw coming in here, looking to go topside. The Yang depletion here on GG Shaw, ticking away, ladies and gentlemen. He's got to find an elimination very shortly. AOW's Mike out here looking for something as well. Wang Liang on the backside. Shaw not really happy about his lot in life, given here that AOW's Mike comes out on top of him in that realm of Yang and forces him to come out here and take these bad fights. And unfortunately, it is a lobby full of hotties, zippings, and farias, and he goes down. Oh my goodness, to AOW's Mike. Salt in the wound comes in and says, I'm gonna beat you in the Yang. I'm gonna beat you out of the Yang. AOW Mike up to 5 eliminations right now. DRG's Akuma is sitting on 3, as well as XCG's Wang Liang. WBG Spider still in the lobby, holding things down with 2 kills, and of course XCG's, J-Team's Action also holding down 2 eliminations. Things getting very interesting as we are your top 6. Zone 3 collapsing onto Zone 4, which means we're going to see that first set of Moore's Blessings coming through with those legendary armors, and many of these players going to be trying to lock into it. J-Team's Action, though, as we start talking about him, we turn back. He's so low. He gets sniped out of the air. WBG Spider goes to 3 as he sends Action back to the lobby. Wang Liang and Spider now trading some blows here. Wang Liang going to invest the F and back away. DRG's Akuma, though, coming in with the Benthic Descent. Sends WBG Spider reeling, ladies and gentlemen. He's forced to invest the F and the ultimate just to try to get the full reset here. T225 going to burn the bell to get a little bit of information about the players around them. Spider going to start taking some shots here from T225. Spider not wanting anything to do with this, given that he just burned his F and his ultimate, and he's starting to find a little bit of rage to build back in. Will break away from this fight, but it's going to be AOW's Mike who finds the box and puts his hands on that legendary set of armor.
Indeed, and it looks as though he also managed to pick himself up a legendary pole sword. We talked about it quite a bit at this point. Pole sword has become a staple in these end games to keep yourself alive, as you can stay on the move and exert pressure simultaneously. But in the kill feed just there, I think we saw Wang Liang taking down Spider. It may have been a third-party situation. Akuma also very low HP. He could have come in and stolen it away, but we will never know, at least not for the moment. Akuma narrowly avoiding being eliminated here as well. Wang Liang forcing him to use that ultimate. He's now fully disengaged, thankfully, for Akuma. Wang Liang going up to 4 kills, 4 eliminations in this game. And speaking of the number 4, we've only got 4 players left alive as well. AOW's Mike topping the leaderboard right now with 5 kills. And here we are, we've got the replay. It was, in fact, a third-party situation. Wang Liang catching Spider, trying to go through a window, just overholding and then catching him on the drop down there. Very nicely done by Wang Liang in the right place at the right time, the calculated time, and there it is.
Look, Wang Liang be in the kitchen cooking right now. That's all I got to say. This man is one of those guys who walked in, he opens up his jacket, he's got the full spice rack on deck, you know what I'm saying? He said, I've come here to cook everybody. Wang Liang back-to-back huge games already here in our pre-finals. He's got 4 eliminations right now. He's top 4. AOW's Mike with 5 eliminations, and now the two of them trading blows here as we speak. Wang Liang trying to get away here, waiting for that F to come back on cooldown. Will find it, and just needs to keep things moving here while he lets his F do the work. Unfortunately, he's going to eat a cannon shot. A little bit of a movement error input there as he hits the side of the tree. He's going to feel forced to go topside. Now he's feeling forced to invest in the ultimate as well. Wang Liang, oh my goodness, the whole lobby hungry for the elimination. There's really no place he can go. He's caught out in the middle. No way for him to break the ankles here. He's got forced to keep the ultimate. Oh my god, Phoenix Blast coming in through the door. Wang Liang gets put into timeout. There's no place for him to go. He's stuck in the tent. The scale rush, he will get away. Okay. Oh my goodness, Mike finds the elimination though. It goes to 6.
Woo-hoo-hoo! AOW Mike, he is tearing it up in this second game of the day. Speaking of getting teared up, but Akuma, oh, he's getting focused down by T25 and by Mike. He's not got any armor, just a tiny little sliver. He does not have his ultimate to work with either. The Velocity Untold taking the rest of that armor clean off. Akuma, he's trying to escape. He's trying to use these buildings. He does manage to find... Oh, no, wait, it was the Mike. Mike managing to find the parry with that longsword, taking T225 out of the equation and then isolating Akuma for himself, going up to 7 eliminations, sending out these Phoenix Blasts left and right. He's just doing all the damage he can. He does not care. He has that F2 to cover. If he does have his turn taken back, it is exactly what happens. He uses that F2. He loses a little bit of health, but it's nothing too big. Oh, but that's a little chunky. He eats a big chunk from those nunchucks, from that Velocity Untold, and now he's getting chipped down by the pistol shots. If he manages to make it into the tent, he does in fact make it in. He doesn't have too much to work with though. He's just trying to get this full heal, I imagine. There it is. He cancels the ultimate, keeping about 25%. He's going to look to try and re-engage very shortly. So is T225. He does have the advantage. He does have that zipping ult to work with. But it might not be enough, especially if Mike is going to hit him with this beautiful terrain combo, getting him off the roof into the carousel, demolishing all of that armor. T225, he's still on the move. He's trying to stay evasive. He's trying to get out of dangers, but oh my, the parry coming in from Mike. The longsword sap with the gold longsword doing so much damage. Oh, T225, he does find the armor swap. He's still on the move. His ult's out for the count. He has no F to work with. He has no way to lever any of these. Oh my, there it is. And Mike with the grapple combo into Phoenix Blast takes the second game of the day.
What did I tell you? AOW's Mike was not going to take the disrespect of day one, lying down once we got to the pre-finals here, where it really matters. AOW Mike picking up 8 eliminations and a first place finish here, ladies and gentlemen. What a huge game coming in from AOW's Mike. A big game yet again for XCG's Wang Liang, though, who is still is, I think, just now.
Look at him.
I think this kill edges Mike just above him now, back into first place. But Wang Liang still having 2 big games back-to-back here, keeping the consistency alive. AOW's Mike super happy. Wang Liang clearly not happy about this turn of events.
No.
Because he thought he was going to win this lobby, and then he all of a sudden just gets completely targeted out by the entirety of the lobby. There's no escaping for him. He even lands that massive scale rush, gets outside the 10, and Mike is just waiting right there with the tip of that longsword. He's like, whoop, you thought you got away? Whoop, bye.
No. I love that Mike and Spider sat next to each other and they're just having a chat. They're just having a natter after the game. You know, just, oh, yeah, but did you see this? Oh, I hit him with this and that. Oh, it was so funny, man.
We love it. We absolutely love it here. Oh, what a good game at number 2 this was, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely blessed we are here with some good NARAKA. And this is just pre-finals.
Yeah.
These points absolutely matter for these boys, but don't get me wrong. You can bet when we go to our 6 finals games in Chengdu, we are going to see some craziness come out.
Yes. Oh, yes, indeed. Hey, Mike, how many kills is that?
Yeah, 8 kills, 8 eliminations coming through for AOW's Mike. Huge, absolutely huge. 8 and a first place finish. I do believe is 15 or 16 total points for the game when we go back and look at the points and the conversion. Just huge coming in for Mike. But Mike's not finished yet. He's still got 4 games left to play today. He's in first place now. You can bet he's going to keep bringing the heat.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He is, you know, when he gets into that mood, you know, when he gets into that really happy, he's just like, ah! You know, when he's in that mood, that's when he's feeling himself. He's having a good time. He's having fun. And it shows. It really shows. He's popping off. That flank that he did on Wang Liang coming out the door, thing is, he did that preemptively. He knew that the other players were going to chase him into that little entrance at the back of the 10. So he went up and over, came out the other side, come in, boom. They just completely cut off all avenues of escape, and closes out that kill. Very, very nice. Also, getting that huge barrier onto T225, preventing T225 from continuing the chase onto DRG Akuma, taking DRG Akuma for himself, and then having that isolated fight afterwards. Even without his ultimate in that final engagement, still able to come away with the dub. Very, very nice to see.
Yeah, you know, it's one of the very few weaknesses that Zipping has is once those abilities have been spent and burnt, if you're able to catch them in something like a carousel that you can grapple extend in a 1v1, it's very hard for them to do anything about it. They might as well just take their hands off the keyboard and mouse and wait for you to finish that combo out before they do anything. And when you're that low into Legendary Longsword, into Phoenix Blast, odds are you're never going to get to put your hands back on the controls.
No, definitely not. Imagine if he'd had Hector as well. Hector would have been the icing on the cake, but he did not. He was just playing around with that Phoenix Blast. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 14.2 points on the board for AOW Mike. 8 kills to his name. Wang Liang coming in second with 6.7 points. 4 kills, Akuma with 3, Spider with 3, Action with 2, and then a few others. We got T225, Chazelle, and Frost, all with 1 kill each. Pandaman, Unique, Chuzeng, unfortunately weren't able to put any on the board. It is what it is. But, hey, I know for sure, Unique, aggressive player. Unfortunately, he's not able to make it happen right now, but, you know, this is just a horror of.
Oh yeah,
it's just a horror of games, and hey, you know it. Those gamers coming over from SEA, they like to get ugly in those Firefly scenarios with all of those aggressive characters.
Look, you can bet Zell has something planned out for those Firefly maps as well. The crazy strategy coming out from Zell Game 1, I don't think we talked about it enough. You touched on it. Dropping on podium to guarantee he instantly scales to the highest level damage he can for his ultimate, and then it brings Zai into the lobby. huge big brain play, like absolutely massive brain play. As we take a look at the overall scores here, you can see Frosted is unique at GG Shaw rounding out the bottom of the table here. J-Team's Action in that 9th position with a 3.4 earned in last game. OUG's Panda Man holding on to 8th right now with a 4.6. DRG's Akuma with a 5.4. These guys right here, a lot of work to do, but it is only 2 games deep. We haven't headed into that second half yet as we take a look at AOW's Mike here off the back of a 14.2 game score here for game number 2. Will move into that first place position with a total game score of 17.6. Wang Liang keeping the consistency strong in second place right now with 15.3, but crucially an 8.6 in game 1 and a 6.7 in game 2. KLA's T225 currently in 3rd place with a total score of 9.7. WBG Spider in a position he's not really used to being in right now. A 7.4 is not that strong of a place for WBG Spiders, but AS's Zelding off the back of a good performance in game 1 comes in here and is able to lock down 6.5 right now and is currently holding on to 5th place. JDG's Chu Zhang was off to a tear in game 1. Unfortunately, this game was a complete donut for him. He walks away with 0 points, but this is a player who's very, very interesting. Typically throughout the seasons for our first 2 years here, JDG's Chu Zhang has been one of those players we have not talked about a lot at all because he's always kind of in the middle of the pack. And he's like, he's not an at-risk player, but he's not a really strong player either in terms of his scores. Coming in now here, coming into our group stages and here in our pre-finals, he really is looking like a totally different player. He's just coming in and looking to blitz lobbies.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very happy to see KLA at T25 getting up to the top of the leaderboard. He's not in the top 2's position, you know, top 2 both in double digits. But hey, it's good to see. I'm a big fan of T25, fellow Tarka enjoyer. Hey, get up there, big dog. Get up there. You're an oogler. You're the definition of an oogler. Hey, I want to see it. But Zell, again, he's managing to pick up a kill here. Very nice. Oh, Mike, I just it's so just watching this is it's just because it's so new still. It just almost looks a little silly, just like zoom, just flying through the air, trying to catch each other. Winged men just like chasing each other through the air. Here we are, another one. WG Spider.
Just the snipe onto Action there, yeah.
Oh, look at his face. Oh, surprised.
Action's
like
like
what?
He's like, wait a minute, I didn't get away with that?
Wait,
how in the
what?
world?
What the
heck? Oh my goodness.
Exactly.
And then AOW Mike, he closes out this game so strong. He was on 4 eliminations when there were 5 players left in the lobby, and he manages to find every single elimination on every single player left remaining alive and close it out for a game score that was absolutely huge. 14.2 as we take a look here. 27,000, almost 28,000 damage, 8 eliminations, 3 parries, 16,000 of that damage coming in from the longsword. He's got Razor Swift, he's got Phoenix Flash, he's got Whirling Slash. Juggernaut yet again rearing its ugly head here on the MVP's screen. Ripple Step and Phantom Step, and he's got that longsword sap. That sap, absolutely huge. Came in clutch in that fight with the zip in the end.
It did indeed. It just does so much damage. And the healing, the chunky healing is beautiful. But look at that, 16,000 damage with the longsword. 7.5 with the fan. Not all that much coming out from the ultimate there.
Yeah,
the Plume Blade is the weapon that Huddy uses in his ultimate, that Gauntlet Blade. You know, he didn't actually use it all that much. It looked as though he may have used it to close out a couple kills, but other than that, it was mainly just that golden longsword putting in work with that grapple combo, with the Phoenix Blast. Off of the Phoenix Blast as well, you can typically get a hold dodge into a vertical hit while they're still staggered on the ground, and you can look to try and tech chase on their dodge off of their wake up option. Very nice, very, very strong weapon and setup, and he showed us how it's done. But here we are yet again. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Answer for treasures. Make sure to get your answers into the chat of this question. The question is, which melee weapon did this match's MVP deal the most damage with? We were literally
just talking about
this, you should probably know which it is. The possible answers are A, dual helmets, B, staff, C, pole sword, or D, others.
Yeah.
Others.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you were paying attention for this, and just like hopefully you were paying attention for this, you were paying attention to the whispers here on Twitch, because if you are the lucky winner, that's how we're going to be reaching out to you. But before we come back and lock in for our third game of the day, we've got a short video for you, so don't go anywhere.
今年春夏季赛，8个周冠，2个总冠，麦克和 Spider 拿了9个，可以说是统治了今年的联赛。去年 Spider 拿下了联赛以及捷杯的冠军，那今年麦克能包揽所有冠军吗？
一开始是在天人里面很猛嘛，然后看他们打捷杯看得很爽，然后我想打，但是我当时又未成年，成年先打了个锦鲤杯，然后发现这种感觉很舒服，第一赛季开赛了我就去了。S1 的我表现是比较一般的，4个双周1个周冠都没有拿下，因为自己的紧张失误，然后犯了很低级的错误，把自己的冠军是拱手让人了。打了1年，然后 S2 他来了。
最开始想来打职业是因为当时打游戏认识的那些朋友都来打职业了，然后我也来想试一下。打职业的目的就是为了看一下自己的上限吧。其实我打职业的时候其实没有想的特别多，大脑就放空的就去打嘛，然后结果出奇的比较好，所以说不要给自己太多的压力。
想过这个人可能厉害，但是没想过能这么猛。
就当时后面几把连续发挥都不是特别好，但是最后一把就是自己给自己的压力太大了，就导致操作就很变形，刚开局就直接淘汰了嘛。T2我还活着嘛，就自己反正就压力特别大，最后结束那一刻才就是积累了1局的压力都释放出来。你拿下冠军的那一刻和之后的那一段时间都是比较吸引我的，因为就也很有成就感嘛，就之前的努力也没有白费。
看到Spider拿下 S2 冠军和捷杯冠军的时候，就是手很痒嘛，很想跟他就是在赛场上交手一下，就跟他比划比划。然后我当时 S3 打的时候就觉得第一次接触的一个大赛了，这个就是压力来源，然后还有下面就这么多支持的观众什么的，如果这2年都打不过的话，感觉有点对不起自己。
当时春季赛没能拿下最后的冠军，哭的时候是因为当时做了很多的准备来准备这个决赛嘛，没有办法，就很无力那种感觉。明明已经做了那么多准备，但是就是到时候就是没用出来嘛。而且当时是发烧了，
感觉有点五味杂陈吧。就是他那种哭不是那种没有夺冠那种哭，而是那种可能那种惋惜的哭，那个状态就是来得太晚了，然后这种无力感。就一开始就觉得他那种性格就是那种摆个臭脸的那种性格，你知道吧？就觉得这个人他很难接近，就不好聊。后面包括一些活动安排什么都在一块的，然后后面发现，哎，聊开了，然后就 OK 了。
可能别人觉得我也看起来不是很好说话的样子，就是我的性格可能很容易造成误会吧。就别人见你的第一面可能觉得啊你是一个很不友善的人，但其实并不是。在场下我觉得他比较开朗吧。我俩在一起的时候，可能他会说70%的话，我就会说30%的话。其实我对大拜的印象，从刚开始打单排的时候到现在是一样的，就是一个很强劲的对手啊。游戏里是对手，生活中就是朋友。在赛场上，他是一个就不到最后一刻他都不会放弃的选手。我觉得这种精神很值得我去学习。
他的今年的状态就是也是比较热的，然后我也不敢说我是能100%拿下的。
就拿得下就开心吧，拿不下就加油呗，就也改变不了太多什么，就是尽力能去打好就行。
这一次捷杯的话，如果算10胜的话，我可能有个5到6成吧。
我觉得我有50%的把握吧，剩下的就要看临场交给运气了。
你要打败的永远只有你自己。
作为一个职业选手，对自己的实力不自信的话，那就不要当职业选手了。
Friends in real life and rivals on the battlefield. AOW's Mike and WBG Spider. I think we can learn a lot from the relationship between these two players. It's such a heartfelt story. Being here, watching them, getting to see how they perform on the stage and how they interact with one another, Duncan. I mean, it really says a lot about us here at the NBPL, here at the J Cup, here for all of the players in the community that is NARAKA. There's no place in the world I could think I would rather be than to be here for J Cup. No community I would rather be a part of than the NARAKA community. These guys are incredible, and we're lucky to be a part of that journey.
No, absolutely. I could not agree more with that sentiment. I am on the same wavelength. I completely agree. Best community I've ever been a part of, and I think a lot of us can say the same. A lot of people can say the same. But hey, you know the drill. You know the drill. You have to get your predictions in for this coming game up on the website. Go to the website, you can access it through the client as well. You have to make sure to answer this question. Which of the following two players will achieve the highest survival rank in this match? If identical, the one with the most remaining HP will win. Will it be A, Frostivus, or B, Wang Liang, Mr. Astro Brain, or the Icy Man himself? Make sure to get your predictions in. This is a tough one, right? Because Frostivus hasn't had the two best games starting out here in the pre-finals, but I expect to see him pick things up. So this could very well be Frostivus's game. That said, on the flip side of the coin, Wang Liang has been so consistent in the last two games coming in. He's very much always at the top, always in the end. So I don't know, chat. This one, I'm agree with Duncan on this one. We're gonna have to leave this one for you guys to decide because, man, it's a tough choice as we take a look here. We are getting ready to lock in for this third game. Zeldink here as we take a look, man. This player has really surprised me today. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still reeling from his 4 elimination Zai game. In the very beginning, he comes in, he takes a pick we don't think of. Big brain strat as well, like you said, dropping onto podium so that he can guarantee the maximum power scaling for that ultimate from the rip and immediately going to look to take fights and win fights with it. I mean, huge plays coming from Zeldink. This is somebody, you know, I criticized him during the group stages for double locking the Viper pick. I think he's got some more stuff up the sleeve. I'm interested to see what it's going to be, Duncan. No, I completely agree. It's definitely always nice to see a little bit of variety coming into these games, into these lobbies. As when you're playing at this level, you do need to be playing the best possible characters. But hey, if you can mix it up, just catch someone slipping and not ready for something like the Viper or the Zai, you can come away with quite a lot of value, as Zell managed to do in our first game. But here we are, our third game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, our final Holoroth game of the day, and also our final non-Firefly game of the day. And let's take a look at these character selections. We have Zell, choosing Unique, and Shah all picking first. Now, I envision we'll probably see more of the same. Few zippings off the rip, maybe some Faria, and then a few bits and bobs, you know, some Huddies, maybe a Takeda or two, something along those lines.
Yeah, I was very surprised how much Hottie we did get in the last match. I really expected some of these players to save that Hottie for these Firefly maps. So time is going to tell what that stage pick is going to be, but here we are for your first phase, and no surprise zipping being locked in already, but are we going to see, there it is. Oh, a Tessa pick coming in from Zell. I really like this. Zell did exceptionally well on this Tessa pick in previous days. This is a hero.
GG Shah.
Oh my goodness, Shaw gonna be bringing the Zai pick in as well. We're gonna see the lovely, lovely Faria Shin getting double picked here, but we still have zipping available. Nobody's been banned out yet here in game number 3. The twist has been activated. Nobody saw this coming from GG Shaw. Zell, I could potentially see that pick coming in. Zipping still available as we head into phase 3. Faria will not be, though. We're going to see KLA's T225 locking in the Takeda. WBG Spider locking in Takeda as well. And who are the 2 other picks going to be? Nobody knows the number of zips that have been locked in. So these picks could be quite interesting.
Ooh,
More
another
Takeda.
Takeda. You know, I was about to call it. I was about to say, I bet we see Wang Liang's Takeda, one of the big pioneers of taking a character like Takeda on one of those lobbies, one of those games that you would typically see Farias and Zippings and that sort of thing, and trying to sort of flip it on its head, go for those realms of Yang and trying to find these isolated fights. Because in terms of actual dueling potential, if you manage to lock down some of these characters when they don't have an escape, they're cooked. You know, Takeda will absolutely obliterate you. So you gotta be careful.
Yeah.
And, hey, there's quite a few Takedas running around in this game. We have that Spider as well. Woo! Exciting. I think it was T225 as well in the last one, also as Takeda. Man, not that much Hardy. We had 1 Hardy at the very end. Yeah, 4 Farias, I think it was. Wait, what? Yep. Wait. Did Pandaman pick Taka?
Wait, did he?
Whoa, where did that come from?
Was a selection change made? Hold on. The Pandaman's gonna be playing Tarka into this lobby? Hello? What? Excuse me? Hold on.
Yo.
Gotta take a look here. GG Shaw on that side will be running the V2 F1. No real big surprises there in terms of the ability choices. Taking a look at Zell, who's gonna be running V2 F1 on the Tessa.
Yep. Not surprising. Now, we talked about this. I talked about this with Moxie a little bit, how Tessa, or Zell, was taking V2 to try and deal with these Hardys. So if they do disengage, fly up to the sky, you can do a little bit of damage to that orange health bar. Meaning so that if that's that much less damage you need to do to knock them out of flight. But Pandaman, my boy, rocking the Fire Dog on game number 3. I love to see it.
Look, I expected to see Tarka. I'm not gonna lie, but I expected to see Tarka coming out for Pandaman on these Firefly maps, where he can really utilize that ultimate to his advantage. He does have Firefly cages he could potentially drop onto and immediately pick that ultimate back up, especially if he heads up towards Yueshan Ruins there. But time is going to tell. This is quite the interesting choice coming in from the Pandaman.
Indeed. It definitely can work. You know, the lobby isn't completely chock full of Farias and Zippings. There's Takeda, there's a Hardy. There is obviously some zipping. There's a couple Zippings, I think, were picked in the first stage. And then we have 4 Farias. Yeah, and then we have a Tessa and a Zai. So Zai isn't really the best matchup for Taka, not so great. All the rest of them are, some of them are a little bit better than others. It depends on the situation. So for example, with Takeda, if Takeda doesn't have the ability to make enough space between himself and Taka, as in he doesn't have enough room to move around so that he can waste Taka's ultimate timer, because that is one of the keys to coming out on top in the Takeda versus Taka matchup. Instead of going for those situations where you look to read the punch timing, you simply try and run down the clock just a little bit, since your ultimate not only lasts longer, but if you don't use the actual demonic blades, the Furin's blasts, during that ultimate timer, you keep the rage.
Yeah, well, not only that, but into that matchup, realistically, if you're Tarka, the objective is to land a hit confirm into uppercut before they activate the ultimate, because then he has no way out of the infinite. There is just nothing that Takeda can do to get away. And like you said, it is all about timing. You were trying to hold on to that ultimate as Takeda to buy yourself an opening so that you have those Furins to buy yourself out of the potential infinite, but because Tarka Ultimate lasts as long as it does, you have to run that clock out just a little bit so you don't end up in a position where you spend them too early and then all of a sudden you're still getting infinited anyway.
Absolutely. You can always potentially look for the raw dragon, you know, with the katana, just straight up, not in ultimate to start with. You get that uppercut on the katana, you activate the ult at the top of the uppercut animation, pushes the player forwards, catch them with the aerial LMB, instant dodge cancel into the uppercuts. And you just keep it going and prevent the ultimate from being activated completely, but because you're doing it without having committed your ultimate before the uppercut, it's sort of out of nowhere, you know, like it's the perfect transition into it. And it's rather devastating if you're able to pull it off consistently. However, as a Takeda, you should not get infinite. You should not be getting infinite. Realistically, you should always be using your ultimate like before you even come close to it. You have the liberty to do that because your ultimate lasts longer and because you can keep the charge if you don't use the blades. There's no reason not to use your ultimate.
Agreed wholeheartedly. As we take a look, Sha locking in here. This game's going to be very, very interesting. I'm so excited for us to go ahead and get locked in and get going here. I'm not quite sure why we haven't started just yet. It looks like we are about to go ahead and move right on into the start of this match. Finally, there we go. Okay, Panda Man not going to be on the Tarka. I think maybe there was a misinput or something during the selection phase, and that's why we saw Panda Man on the Tarka. He is indeed locked in on that Fairy Shin pick that he was locking, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to go back to kind of the standard, but we do have a lot more Takeda this time around. We do have GG Sha coming in and deciding that he wants to run that Zai, and Zell continuing with the interesting picks will be coming in on that Tessa.
Indeed. I think it's a pretty strong pick. The F1 allowing you to have not one but two instances of protection. Once you use it, you then have those little foxfire flames floating around you for a certain amount of time that if you get hit, you will knock somebody away. It can be dodged, but still, it is very, very useful. The V2 being usable at 55%, giving you a lot of skirmishing power, able to dip in and out of fights out of populated areas, high traffic areas, allows you to fight. And then with V2 as well, you're going to be receiving that healing on the pop, on the activation of that charm at the very end of your ultimate. So that in itself can also be extremely handy in those later zones when you aren't all that topped up on healing. Can be very, very useful in the heal off.
Taking a look here at DRG Akuma yet again dropping on podium. This time though, crucially, he's not going to be contested by Zell. So DRG Akuma going to be coming into this game pretty early on with probably a legendary weapon or a legendary set of armor under his belt. Time is going to tell as we get ready to kick things off here in Game 3. Taking a look in on to Wang Liang, looking to find a little bit of loot here, but nothing too crazy off the rip for him here. Frostivus with that blue dagger under his belt, also trying to just go ahead and get some loot there as we turn immediately over here to Panda Man versus, I do believe that's J-Team's Action. Action with the armor advantage here, both of them on a blue dual halberds. Panda Man gonna find that RMB coming in off of the dual halberds. He finds it twice, and all of a sudden that armor advantage is not much of an advantage there for Action. Action doesn't look like he's got the shield pots to heal up, so he's gonna be forced into a white armor swap here just to keep the fight going here with Panda Man. And Panda Man very happy about this. Ooh, coming in there with the LMB off of those dual halberds, will have the pot to reset again. Action trying to find a health pot, but again, I don't believe he has any shield pots here in the tank, so he's got to take this fight one way or the other. Trying to come back in. He catches him on the upper there. He catches him again. Looks for the scale rush, misses it, but will go back to the neutral here. Loses out to the 0.9 there, but we will find his own coming off of the RB from the dual halberds. Will pick up that elimination and a purple set of armor. A huge start there for OUG's Panda Man. As we see Zell go down to 5-2-1's Unique continuing the fight here with JDG's Chu Zhang as well in quite a good position off the back of this. Still using white dual halberds here, but got a little bit of an armor advantage there into JDG's Chu Zhang looking for it, but the RMB coming in off the dual halberd is going to do a lot of favors for him. Unique with the F available. GG Sha going to show up, and now Unique wanting to break away from this fight. Sha going to pressure in onto this. He wants to see if he can pick up the elimination. The ultimate going to come in to save Chu Zhang there, and Unique wants to turn back onto this fight.
Absolutely, he does not want to let Chu Zhang get away with this engagement, not going so well for him. He does cut Noise completely, though. I think he might have gotten away with it. He actually gets out without having lost any more health. He just completely cuts the Noise. No healing, no nothing, waiting, biding his time. Very nicely done with the foresight to think, hey, they're going to be listening out for that heal. I'm just not going to do anything at all and wait. And it pays off, and he comes away with his life, fortunately. Spider over here in the zone. So speaking of Firefly cages, Spider, where he just was, it looks as though he did get taken down, but he has gone over here, rezzed up in this area, and gone over to a Firefly cage that spawns right close to where he just was. But hey, there we are, the fight between Mike and Spider. Spider initially in a very, very advantageous situation, but he doesn't panic, and he turns around with almost exactly the same combo, horizontal uppercut into that weapon swap, and Mike ends up coming out on top.
Yeah, Mike there utilizing that vertical terrain, of course, to his advantage. He's able to hit him down the hill so they didn't get the follow-up into the weapon swap there for that huge damage. Turning now to OUG's Panda Man. Panda Man still in a great position. He was able to get that purple armor from that earlier engagement. Now a fight breaking out between AOW's Mike and XCG's Wang Liang. The pillar invested here by Mike on to Wang Liang. Wang Liang backing away. He doesn't want to take the fight near the pillar. This is clearly Wang Liang trying to bait Mike away from that pillar. He does not want to take the fight there. He knows it's a bad situation. The Furin going to come up there. The ultimate activated. How many charges does he have? We will see. The first one will connect onto Mike. Mike trying to get back to the pillar full on here. He has managed to take it all the way back there, and Wang Liang doesn't really want to take this fight on top of this pillar. And sure enough, Wang Liang, buddy, you baited him away from the pillar. As soon as he went back, I would not have taken the fight. I know you committed the ultimate there, but this is not going in the way you wanted to. The third party coming in as well from Zell. Zell able to pick up the elimination and takes it out away from Mike. Panda Man in the kill feed, also going to pick one up on to Frostivus. Mike going very low, and Zell actually in such a power position here because he's going to be coming in with the ultimate. Mike, no pillar available to him whatsoever, and Zell knows that. So he's going to start looking to take this fight. Mike wants to turn onto it, but this could be very dangerous for him. Zell looking for the parry. Will find it this time around. Mike going to be forced to use the F, and now they're in a really good position. Mike turns back, finds the no ult pillar here. If he wants to continue the chase, he has to chase out of the no ult zone. Zell looking to come in here. Will walk into that katana. LMB is able to back away, find a little bit of damage, but Mike really in control of this fight here. Those musket shots doing a ton of damage. The third party getting ready to come through. It's going to be OUG's Panda Man looking to make something happen. We will see the ult come through and successfully hit onto Mike and Panda Man. Zell so very low here. Mike doesn't really care about the state of that ultimate onto their back here. Zell with no ult charge left in the tank here at 55%, sending him all the way back down to 8%, and now going to be forced to move away. AOW's Mike looking for him, going through the bushes here. Hasn't been able to lock onto him. He's going to check this invisibility bush. Doesn't really see anything. Is going to keep his game moving here because he knows he's got to get that ultimate back online. He can't continue to take these fights with the potential third party with no out.
Absolutely, and he is running dangerously low on on grapples there. He has managed to pick up a few for himself, so he is going to be pretty happy, and he's likely going to be heading on over to this realm of Yang. Feria being one of those characters that going into realms of Yang is what you want to do. It is definitely the play, as more often than not you can usually come away with either a draw or a win. Since you're able to stall out for so long, you can do so much with that turret, especially now after the most recent buffs to Feria. But here we are, looking to go into the realm of Yang. T25, Mike, Akuma. Oh, but Akuma and Mike don't manage to get in. Unfortunately, Mike initially taking the brunt of that chip damage. Akuma with that gold staff, he's looking to chase him down. Mike swapping over to that fan for that mobility and for that reduced stamina cost on those dodges. X-Shin, oh, that was beautifully done, coming in with that parry, cancelling the parry animation, swapping into that blue focus into the single hit, able to do the maximum amount of damage. Frostivus with Assassin's Lunge, catches X-Sin, slipping. Oh, the CLMB, unfortunately he's not able to get the pillar drop there, but I think it might be cooked for X-Shin unless he's able to find some kind of heal. It's not a very good situation to be in. So low. Frostivus having a huge health advantage. He's just peppering him down. He's out the mech, and there it is. Frostivus picking up his first win in the realm of Yang for the day. Very nice to see him picking it up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. He played that so well around Assassin's Lunge as well. The whole time he continued to threaten that space with the charged LMB on the dagger. Never showed the ace in his back pocket till he guaranteed he was going to be able to land it. And from there, he shoves them away from their own pillar, keeping Action from being able to do anything. Action does manage to finally get back to the pillar, but at that point, he's so low. He ate the back-to-back Assassin's Lunge. There's just nothing he can really do except stall for time. And there's the Assassin's Lunge coming back in, this time on to JDG's Chuzheng. Chuzheng, look at that, by the way. Oh my goodness, the tiniest little scale rush off the wall there. Frostivus really min-maxing here his micro onto JDG's Chuzheng. The pillar going to be invested. Chuzheng just trying to get away. He's so low, and Frostivus going to keep the chase going. Unfortunately, the pillar doesn't connect. We're going to see Chuzheng come over the top side there. The F going to be invested. Frosty going to keep the hunt going there. He manages to find the clank there off of the scale rush to keep Chuzheng locked down, and Frosty just needs to find a couple more hits here. The ultimate will be invested. It's not been popped on the side of Chuzheng yet, but Frosty is more than happy to keep the chase going here. Chuzheng will find some huge damage off of the scale rush, though. Frosty is coming up, doesn't want to give him the opportunity. The F reinvested yet again. The bubble. Oh my goodness, no! Frosty gets too greedy here, and he goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, the Brilliant Birds might will go away.
That was crazy aggression coming out from Frostivus. That is the Frostivus I like to see. He just got so oogly boogly and almost obliterated Chuzheng. But fortunately, Chuzheng was able to make his way around that terrain, around those buildings, using them to his advantage, staying alive, and at the same time putting out just enough damage that when it came down to it, he was able to take him down with one more combo. But there we are, WBG Spider having taken down, I think it was Zell. Spider got the kill onto Zell. He's running into this engagement. Akuma and Mike both in the vicinity. Spider losing all of his armor, forced to swap over to that blue armor. The staffs going back and forth. He's just getting bounced around. Spider, he's trying to get up onto this terrain. He did have Mortal Defiance. It did save him for the moment. Thankfully, it did, considering that he has... Whew, I think he did have... Did Spider won the Realm of Yang? No?
No.
Wait, no. I swear, I could have sworn I saw that red tint around him, thinking that he'd won Realm of Yang. I must be tripping. My eyes deceived me.
So there's a bounty on his head, is what you're.
Was there a bounty on his head?
Exactly. Yeah.
That. That's what it was.
Turning back to Frostivus here, who unfortunately, he kept the Oog coming, but he didn't pick up the elimination he wanted to outside the Realm of Yang. He is on 3 eliminations currently, though.
I think that he did pick up another one since Realm of Yang.
Yeah, so he's finally able to find some feet under himself here in game number 3, and this is what I was talking about. No way was he going to have 2 bad first games and come into game 3 and look to play passively. That's not Frostivus style here, as we turn back to WBG Spider, who's still trading blows with with both of these players over here. Akuma, I do believe this is DRG's Akuma and AOW's Mike sitting right here. He does have the Booer, and he's only got one left in the tank, though, and this legendary staff putting in absolute work. Spider doesn't even get the Booer out. He gets put in the corner. DRG's Akuma picks up his first elimination of the lobby.
Very nice. That golden staff doing work. So much damage. There's little chunks. There's the staff right to the dome. It's very impactful, not only on that health bar, but on the mental. Getting chased down by a staff can be very taxing. It is rather frustrating to deal with at times. Akuma and Mike going at it right here, both of them equalizing the damage that they deal to each other, and now both of them opting to go for that reset. Mike on 2 kills, Akuma on 1. He's looking to try and get a couple more for himself. He's got a good opportunity to do so here as well, considering that it's a relatively isolated fight. But Mike, I think he's not really about it. I think he's looking to try and disengage, considering that yet again, he's managed to run out of grapples. You definitely want some grapples.
You know, I got to mention as well, we have 6 players completely eliminated from the lobby, and we are only Zone 2 collapsing onto Zone 3 as we get ready to head to that second set of Realms of Yang. J-Team section here playing around the Ballista, sees that nobody's going to sit on the Ballista, so is going to immediately push away. Chu Zhang waiting to head down here to see if he can get into that Realm of Yang as it comes through, and sure enough, he's going to be able to. And to see if somebody challenges him here inside the Realm of Yang. Time will tell. He's got 38 seconds. It looks like it's going to be AOW's Mike, who might take the exact same portal in after him. But maybe Mike decides better of it as he decides to just completely zone away. He's going to come check the bell here and see if there's anybody else waiting around. It doesn't look like he finds anybody off the back of the bell here. So Chu Zhang might actually get this Realm of Yang for free.
That would be rather nice for him, although I think Akuma might be interested. He's lurking, he might be... Ooh, go on, son, get in there. Ooh.
He's thinking about the Oog. He's thinking about it. Akuma's going to take it, but it's going to be AOW's Mike going head-to-head with DRG's Akuma, and KLA will be heading in. Pandaman versus Chu Zhang. Ladies and gentlemen, all 3 of them basically entering at the exact same time. Akuma going to go airborne here with the legendary staff, looking to make some hits land on to our boy Mike. Not going to quite find them, but Mike will land into the staff, and some huge hits coming in for Akuma. We're going to see the pillar and the F invested already. He's trying to come in and create some distance between that pillar and Mike. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it here. Oh, he does get the shove away here. Mike knows he's going to have to back up into this pillar very soon. Akuma trying to force away there is going to use the old activation to get away from the follow-up damage. Akuma trying to get the heals off. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the dodge there. This is the worst case scenario. He's way too far away from that pillar. Only one shot. Oh my goodness, Mike ends the career of a man inside the Realm of Yang.
Unfortunate for Akuma. That was a bit of a greedy play there, I must say. He opts to cancel his ultimate as opposed to just flying up into the air and using that to heal. As one of the biggest strengths of Feria in the Realm of Yang is that you're able to use the turret shots on the pillars and the wall, and the splash damage is what's going to secure you the damage, as opposed to actually landing the shot dead on to a player. Actually hitting the pillar that they're standing close to is what's going to net you success. And Akuma, if he'd just simply gone up into the air, flown around a bit, he would have been a very hard target to hit out of the air. And unfortunately, a little bit greedy, trying to save that ultimate for the real fight after the Feria mech gets pulled out or gets finished. Yeah, he gets taken down, unfortunately. But it looks as though Chu Zhang, also having been taken down in the Realm of Yang, he's got a Soul Bloom stashed away somewhere. He's gone very, very far into the zone. That is potentially even a little too far, you might say. The 700 meters. I think.
There has to be a Soul Bloom directly stashed between him
There
and
has
this
to be.
resurrection. So,
But he
but the
needs to
problem
heal.
is yeah, the heal is getting ready to come through. He's able to get one heal off. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it
The
back here.
zone's starting to
J-Team's
move
action,
now.
yeah. As we take a look here, T225 for KLA, who did win that Realm of Yang into Chuzhang, taking a fight here with J-Team's action, trying to make something happen here with the dagger, looking for it. Ooh. Is that Assassin's Lunge yet again coming in T225? It will find the Fu and it will miss the follow-up charge to LMB, unfortunately. And now T225 has got to back away from this. 25% damage reduction, looking to do a little bit of help here for him, but he doesn't have the ultimate. He has the one Furin left. He sends it out. Unfortunately, that is going to be it for the ultimate. T225 needs to break away and find a little place to go for a reset. He's got a little hidey hole up here as the fight continues to break up between DRG's Akuma and J-Team's Action.
Indeed, Action trying to put in work with that Farrier mech, doing as much damage as he can before that ultimate is going to be taken down, and there it is. The timer ticks away, and he's now immediately back into the action, engaging onto T225, another player who does not have his ultimate available. Looks like Akuma and Mike are on the hunt. Akuma especially, considering that he is in desperate need of that Soul Bloom to cleanse the Yang depletion. Does get shot in the back just there from Frostivus, I think it is. Frostivus having been lurking somewhere. I'm not sure where he's been, but he's finally back in the action. He's got that gold dual blades. He's looking to try and find an avenue to engage. Potentially come in for that third party. T225 still not even at 50% of his ultimate. Ooh, the Starfall coming in from Akuma, locking down T225 for just a moment. But it looks as though it's not going to net him all that much success for. Oh, Akuma eats a lot of damage, forced to use that F2, and now immediately into the ultimate as well. Mike trying to shoot him out of the air, but with no success. T225 popping that zero ban, not the zero ban, the 3-ban zone, that Fox Tower, making it so that any player who goes inside this dome cannot use their ultimate. They cannot use it at all. So it's a pretty decent spot to be in if you don't have an ultimate for yourself. T225, he's still being put under a considerable amount of pressure. He has no armor. He's trying to find a moment to heal, but Mike is not going to let him. And there it is. He sends out that blue, and Mike gets the parry and the kill pick up. Akuma, unfortunately, though, he comes over to the body, but there's no Soul Bloom. He just sat in the zone. Mike, he's like, what's this guy doing? Okay. Bye.
Oh my
okay,
goodness. Akuma will go down to AOW's Mike here. The Yang depletion, 12 seconds left remaining. Not a whole lot that he can do. 4 players left remaining here as Zone 4 won't be collapsing onto Zone 5 for another 60 seconds. But it looks like we're about to lose another one as J-Team's action just starts to obliterate JDG's Chuzhang here. Chuzhang still has the ult and the F in the back pocket here, but action just has got his number, ladies and gentlemen. Chuzhang, unfortunate here. He will come back in with a longsword of his own. Finds quite a bit of value, but action is able to break away here, keeping the chase going. Chuzhang on the backside here, still with ultimate. Action going to look for the opportunity for a single pot here. Chuzhang will find a pot of his own, and we will see Tower Watch start to come in. Action looked like he completely had JDG's Chuzhang completely locked down there, had his number, but Chuzhang able to break away off the strength of Zipping Yang.
Indeed, able to get to that tower. Making it to the tower is always what you want to look to do if you're in a rough situation. Being able to go round and round, up and down, all around the tower, it becomes extremely difficult to catch you, especially against that zipping, especially if you have a speedy weapon like Fan or anything along those lines. You are very, very hard to catch. Action. He's just, he's getting a bird's eye view. He's looking around. He's trying to find himself a target to potentially, you know, send a little bit of cannon their way. You know, a little bit of damage. Potentially look for an opening, try and get some damage in. But here we are going over to a replay. T225 and Chuzhang in the Realm of Yang. T225 with that Assassin's Lunge, catching Chuzhang off the pillar. Oh, and the Furin's Blast is swapping over to the Pulse Sword for that vertical. The sprinting R&B would have caught a whole dodge out. Very nicely done. Chu Zheng, though, man that we were just watching die in the Realm of Yang, now almost dead outside of the Realm of Yang, getting pressured by every single one of these players in the vicinity. He's so unbelievably low. He uses that F1 to try and keep himself alive just a tiny bit longer. He's desperately trying to kite with this longsword, with this Phoenix Blast. He does a considerable amount of damage to Frostivus. Frostivus does manage to come in and pick up that Soul Bloom, but oh, I thought Mike was immediately going to jump on Frostivus, but maybe not Mike. He's more interested in the Farrier. He's coming in. X-Shin taking a crazy amount of damage, forced to use that V3, forced to use that ultimate, and it's already over. Mike sends out the cannon shot and immediately repairs. Doesn't even look at it. Cool, guys, don't look at explosions. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the 1v1 we've been waiting for. AOW's Mike versus ELD Frostivus. 7 kills onto Mike. Can he make it 8? Or will Frostivus be able to pick up his 4th elimination of the game? They've equalized their health. Frostivus going for those overholds. He's trying to find the entry, but unfortunately he does get parried on the overhold. Mike catching him with some chip damage, and there it is again. Mike with another beautiful parry, catching Frostivus, reading him like a book. Frostivus with the no mix-up. Unfortunately, that's not going to trick Mike. He's an ugly boogler, and he takes his 2nd MVP of the day.
Not only is it his 2nd MVP, it's his second 8 elimination
Woo!
first place finish, which means he's going to be walking away with another game score of 14.2. AOW's Mike is out here, and he is not out here to play, ladies and gentlemen. He said he was coming for the title, and he came in, and I told you he was not going to let that disrespect from day one slide. AOW's Mike comes in and finds his 2nd MVP of the day, the back-to-back. That's $2 grand. That's a whole lot of cheddar in his pocket just for taking him MVPs here today.
Absolutely, and he is bound to be very happy with himself. He slides the chair back from the desk, and he's back in his little chit chat with Spider. He's like, oh, yo, so you saw this? Oh, Spider's like, whoa!
Oh my goodness, Frostivus not happy about this turn of events. This was shaping up to be his game. He was there in that lobby. There was 4 players left alive. Frostivus is like, all right, I'm going to set up these kills. I'm going to knock him down. He sets it up. What happens? AOW Mike knocks it down. He sets up the next one. Mike says, nope, too late. Cannon shot coming through. I'm going to knock this one down again. And then he goes, all right, at least I can win the 1v1, right? And then, like you said, the no mix-up not being enough. Like you said, Mike, too much of an oog and a booger to come in and fall for
What am I watching right now? Spider's just like,
Spider's like, get out of here. Yeah. I'm supposed to be the one with the back-to-back MVPs. What are you doing? Oh, my goodness. AOW's Mike with the back-to-back 8 elimination first place finishes for double game scores of 14.2. That's a total game score from 2 games of 28.4.
This is pre-finals, ladies and gentlemen. And these players, they're coming for that title. They're coming to win. They didn't come to play. They came to win.
Look, again, I mean, my man AOW's Mike is walking in and he says, look, I've got all of the spices on display, you know what I'm saying? Because I came to cook in the kitchen.
The Sichuan. You know, hey, he's cooking up the stuff.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
8 kills in both games, doing an amazing job. And the thing is, I'm rather surprised that we're seeing these MVPs in the first set of games. Mike, usually he thrives in the chaos with all of these fireflies and all of these crazy characters, these dueling characters. But instead, we're seeing him pop off in these first 3 games, where you have your Farriers and your Zippings and all of that. Usually it's Spider. Spider does very well in this kind of environment, but unfortunately he's not been able to find much traction so far. Maybe he's gonna. Maybe the flip's been switched. You know, maybe Spider's gonna come in with some crazy games in our second part of the day. You know, in our second half of the day with all these fireflies. I'm very excited to see.
Yeah, look, Spider needs to make it happen here. Unfortunately, you got to remember these games do count towards the grand finals. You're going to be taking 50% of those points with you. So Spider, if he wants to come out on top of his rival AOW Mike, he really needs to find some traction under those feats, because yet again, ladies and gentlemen, that is 8 eliminations. That is a first place finish and a game score of 14.2. Frostivus, though, will find his biggest game of the day here with 3 eliminations and a second place finish for a game score of 6.2.
6.2, that is pretty solid. Consistency, ladies and gentlemen. That is the name of the game. We talk about it all the time. You know the drill. If you're consistent throughout the day, you will more often than not end up sitting relatively comfortably at the top of the leaderboard. But thing is,
Frostivus hasn't been consistent today. He needs to find a big pop-off game like AOW's Mike has been able to find in the last 2. And this is the thing, is Frostivus definitely had set himself up for success here, and that's what he was aiming for, but AOW's Mike is able to snatch it away from him to find another huge game. As we take a look at the overall standings, here are your bottom 6, ladies and gentlemen. 521's Unique, GG Shaw, J-Team's Action, OUG's Panda Man. In 8th, we have OWN's Zeldinct, and in 7th, we have DRG's Akuma, which means Frostivus has moved relatively ahead. He has moved out of the bottom 6 and he's heading into the top 6. I do believe he's going to be in 6th place off the back of this game. We're going to see momentarily as we shift those scoreboards to our top 6. Sure enough, there it is. Frosty Baby here off the back of this game moves into 6th place for a total score of 7.7. WBG Spider just ahead of him at a 10.1. Just ahead of him is JDG's Chuzhang at 11.2. KLA's T225 ahead of both of them at 13, and with a huge consistency in their first 2 games. XCG's Wang Lang with a game score of 15.3, and that's even considering the fact that he walked away with a big fat 0 this game.
Yes,
but
indeed.
AOW's Mike, yet again, 31.8 total points after his first 3 games. That is a total of 10 points per game average. The man is coming out. He is not coming to play.
More than double Wang Liang's points. So second place has less than half what first place has. That's crazy. That's crazy. Mike just, hey, he's shown why he did so well in the MVPL this most recent split. He's been showing up. He's just he's just having a good time. You know, he's chilling with Spider. He's having some banter. He's vibing, and he's putting up those big numbers on the board. We got some nice little highlights here. This was very nice from Chuzhang, managing to turn this very dire situation into a winning one, picking up his 3rd elimination. Frostivus came in with that aggression, but unfortunately he just wasn't able to hold him down. He wasn't able to close out that kill, unfortunately. Xjin cleansing this Yang depletion, fortunately for himself. Mike, this was a very strange interaction. Mike gets the kill onto TVP5, and then Akuma, he just sort of sat there looting the body in the zone, and Mike's like, wait, you're still there? Okay. He just sends him back to the lobby. This was very nice for Mike. And no mix up, boom. He knows the blue's coming, the Abyssal Aura, and there it is, Mike. Hey, he doesn't fall for that. He doesn't fall for that.
You know, and this is funny because Frostivus got away with it during the group stages. So I think Mike knew in his head that Frostivus was going to look for that Abyssal Aura the second time. Like you said, the no mix-up. But Mike has done his homework. He's been here watching the games, and clearly he has learned the pattern of some of these players. 8 eliminations, 23,000 damage, 5 parries in this game. What a stat!
Absolutely, and not only 5 parries, that was his 5th MVP, taking him up to the Spider level. You know, the level that Spider is currently sitting on by himself. Now there are 2 players with 5 MVPs so far in this J-Cup tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
They truly are rivals. Spider and Mike, they refer to each other as rivals. They're best friends. They're having a great time. But they are, they're just right up there together, you know. just chilling, vibing, looking down, and just, hey, you coming up here, boys? Frosty, yo, get up here, bro.
Yeah, Frosty, what are you doing? Come on,
yo,
come
TDD5,
right on.
Wang Liang, yo, where you guys at? I mean, got here early.
to be fair, Wang Liang is kind of on fire today.
Yes,
Those
he's
first
been
two
doing
games,
very well.
hyper consistent. He does find himself not having a great game in game 3, but this is something we discuss all the time, right? Realistically, in 6 games, the odds of you having 6 hyper consistent games across the board, very, very low. You are going to find one game where things don't quite go your way, and for Wang Liang, that one game, not that big of a deal. He's still sitting in 2nd place, and he put no points on the board in the last game. That's how consistent his first 2 games were. So moving forward, you can bet Wang Liang is going to find some consistency, going to find some big pop-off games, because those were non-Firefly maps. We're going to be heading into those Firefly maps. He hasn't busted out the Takeda yet either, and Takeda is a hero that he is very well known for. Quite literally, like I said, he's holding on to that demon.
He played it one time, no?
Did he play it one time? I'm not 100% sure whether he did or not.
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure we'll find out later.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure if he's going to go for the double pick, though. Even if he's, because the meta's kind of shifted, you know. A lot of players, they're going for the double Hardy, potentially double Farrier, even occasionally a double Zipping. You know,
we
then
see
we've
double
got
Justina as well come through, especially into these Firefly maps. Justina is such a strong pick into the early game, especially because she doesn't have to scale off of her weapon. So she's going to find so much value out of those early Fireflies. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it from me and Duncan. We're going to throw things over to Jaeger, and when you come back, you're going to find 2 new casters right here at the desk.
Take care.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience.
Hello guys, I'm Frostivus.
欢迎 welcome Frostivus to our post-game interview. And first, because I think that you really did good job, but when he come to the post-game interview room and he just told me he is not that happy, so I would like to know why.
I was trying to change my strategy, like the hero picks, but I ended up using the same strategy, and of course, I ended up not doing too well in the first 3 games.
Okay, I see. So maybe we can looking forward to the rest of the game because you will have a better performance, right? Yeah, really looking forward. Okay, so now we know today is the pre-grand final. So I would like to know compare with the group stage. So anything different? Because we saw that there's more Hardy, more players using Hardy now in the solo game. So how's your feeling?
I myself was also about to pick Hadi, but I feel like he's not the best pick for the first 3 games. So I'm expecting even like more Hadi picks like on the last 3 games.
Yeah, okay, I see. And I think it's time for us to move on to next part, answer for treasure. So you guys can see the question on screen. If you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Which player got the most kills in this match? So I think you know the answer, but we don't tell the audience, okay? So I would like to know, because in the end of the game 3, we saw that you fighting with Mike. So I would like to know, how's your feeling at that time and how you comment on this player? You can just get higher and closer.
Okay, I'm not too happy with that fight. I got parried 2 times, which never should have happened. And
can we change?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not too happy with that fight. I should never have gone parried 2 times, of course. And I don't know, maybe I was panicking. And of course, Mike is a monster. He won 2 games in a row with like a lot of kills.
Oh. He's like a monster, right? Yeah. And I think you're prepared, and let's start counting, okay?
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer, please.
The correct answer is C.
Yeah, the correct answer is C, and thank you. And also, we still have the rest of the game, and I would like to know, Frostivus, so today is the pre-grand final, so what's your ambition now in Shanghai?
For my ambition, I would say I would try to get as much point as possible for the finals, and I'm aiming for maybe 25 to 30 points.
Oh, really high score, and I think that's you are maybe different from other players because they are like their ambition most of the is the plays, but your ambition is the score, the points in the matches. Okay, and we're looking forward to the rest of the game, and what we can say is cheer up, okay? Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Frostivus is nuts. Ice cold.
Frostivus is a very, very interesting player.
He's been able to play in multiple different regions.
Frostivus is a cross-region champion.
He knows how certain people are probably going to play in different areas.
He's a lovely guy. He's got great energy, and I think he's very motivated.
My name is Frostivus and I am from Indonesia. My great-grandparents were born in China as a native, and my grandpa moved to Indonesia to marry my grandma. They gave me a Chinese name, Lim Xiaolong, as in a devoted dragon. I started playing NARAKA during the Chinese beta. Even before the global version came out, I was playing with my friend Mime to practice before the game was released. In total, I have 4,300 hours in NARAKA, and I love NARAKA because it is a skillful game. That is why I love NARAKA.
And as a longtime player, he's one of the few players that I actually would glean new strategies from and learn things about the game with every encounter that I had with him. So I think it's going to be really exciting to see how he performs in J-Cup this year.
It is my first time participating in J-Cup. I missed previous J-Cup because of school. I had to fly to either North America or Southeast Asia during the qualifying tournament, and I ended up missing my chance to go to J-Cup, even though I have won a harder tournament considering qualifiers was easier than what the tournament I have won. The biggest tournament that I have won so far is Celestial Cup Season 1, Asian Challenge in Southeast Asia, and then Morris Cup in North America.
The fact that he's been able to perform at a very high level in all of these regions and all of these ranked leaderboards and all of that, and these tournaments as well, where he's been able to learn from all of these different players. And the timings of all different attacks and all that sort of stuff changes depending on that, and it creates a deeper understanding of the game.
The biggest difference, I think, is that NA, when the stakes are high, they play slower and less aggressive. Meanwhile, for C, no matter what the stakes are, they will always play aggressive.
So for Frostivus, in terms of knowledge, he definitely has a wider scale of an advantage than, like, I'm gonna say at least more than half of the solo teams. No offense to the other half, no offense to the other team though. I believe in everybody, but having that much knowledge and to win both, well, I can always go back to the old song from Ludacris. Move! Get out the way! Get out the way! He's coming in strong and he's slaying everybody. Just be careful. Somebody that has that much knowledge and that much game sense in all different regions, all I'm saying is if he's coming my way, I'm gonna try to lure him to another player.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2023 J-Cup pre-finals. Well, you're definitely cleaning up today. Someone else has been cleaning up so far is Mike, coming in with back-to-back MVPs.
I mean, it's expected. I mean, Mike has been really,
really locked in. Because mind you, this is just about points. So obviously he's going to make sure that he maintains and gets as much points as possible, knowing that those points are going to get cut in half, and that he's going to have to stack the moment he flies and lands in Chengdu.
Yeah, I mean, like Darby has mentioned, this is the pre-finals. If you do not know what that means, it does mean that all of these 6 matches that these players play, at the end of the day, the total score that they're able to accumulate will be, like Darby said, split into 50%. 50% of those points, they'll leave here in Shanghai. 50%, however, they'll be fitting into their luggage and taking over to Chengdu. And that means for a lot of these players, it's incredibly important to come in with a very good score, because if you go to Chengdu and you start off a little bit rough, a couple of matches maybe don't go your way, having those 50% of points to be able to fall back onto is going to be absolutely instrumental in being able to keep their mental on track.
Especially knowing that you're going to be going up against some of the best of the best here for NARAKA. And then speaking of the best of the best, make sure to follow us here at TikTok, on Twitch, on Twitter, at NARAKA Esports. There's a lot of different drops, and also make sure you guys are already paying attention. So far, you guys probably have. You guys have been answering questions throughout, so we got some questions that we're going to be throwing you guys, both predictions and after-game questions as well. And follow us on Kick as well coming up. So as of right now, like you said, back-to-backs for Mike. Just feeling it out, doing super well. A lot of these players definitely keeping some composure. Wang Liang also really surprising us as well here. I mean, he's been under the radar.
I don't know if that was a surprise, is the thing. Wang Liang is a very smart player who's been able to play a whole lot of NARAKA, and as a result, he's very keyed into how a lot of these other players like to play, whether or not they play incredibly aggressive or whether or not they play incredibly passive. But you're definitely not going to want to be passive to that giveaway that just popped up on the lower half of that screen. That QR code, scan it, it will take you to the page. Make sure that you're going to be able to enter it, because that's going to be wrapping real soon.
Absolutely here. So far, overall, it's been really strong. But we do have another one that's going to be coming up. Fresh newsflash! There goes the next question. Will the player who gets the most kills play as Takeda in this match? Is it going to be a yes or no? This is an easy one.
Oh?
This is the easy one. I'm not going to say easy in terms of the guessing, but y'all know who's doing well. So the question is, are they going to pick Takeda? Yes or no? Make sure to put your answers in the chat. I ain't gonna say nothing. I might be a fortune teller, but I'm not a prediction teller. You see what I'm saying? I can't do both at the same time. It really depends.
Well, I mean, we can definitely give them a little bit more info to have to work with, right? We are moving away from Holorock. We didn't see a whole bunch of Takedas there for one huge reason. There were no increased fireflies. Now, however, we head to the second half of the day, which means we're here replacing both Duncan and Rune, but it also means that we head over to Morris Isle, and that means back to back Firefly increased map rate.
Which is your favorite, because there's a lot of aggression that comes with that.
Yeah,
there's
and you know what's perfect for that? Like, the perfect hero to be able to play off of those Fireflies is Takeda. There are so many lines in Takeda fights that rely off of you having that ultimate to be able to activate to extend into being able to find things like the Touch of Death.
That and Justina as well. I think Justina also falls really well
we
into
do see
that
a lot of
Justina. So we'll probably definitely see some Justinas push heavily, which a lot of people definitely pick those two as like their Game 5 and Game 6 picks, because like they know they can use their aggression towards it. A lot of their ultis have so much of an advantage as well, not only from an offensive standpoint, but also defensive as well. So you get kind of the best of both worlds when it comes to playing these both characters. So most of the time they save those for last. I am expecting, I don't know, there definitely was some hottie picks.
I was gonna say, I'm expecting a little bit of hottie.
I'm expecting to see a little bit of Cosmo flying around, give a nice little nice little haircuts to people, you know what I'm saying?
Someone's got their hands on the Hardy Extreme skin with that nickname for it. I'm a little bit jealous. I mean, have you seen it? He has a black hole in the middle of his chest.
All I'm saying is let's just hear me out, okay? Hear me out, NARAKA. This is to the producers, if y'all can hear me. Hottie, but as a hairdresser, right? Like real clean, gorgeous, long, flowing, 16-inch weave, just absolutely laid out.
Would it change with the extreme? Because I mean, all of our heroes do have extreme versions of like their ultimates, right? Where you get that cosmetic and it changes the look of it entirely. Yodo actually just got hers that changes the blade into being on fire. Would you give Hardy barbershop shiz?
That would be so crazy, actually.
For his
that
ultimate?
Would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think that'd be fire. Giving people haircuts? Hey, be careful. You might be next to the chair, baby.
Well, we're definitely going to be seeing a couple of hotties in the barbershop when they head into those realm of Yanks. He very much is, and very quickly rising to prominence in the meta. I know the guys already mentioned this. It's very interesting. A lot of these players from CN actually had discounted Hardy. It had actually been the meeting of the NA region players that gave the CN players reason to actually pick up and push Hardy into that pick rate. And as a result, we are seeing some really fun things being utilized with him. Mike has been impressing on the Hardy, coming in with the mind games when he's going up against the Takeda, you know, making sure that all of those Furin shoves are going to be baited out, and then coming in with that one last triple charge to be able to connect in when he's not going to get clashed out of the sky by the Furin shove.
It's point season, baby. It's time to keep it locked and loaded and stay focused for a player like Frostivus. So far, he's been in the really good position here. Sadly, he's not really been able to conjure up an insane amount of eliminations in these last two games, but he's still in there in terms of placement. He's still able to last. He's still able to find his niche, his little corner, and still be able to fight and make sure that not a lot of people are seeing him as a target to get picked off. But now he needs to start getting some eliminations. He's got 3 more games left to do it, and the question is, how's he going to do that?
Well, one of our players who's definitely happy with that performance so far, T225, had a little bit of a rough start to the day, but was very, very smart, identified if he played to the late game when he was on that ferry on Holarov, he was able to capitalize off on the V3 as the zone collapsed in and came up with a lot more kills in a very rapid fashion, as we are going to see the players who are in Phase 1 now move down to Phase 3. J-Team's Action, OUG's Pandaman, ELD's Frostivus, and AOW's Mike all getting to pick their heroes first as we head over from Holarov to Morris. Firefly is now going to be increased spawn on the map. Aggressive hero picks for sure, as everyone is going to want to fight right off the rip.
And that's what we want. That's what we love. That's what we appreciate. That's why being in the third half is so sweet. Those moments, being able to absolutely come through, knowing that that aggression is going to be very strong off the rip. And here comes the picks coming in as we get 3 hotties and a Tumulch.
Well, Hardy is now immediately banned out. Tumulch is actually a very interesting pick to see, and I think we're going to see a lot of these players in Phase 2 potentially pick up the Tumulch. Yeah, this is very much damage control on the hero, right? You have the combo breaker on your F, you have the ultimate that a lot of the time really does ruin a lot of the opening of that Hardy ultimate. If he goes through the window, he does lose that flight for 3-second duration, especially if he doesn't start right in the middle of it, where he's just able to boost on out. There's your pick of that Justina coming on through. Zal immediately going to be locking that one, safe in the knowledge that he's going to be up against a lot of those Hardys wanting to have those dashes to be able to keep up to distance. And it does indeed look like GG Shower is also thinking the exact same as Zal. We're going to see Unique field towards that Tessa, and since Feria had not been majorly picked in Phase 2, she's still going to be available for Xu Sheng to be able to grab up.
Why did I feel like I knew they were going to get rid of Hardy, or they were going to try to? Just something about it. I was just like, nah, they're going to be a little rude. They're going to do something out of the ordinary here, but that also means that Justina comes to play. Even surprisingly, a Tessa pick as well on top of it.
Tessa's been seeing a lot more playtime, actually off of the back of Zell picking her up. It'll be interesting to see whether or not we do see that Tessa, since it isn't Zell on that Justina. Whether or not the Tessa goes for the V1, the V2, or the V3. The V3 is a lot more consistent in the fact that even if it doesn't catch on to a play, you get that rage generated back, and you actually get to keep throwing it out. V1 and V2, yes, it only costs 55%, but if you dodge it, it does not actually immediately replicate the rage back. The thing is, V2 into these Hardys is really good. It can catch them. It doesn't stop the ultimate, but if a Hardy tries to use his ult to try and disengage and he's an absolute sliver, that V2 snap, the damage that it does is sometimes more than enough to be able to down the Hardy permanently, and yet there it is. Unique following suit with Zell's loadout into that Tessa F1 V2.
Definitely going to be a strong pick here for this game, as obviously we're going to see some Hottie picks coming in from Pandaman and Mike and Frostivus as well here.
We've got Justina V2.
Really?
Yeah. This is the surprise factor. This has been happening more and more. I think it's losing the surprise factor. A lot of these Justinas actually deciding to take V2 into the
Zelending
mix.
as well, also doing a V2.
V2 is really strong, especially in those group fights towards the end, but it can still be incredibly good to be able to lock those players down inside the realm of Yang. It does mean, however, that you get less dashes than the V1 variation. As we can see, all of these players going to be landing, no surprises. It's going to be Fireflies, everyone immediately wanting to get their hands on those ults.
Definitely catching some of those Fireflies here as we see AOW, Mike, and Akuma. Looks like they're going to be finding it out as well here towards this far right side, a little bit past where Towers is, but it looks like KLA, XAG, Frostivus, 521's Unique all have the same idea. As we see WBG Spider going to be in front of Selection to the far left here. Looks like he's going to also try to see if he can get some decent loot in these spawn locations as we see GG Shaw immediately landing basically almost dead center of tower, and it's gonna have, hopefully, maybe we can see a ballistic kill. I mean, that would be interesting as well just to see it. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 4 starts right now for the prelim finals. This is it. This is for just stacking up your points to see what we can do as we start to see immediately Frostivus and Wang Liang going at it immediately to Moltz, trying to see if he can dip out of here. Was able to catch Frostivus in a decent space here just so he has the opportunity to get away. And now Wang Liang creating that distance here, has the point, finds a weapon here, but it might be a little bit too late as the F comes through. A beautiful diversion and then is able to come through, slam down, and get that staff elimination and the finish to send him back to the resurrection.
Yeah, Frostivus knew that Wang Liang did not have the F combo break to be able to escape a second time and continued to put pressure onto the Tumulch. As a result, KLA's T225 also in the areas we're actually going to see Mike and Akuma going head-to-head, both of these players into that zone. Akuma incredibly low, Mike with the purple weapon already going to try and hold him there for as long as possible, tap dodging backwards to make sure that he's going to be able to push on off. We see the F2 from the Hardy now being invested so Mike can take the high ground and potentially look to drop down with a vertical. Akuma not playing into it, gets the 1-2. Mike with the overhaul into parry, following it on up. Gorgeous LMB to try and keep a track of Akuma, knowing that the Farrier under pressure is going to use the F1 and try to break away. Mike now looking to try and lock down this kill, will be able to get the grapple cancel onto Akuma. He needs to be able to drop this player because that body's going to be so far away from everybody. That's going to be insurance policy. Late game, the 1-2 coming through from Mike, catching Akuma. He's going to leave the Soul Bloom. I guarantee it. It would give him his ult, but he's going to leave that bloom with how far away it is from everyone else's drop location. He wants that insurance policy, as we're going to see. That Justina V2 coming into play. Shell with the staff, catching Frostivus overhead. The triple charge threatening from the Hardy. He can hold this as long as he wants. And there it is. That Hattie, we've talked about this ult for so much. Never have we really commented the strength of being able to hold that triple charge for as long as you can. Frostivus now going to be dipping on out. Spider with the Tumulch ultimate, managing to time through the Hattie ultimate duration. Frostivus with the parry, however, into the riposte damage. Spider, no armor, looking to try to break away. Frostivus gets hit into the wisp, and Spider swaps to the purple pulsar to try and convert into a kill. But he should maybe have tried to disengage instead, because as a result, even though he turns back in and finds such a huge opening off of the pole sword, he just doesn't have the health to be able to stand up once the CC runs out.
Frostivus' timing was so well placed on that one here. Him being able to at least get out of dodge, fully knowing that he was actually going to drop that Sand Siphon, he literally read that coming, and he was able to get out of dodge before he got caught in it. Now, meanwhile, Shazang is able to catch an elimination onto KLA's T225 and immediately starts to push onwards to Panaman, barely giving him really much of an opportunity to try to reset here. Pops the F key, maybe for the opportunity for the heal, and decides to dip out, popping the ulti. Panaman is going to just to be able to take that momentum and dip out as far as possible. Panaman really playing that to the life-ending moment that he needs to, uses it for a fight or flight. That is what you consider the fight or flight moment in that situation. And it looks like Akuma is going to get quartered into the space here. And it's going to be the 1v1 reset for Akuma and Mike all over again. The chase begins as he starts to be able to capture him in each section here. Nice hits coming through as the blue is going to be able to tap him at least 2 or 3 times into this one. Nice strikes coming through from Mike as now Akuma is now on the run, is able to catch him on the wall. Beautiful F key reset coming in from Akuma as now he's going to try to see if he can maneuver through this building, giving himself the opportunity here as Mike is still going to be able to move up top. And looks like Akuma's going to give the space and be able to try to see if he can dip away here. Is able to catch the Dandelions here, using that momentum and a little bit of that science to make it a little harder for them to catch up. And it looks like he might be able to here, as it looks like Unique is going to be able to come through. Hits the Sand Siphon, but that's going to be unfortunate as he opens and starts right in front of the no ult zone here. And it looks like it's not going to be too much of an advantage for him here, as he does try to see if he can complete it with it regardless. Unique almost gets caught by this little tornado here, but it's not going to be enough. Beautiful hit coming through from the Fan. Unique struggling to try to see if he can capture a moment here, as he was able to get a little bit of hits from the dual halberds, but it's not going to be enough here. Nice scale rush, trying to see if he can get closer with the connectivity, and is he able to, as Wang Liang is going to be able to get that beautiful double strike and that finish to knock Unique out in this game number 4. Now, the one thing I do want to go back to is how well Frostivus was able to read that, and the same thing with AOW's mic. There's something about Frostivus, he's locked in today. He's had tough moments in some of these fights, but nevertheless, he's definitely ready for when those fights come and what's next.
Wang Liang there with a really smart play as well, going for that Tumulch, knows that the Tesla is trying to kite over towards that no ult zone. Tumulch has a really strange interaction with no ult zones. If you have your ultimate actually dropped on that location before the no ult zone comes through, even if it activates, as long as your Tumulch ultimate is already on the field, it does not immediately cancel it. It is not the same as some of these other ults with like a Takeda or a Taka, where you have that ultimate popped, or even a Hardy, and you go into the ult zone and immediately lose all of it. So really good stuff coming through from him. Also left the Soul Bloom, so he's going to be looking to try and secure himself a Realm of Yang, even though he's on a Tumulch, who historically does struggle inside the Realm of Yang. KLA's T5 also patrolling around the entrance of one of his. Mike looking to try and push in through as well. We do know that he's going to be playing incredibly aggressive, wanting to scale to late game with this Hardy. Hardy, one of the heroes in NARAKA whose damage scales off of the rarity of the weapon that you use when you pop that ultimate. Zell looking to potentially try and find that grief onto some of these players, dropping on forward, as well as Frostivus and Spider all having the exact same idea. Who is going to be able to make it through? J-Team's Action might have to duel out GG Shah for control of his. Pandaman and Chusheng also circling each other. No one's going to actively make a move until these portals actually spawn. It is very much the gentleman's agreement. No one wanting to actually have to use their ultimate before that fight begins. The time we see the grief, the time we see any of these ults committed from these players who don't want to go through but want to stop others, is only going to begin once those portal entrances spawn. And there it is. AOW's Mike not able to get in. Frostivus also denied. Mike not wanting to take the fight, going to utilize the F2 to be able to run away from it, trying to set himself up with the Skull Rush off of that wall. Will be able to find it, as he is just right on out of there. In the meantime, right on in there is J-Team's Action and WBG Spider. Action coming in with those nunchucks. Spider able to find the opener, chunking through a lot of that purple armor with the R&B on those halberds, making it a lot more even, given the fact that he's still running blue. Spider overholding into the parry, going to utilize the F ability to try to drop below Action. Will be able to find the Wisp connection. Spider now doubling down into that fight with the ultimate, looking to lock him down. J-Team's Action going to do the exact same. Both of these Tumulches now getting the Wisp reset when they walk for each other's ultimate. Spider held in, the Wisp goes into the meter dump. J-Team's Action comes out on top.
Action reads that super well towards that end, does not let the amount of damage that he is getting hit with to define the rest of how that game goes. Obviously still being able to hold it, takes that strike, holds for the LMB, and then literally is able to absolutely decimate in seconds time. And now the timer is set on WBG Spider. He's got the bounty, he's got 4 minutes left on the clock.
Oh, but it's on Action.
Oh, that's crazy. Now that's a storybook if I've ever seen it before. Immediately picks up a bounty. The bounty is the same person that he just lost to. I need writers to write this script. This needs to be made into a movie. Anyway, back into it here as we see Action immediately fighting this out with Wang Liang. Those nunchucks absolutely putting in work here as the parry's going to be able to come through. Nice little reset. Ends up actually stealing the Fan from right in front of him here. Beautiful turnaround reset on GG Shaw as he gets turned on immediately out of the third party. A fourth party comes in with the parry. Looks like the pistol trying to see if he can create something. And now Action wants some of that booty coming in from Shaw. He said, no. You want it in on this third party, you're going to get this third party. But what you might not like is the result at the end of it. Trying to see if you can get him off the stairs here. GG Shaw now is deep in the hits of movement, trying not to get caught up here. And it looks like Exton is going to force this fight as the pistol shots are going to come through. Pops the F key, immediately going to go for the heal, and then immediately catches it with Justina. Throwing to the Arctic Wraith. Hitting that ulti, it is able to signify and dip out, but it doesn't look like it doesn't matter here because Spider is gonna find him anyway. Keeps him up to right up to date with it. All of the updates coming through, you gotta be careful and be ready. As now, he's gonna be absolutely coming through with this fourth party. So many players inside of this section. So many people trying to see if they can capture this one elimination. Both of them on red, dangerously low. GG Shaw, caught in a tough situation, has to try to see if he can retreat as much as possible. Ends up top. And it looks like he might have the free space here to be able to possibly pop his shield and dip out of here. He still has to be able to hold strong. There's at least 7 players
Spider's still
in
after
this space.
him.
Spider is still chasing as much as possible here. Hits him with the dual halberds. Is able to capture in a corner. Question is not going to be able to hold it. Someone else going to steal it. He hits the scale. Spider is going to get the elimination and prevents anyone else from getting caught. But now he's caught on the chopping block. He gets absolutely destroyed by getting carried by the tornado coming through, and you have to be very careful here. Now he gets hit by the grapple on the scale rush off the wall, ends up getting hit towards that, has to be very careful. He doesn't get upscaled by action, and now Spider is on the chopping block as he has to be able to rotate this out. Pops open his ulti, decent timing, but it doesn't matter because Wang Ling drops through and immediately is going to be able to get the elimination and eliminate Spider with those dual halberds. Catches Action mid-air. Doesn't even give him the opportunity to try to retreat or at least try to get back, and now Action is fighting Mike. Immediately going to find that source, pops the F key, and is able to dip out of dodge. Using that hottie to be able to maneuver himself out of that situation, knowing Action is ready to try to capture an elimination. But he ends up getting hit with a beautiful headshot from Wang Lang with the bow. Now he's caught in a tough situation. No shield. Beautiful Clang coming through here, so he's going to be absolutely getting juggled here. The third party might come through from T25, but it's not going to be enough as Wang Lang is going to capture that elimination. 3 eliminations deep, and now he's fighting it out with T225. Both of them holding strong. Pops open the ulti. Pops open the space to be able to dip out of Dodge's way, and now he's caught on the chopping block. Both of them all going to try to see if he can scale rush it. Looks like he's going to opt to go outside of the circle here just so he can separate from this moment, pop his shield, and maybe potentially go back in for that fight.
Oh, I think Akuma's still under Yang depletion. He's having to take this fight up against Frostivus. We're going to see the 1-2 come through from the staff. Akuma immediately going to disengage the potential jump horizontal follow-up with the Farrier F1. 1 minute and 16 seconds left for these players to be able to try and lock down that Soul Bloom. Otherwise, they're out of the lobby. Akuma with the R&B on the fan, catching Frostivus as he engages into that fight, going for the skirmish to be able to put himself on top of the roof and still continue pressure. Frostivus with the overhold on the staff, going to find the connection of the focus onto Akuma, who tries to back him up. Panzerman coming in for the third party. LMB thrown out from Akuma as we see the Hardy ultimate now being utilized. Akuma with 50 seconds left does not have the time to wait the Hardy ultimate out. Unfortunately, he knows with the third party in the area, he can't be seen as that low target. Otherwise, they all turn onto him. Frostivus now incredibly low, trying to use the movement on the Hardy ultimate to be able to keep himself away and keep this pressure up onto Akuma so that that third party of Pandaman turns onto him. Once the ultimate runs on through, another player now drawn into this location. Akuma, 24 seconds left. The wrong end of the R&B on the dual halberds coming through from Zell. He's going to be able to find the kill. Akuma goes down. Poison Splash going to be hitting Zell, but he does not care. He has that kill. He has another tally. This is 2 to his name, and this is a Justina who didn't have to utilize that ult to be able to lock it down. Realm of Yang also going to be spawning up in the area of Zell, wants to try and push into it. However, he knows that the Hardy in the area has already utilized that ultimate, and as a result, he's going to put his attention onto a target he knows is a lot more vulnerable. Might unfortunately work against him, however, Zell loses all of that armor. Going to have to pop the ultimate, trying to close up the distance. Finds the freeze into the RMB. Zell has one more dash. That is the trade-off with the V2. The area of effect freezes all of the players around it. Frostivus able to find the cancel on the no-ult zone, but unfortunately, Zell's already been able to use the dash to get on top of him. Over into the second spawn of Realm of Yang is Mike and Xu Sheng going toe-to-toe. Mike trying to be able to play around the Farrier cannon, does not manage to read in to one, does not manage to dodge the second nor the third. Mike in the past matches was able to dodge every single throw of the Farrier cannon, but Xu Sheng makes it look so clean and hits everyone as Pandaman looking looking to hit onto Action with that pistol, swapping over onto the fan, threatening the space with the potential RMB. Action overholding, going into the red flash. Pandaman throws out the RMB. Action knows he's going to commit it a second time, parries it on the return to Pandaman's hand, and we see the ultimates come on through. Pandaman with the Hardy trying to find the triple charge. Action taking so much damage off of these connections. Pandaman looking to just zone on out. Action taking cover inside his Tumulch ultimate. Knows that Pandaman wants to try and chase onto the Tumulch. He's going to lose those wings and be grounded for 3 seconds, so Pandaman instead opting to use it as a reset opportunity. Ultimates now removed. Pandaman coming in with the longsword, looking for that jump horizontal to be able to find the damage and push Action far enough away that he can follow up with the RMB on the longsword. Tries to find the toothpick, doesn't manage, however, to get the uppercut confirmation. Action overholding to be able to dodge on out of it. Pandaman yet again with the RMB on the halberds, but Action's able to find the uppercut into grapple bumping section. 10 seconds left. Are any of these players going to be able to find the shot? Yes! Action finds the kill with the range. Pandaman goes down.
Beautiful timing, though. That could have got real hasty. 10 seconds left on the clock here. I got a little nervous. I didn't know if anyone was actually going to be able to actually get that. Unfortunately, in that moment here, as we're looking at Mike, that's still super in that far side of the circle here. Definitely a little bit away from where the circle tick is, and it looks like he was able to go and get that one soul bloom that we were talking about earlier. Such a far hike to be able to go and get that, but it looks like he was able to, though. So he was able to pop it, get a free one. Very much worth it here in this moment. Definitely did a fantastic job with that one as well here, as it looks like now he's going to try to see if he can rotate this in. Has to be very careful as Zhozing trying to see if they can hold strong here as Zelending on the rotation.
Mike died to zone tick. That is out of the lobby. Xu Sheng with the
He didn't have enough heals?
He didn't have enough. Well, I mean, even if you stay in that zone with enough heals, the heal cut reduction, like the zone had moved so far away from Mike's original spawn where he'd been able to drop a Kuma. Even with the Hardy ultimate into the F2, Mike literally had to pop the Hardy ultimate.
Come on, Mike!
To be able to reposition.
Come on, Mike! What are we doing here? We can't be doing that.
He tried. He also denied a potential kill going through onto some of these other players. And you have to remember as well, Mike has already been able to pick up 2 MVPs today. He's on 33.4 points.
That is true. That is true.
He can afford. He can 100% afford to see whether or not he's going to be able to get away with a play like that. Because he knows if he goes in to just 5 players left in the lobby with Yang depletion, he's the one that everyone's going to turn on to. He's not going to be able to recover. Even if he gets the Soul Bloom, he's still going to go down immediately afterwards, right? That's exactly the situation that Spider saw himself land in. So Mike makes the smart heads-up play, denies the kill, does unfortunately go down, however, as a result. And I do believe that's actually his double pick of Hardy now removed as well, as we're going to see one of these other players does have that Yang depletion. I do believe it is Pandaman trying to just lock down one of these players into a kill. Unfortunately for him, a lot of these heroes who are left, both the Tumulch, the Farrier, and the Hardy, have the means of being able to disengage themselves for the fight. And when you have 2 minutes left, it's going to be incredibly hard to be able to find that kill confirmation. You're going to have to bait the combo breaker out of every single one of them before you can properly commit in. But by doing that, you're going to paint yourself a target and show that the fight is going on. Pandaman, unfortunately, not able to have enough time to sit back and wait, trying to instigate a fight, putting pressure onto Wang Liang, will be able to rip off a huge amount of armor. Pandaman's done enough. He tries to back on out. He gets intercepted, however, by T225, and that is a Hardy F2 now being utilized, so Pandaman doesn't find himself caught in the middle. Unfortunately for him, he still takes a lot of damage coming through from the players around him. Goes into the V1, looking to try and find the lockdown. Gets stuck in the middle of the Tumulch ultimate. And unfortunately for him, even though he gets the kill, he doesn't manage to walk away unscathed. He goes in to the wind wall, into the wisp, and the damage off of the back of it kills him. KLA's T225 now going to take a lot of pressure coming on through from the player behind him. Crucially, however, Action not really going to want to try and take this fight because T225 still has that Tumulch ultimate, and we are going to see him back off as a result.
What an insane moment coming through. There were so much things that happened here within this last, like, 60 seconds, to be honest. The ulti coming through, getting eliminated for the Hottie. Somebody absolutely destroyed T225's health earlier, though, with a bow. Obviously was able to come through and heal up as well here. It looks like he's going to be fighting Shazing. Shazing really wanted to try to see if maybe he could lure him inside of the Bang's Breath here, but it's not going to be enough as Little Albert trying to see if he can connect. It misses the first one, is able to hit the second. The ulti comes through here. Sand Siphon's going to try to see if he can slow down the movement. It looks like he's going to get caught off action too towards the back. Definitely does not want to get hit. Oh, ends up getting hit, but he's up too far.
Nope.
Nice scale coming through from there, and it's not going to be enough as Zetskin is going to find their 4th elimination of this game, 13.8. Now he's going to start focusing straight onto Shazing. Shazing looks like he's ready to fight this out. Trying to wait for the charge on the blue RMB on each side here. Waiting to see if they can catch the scale towards it. It looks like they weren't able to, though, as Action is going to be able to hit him with the Disappearing. It almost catches him. Actually, it does. Beautiful reset coming through from Shazing. Was able to pop the totem. Trying to see if he can catch him with the ulti, and immediately he's going to be able to find beautiful strikes to connect that as well here. Has to be careful as he calls open the ulti. Ooh, Action almost gets hit by the Bang's Breath, goes right down the waterfall. And Action out of there quickly as possible. Shazing has the opportunity, though, to go for the reset. Pops open the heal.
Oh, he's going for the Morris.
Going for the Morris. Blessing here.
Legendary armor for free. It's solos. There's no load bar. The second that you're on top of that box, you can open it up and pick up the upgrade.
What a
Xu
smart
Sheng,
play.
very smart. Good stuff coming through from him, overholding that fan. It's a 1v1. These are the last 2 players left in the lobby. They know as well that both of them do not have those ultimates available. Xu Sheng tries to throw the R&B, wanting to have that scenery actually disguise and distort the hitbox, but Action still finds the parry. Xu Sheng now lacking a lot of the legendary armor, trying to find the LMB on the dual halberds to be able to just find the connection onto Action and also carry himself away from any of that damage coming through on the low ground so he can cycle back into the F ability and utilize it to combo break out. He gets stuck in the Wisp. The F1 just in time, able to come through and save Xu Sheng from any conversion of that Wisp CC into a combo string coming through from Action. This is just going to be a kite fight. Xu Sheng with the grapple cancel coming with the horizontal. We're going to see Action able to find the grapple bump into RMB. Xu Sheng, an absolute sliver, gets locked down. Action off of the damage that he is able to do. Able to build that ultimate up before the Ferrier mech comes through, stops the disengagement, catches him on the wind wall, saps all of the stamina, and Action walks away the MVP. What a game for J-Team's Action.
Not only a game too, but what a find as well here. This is definitely a game that he's been wanting to get. He hasn't been lucky enough to get some dubs on account of his insane run towards the prelims from earlier with his solo, so definitely going to be very rewarding for him to finally get one here. Great eliminations, great awareness coming in, especially him fighting Shazing in the back. He plays a fantastic game, and obviously just reading that, he reads it super well towards that very end here, but this game was wild. Mike ends up dying outside of the circle, risking it for the Soul Bloom that he saved up, waiting, knowing that he has it for the next Realm of Yang.
Yep.
There was so much that went down towards that.
But the zone,
getting eliminated.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mike, like the zone's just not in his favor. Like he's purposefully lands as far away from everyone as he can, but choosing one specific player to be able to target down so that he can have that Soul Bloom in the back pocket. But unfortunately for him, when he actually needs to use it, we've moved so far away that he just goes down to the zone tick. Speaking about T25, he was so unfortunate. He gets, like you said, he gets hit into that Wisp, the CC of the Smolch ultimate, mid-air, right? And you would think, surely there is no way that any weapon is going to be able to catch him. Unfortunately for T25, the player that actually catches him in that Wisp has dual halberds. So he just goes for the uppercut and it catches T25's toes, and as a result, he just eats so much damage from a legendary set of halberds.
It's actually crazy though. Obviously, the way that they were able to hold strong here, they did a fantastic job, and they still have some more to go here, as we still have 2 more games left. But overall, strong game in their in game number 4, especially for some of these players. Action obviously getting their dub. AOW's Mike definitely able to at least capture like 1 or 2 eliminations prior, but sadly, just he was thinking. I think he was thinking a little too far in the game. He was thinking like 19 steps. He should have been thinking maybe 15, maybe 10. I think he was too far ahead, and I think that also cost him. But I mean, definitely was thinking smart just ahead of the game.
I mean, you can't blame him, right? When you think about the other players who had Yang depletion and went into packs of players to try and find one of those Soul Blooms. It wasn't just Spider who fell to the curse of Yang depletion, it was also Pandaman too.
That's true, which is also very surprising as well. Panaman was fighting. He was fighting and holding on for a long time, trying to see if maybe he can get lucky.
So I think he did manage to drop the player, right? And I think he might have been able to pick up the Soul Bloom because when we cut to his POV, he doesn't have Yang Depletion. What I think might have happened, and this is incredibly unfortunate, when Pandaman was looking for that kill, he was on the middle of the Tumultuous ultimate, so as long as you don't go through that wind wall, right, your Hardy ultimate is still going to be able to stick around. I think to pick up the Soul Bloom, he had to walk just a little bit further forward, and it actually put him into the wind wall, which immediately cancelled flight for 3 seconds.
Yeah, I definitely did notice that, especially with the ulti, because we saw that happen a little bit later on here. But as we look at the scoreboard for this game, decent score, good eliminations, 5 eliminations in total, 10 up top here for Xjin. Shazang with 4 eliminations and 2 ranking points, making him go up to a 7.6 in second place. Wang Liang tying it up with Zelendig and Frostivus, all of them tied with 3 eliminations apiece. 4.6 tied for both 3rd and 4th, and 5th rounding it out with Frostivus with 3.8.
I'm really sad that we didn't get to see more of the Justina V2. I love the Justina V2. It's such a surprise factor because everyone is expecting the V1, right? It has more dashes, so it's a much better option to be able to use to disengage. The V2 only has 2. But where its strength comes in is when you're fighting towards late game, because what essentially does is when you go with the Justina V2, the player that you freeze actually gets an AoE puddle of frost around their feet. Any other player who's in that circle, when they get frozen, instantly gets frozen too. Unfortunately, when we did see the Justina V2 come through, it only caught on to one player. It was a 1v1, and a lot of the time it was being used to disengage as well. And that means that lacking those dashes is going to put you significantly behind in terms of survival compared to 2v1. But speaking about behind, we can have a look and see who exactly is behind in the leaderboard and who's out in front of the rest of the pack.
Definitely tough here for a player like Unique here, who still has 2 zeros on the board. Technically 3 if you count the 0.5 in his game 1, ending it with a 2.1 here. But if you go up to the top, obviously Mike in the lead here with that 33.4, a really decent gap here. Almost being able to have the same amount of points as Wang Liang and Shazang combined with that 19.9 and that 18.8. T225 with that 15.8, and Zelendig with that 12.1. And our leader, or not our leader, but at least our game 4 winner, 16.2 in J-Team Xjin.
Yeah, Xjin coming in, doing an incredibly good job managing to climb into the top 5 as a result of that last game. And these points are going to matter. Derby. Not only does it mean you have that cushion to be able to come into the finals day and know if you have a little bit of a poor game, you're going to be able to recover and bounce right back. It also is going to get into a lot of these players' heads, as we can have a look and see Frostivus absolutely slamming down with that staff. Mike with the F2 on the Hardy there, just coming in for the reposition, uppercut into Soulbreak Chase, catching on to Akuma, as this is where he dropped that body. Unfortunately for him, the zone did move a little bit further away. Frostivus there catching on to GG Shara. Shusang sits on that tree, observing the fight between T225 and Pandaman, coming in with the charged vertical on the longsword, able to catch on to T225 with the jump horizontal when he knows that they're low. Really good stuff coming through from him.
Beautiful timing coming through there. Beautiful time, excuse me. Beautiful time going up through there for that elimination here, as we see Zelendig trying to see if he can push him out towards Frostivus. This is that fight that we were talking about earlier. Zelendig just trying to see if he can get closer to Frostivus, and he just sadly was not able to. This is the movement that we were talking about here. The timing to be able to capture him off this backstretch, and T225 comes out of nowhere and shreds Vanderman to get the finishes and see you later. Xjin hitting that third party here, catching him off the backstretch, nowhere to really go, and obviously just absolutely decimates T225 towards the end of that fight, where it's just now down to a 1v1. It's my favorites. I love when it's just 1v1, there's nobody around, and it's just mono-y-mono, you and I. He's going to be able to catch him off the outstretch, or that slows him down and is able to push on, keep that same aggression, and form a finish with those dual halberds here. Xjin. It's still raining pink, ladies and gentlemen. I love me some pink lemonade. It's actually really sweet and delicious. And just as delicious, his 4th MVP with a 4 counter-strike, 17,000 damage, 5 eliminations, and dual halberds at the top with the damage for 6,700. On top of this insane, or at least decently, Soul Jays, but with 1 melee resist Soul Jay too, he definitely knew what he was doing.
Yeah, Xjin very much a player who knows exactly what he's doing. Tumultuous as well. wins out the lobby on a Fireflies map as Tumult, going up against these aggressive heroes like the Hardy, like the Justina, is able to come out on top, plays a lot of these other players' aggression against them. That's what he's able to take advantage of. That's what Tumult is actually incredibly strong at being able to do, right? You sort of lie in wait, you figure out when the best moment to throw out those wisps is going to be. And when you say the best moment, I mean the most inconvenient moment for the player that gets caught in the middle of them. And Action is very good at being able to identify those situations, identify that window, which is incredibly small as a Tumult, right? You throw that wisp, you can do it from a really far distance, so you don't have to worry about being caught in the crossfire to set it up as a result. And you know what? You guys are going to have to worry about the question coming up right now, because only one person is going to be able to walk away the winner, and we are running out of time. Which hero did this match's MVP use? Was it A. Tumult? Was it B. Who? Was it C. Zai? Or was it D. Hardy? And you can immediately knock out two of those potentials because we didn't even see those heroes locked in.
That's actually really interesting, though, for sure. But obviously, it's been good throughout these games so far here, as we was watching some of the games from earlier today, and definitely seeing where some of the players' mindset has been so far. And even for a player like Frostivus is definitely locked in. I think I'm expecting, we have 2 games left. He's gonna claim at least 1 dub today.
Okay.
I feel it. I'm throwing it out there. Here we go. There's my first one. I'm a bad man. Boom. Frostivus gonna at least get 1. All he needs is 1. At least 1 dub, 1 first place. I'm gonna say maybe I'll go 7 kills.
Really?
Yeah, we're gonna get specific here.
Oh, you are going specific? Oh, I feel like I need to match this now. Do you know what? I feel like Spider's moment is still waiting to shine. I think Spider's walking with an MVP.
Ooh.
I think he's probably, you know, feeling a lot of pressure, right? You have to remember this is pre-finals. This is where the points that you take forward actually really do count. And something else that's going to be counting is the highest score between Zell and Unique. If you think that you can count it correctly, make sure to get into that game client and predict the future. Maybe you'll be better at it than this one over here.
Hey, I've been right so far. At least, listen, some of my choices have been pretty decent so far. Okay, and over time in NBPL, also same thing. It's been very interesting in terms of some of the call outs, some of the things. Obviously, I'm not afraid to be wrong, because that's the whole thing about prediction. You got to be ready for when it is absolutely cheering you on and when it smacks you in the face. So coming into this, like I said, there's been a lot of confidence from Frostivus. Frostivus really playing well. He's just been caught into either bad situations. Sometimes third parties catch him up. Sometimes he doesn't know how to be able to juggle. Other times it's just that W key aggression maybe gets the better of him and he gets too anxious. But I think him being able to read some of these moments, I think this was definitely a better improvement for him as a player. And I think he's going to be able to lock it in game 5 and 6.
Yeah, you have to remember as well, all of these lobbies are what we affectionately call lobbies of death. That is where all of the top players are now thrown into the same room, and that means, like you've said, a lot of aggression. A lot of these players are going to be going immediately all in at the very, very start, especially with things like Realm of Yang, where you need to be able to guarantee that you drop one of those bodies to feel safe and secure actually entering into that fight, because we have seen time and time again what happens. Sometimes even you win a fight. That actually happened earlier today. Mike won a fight inside one of those Realm of Yangs. I believe actually it happened to, was it Frostivus as well, where they both win fights inside Realm of Yang and they both make sure that they have a Soul Bloom secured. And then the second that they actually take the second Realm of Yang and lose that fight and they try and backtrack to that body, absolute moment of horror. It's gone.
It's way out there, or somebody found it and stole it. You're just
yeah.
like,
and that's worst case scenario.
It was right there.
Yep.
It was right here. It was right. I'm looking at it. That was where the soul. Who took my Soul Bloom?
Unfortunately, you can't bike lock Soul Blooms. So as
Who says I can't?
Well, it's really unfortunate because it's worst case for a whole number of reasons, right? If you're dropping a body and you've left one of those Soul Blooms, the reason that you do it is because you don't think a lot of players are going to run over to it, which means it's going to be in a very secluded area. You only have 4 minutes to be able to find one of those Soul Blooms, and that timer, it doesn't start when you find a Soul Altar. It starts the second that you actually lose the Realm of Yang and have to reposition to a Soul Altar. So the entire time that your Ghost, your Shade, is actually moving to a Soul Altar, that 4 minutes has already started and is slowly climbing down. And if that body that you think has a Soul Bloom is far away from where you revive, that 4 minute doesn't have a pause. It just relentlessly keeps rolling on. So if you roll up to where you think that Soul Bloom is and find that it's gone, you have about a minute to be able to figure out how to be able to take a fight. And unfortunately, we are in a meta where not only is there so much sustainability in places like Holoroth with the zip picks, but there's so much mobility. Hardy is incredibly hard to be able to pin down. You see these players, they go incredibly low, but if they're able to pull off their ult and just disengage that fight, there's no way you can catch them. You can't even try and chase them into the buildings like something like a Feria, who's going to lose the mobility of that mech, because if she wants to leave that room, she actually has to cancel it early. The same thing for like Shanghai, you can't go for the Monk ultimate inside those buildings. Hardy doesn't have to worry about any of that. He gets to zip in and out of windowsills and door frames absolutely for free.
Meanwhile, if it was me, you'd see me screaming at the next player, trying to get him to not touch that Soul Bloom. Hey! hey, you! No, that's mine. No, I'm going into the room. I swear, don't touch it. Do not touch. I'll be right back. If I see you touch it, I'm putting you and me. You and me. When I get out this portal, that would be me. Like, and that would just be my luck too, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm confident, I go into this realm of Yang, I lose, and then I immediately come back out, and the Soul Bloom's gone because someone took it, and I'm like, man! As we look back here for the first round selections here, trying to see if they can lock it down here, we're going to be seeing the first round coming through from Wang Liang, T225 Spider, and Akuma. Akuma, very fun player that we've witnessed over time here, an amazing player. We've talked extensively. He has been one of the few people that we have dissected player in and out over time throughout the entirety of not only just J-Cup and NPL entirely. And he is somebody that we consider the wild card.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, when it comes to Spider and Mike, they're very, very downright dirty. Sometimes to the book, obviously very much to the book, mainly for Spider. Mike, he can definitely go off book sometimes. And as we're going to be looking in here, it looks like we're going to immediately see some hotties. These are not some hottie fans.
Well, I mean, these are probably going to be hotties who definitely want to have fan equipped with how good that weapon is proving to be in solos. Hardy immediately going to be taken off the table. Yet again, we are going to see the damage control come through. Xu Sheng and Sha picking up that Tumult. Zell going to be fielding the Tessa, knowing that he's going to be able to take that V2, find the connection onto the Haddies when they're in the open space. Unique coming in with the ACOS pick. No hero banned out coming through from the players in Phase 2. As a result, J-Team's action, no surprises. He just got an MVP with Tumult. He's going to be more than happy to run that one back. I know Duncan is going to be incredibly happy where he's watching as OUG's Pandaman locking in his signature hero of the Tarka. Frostivus coming in with that Justina, and AOW's Mike also going to be mirroring Unique on that ACOS. This is going to be incredibly interesting to see how exactly having ACOS available is going to play into those fights, those 1v1s against these Hardys. You do have a lot of height with the Tiger Grab, but again, you only get 2 lunges if you're utilizing the V2 variation. Hardy can just bait out the lunges before coming in with the actual connection of that triple charge. Something that we've been seeing a lot of these Hardys learning to be able to take down things like the Takeda and also the Tarka.
Very good to see where that option is going to be here. We're going to be able to lock it in for our game number 5. So close to the end here. And obviously for our solo, so close to Chengdu. I hope you got your bags ready. I hope you got your ticket stamped. And I hope you got everything else ready to go. Hopefully, that's not to bring your daggers and stuff. We'll have all that provided in Chengdu. As we're about to get ready to lock it in here for our game so far, it's been very strong, but let's see how strong are these picks.
Ooh, V2 from Frostivus. Okay, it's still going to be a Blizzard in the area for that Justina. Mike coming in with the V2. Unique also opting for the F1 V2 loadout on that ACOS. I think all of these Hardys, yeah, running that F2 V1 variation. Zell coming in with the signature V2 on the Tesla that a lot of these players have started picking on up and adopting as their own strategy. F1 V3 from all of these Tumulches as well. Panzerman, no surprises. It's going to be the V1. Keep an eye on him, whether or not he's able to get a katana, staff, or spear in the back pocket. He's 100% going to be looking to take a run with Yang.
Absolutely. That aggression is going to be just as amazing here as it's, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dim down the lights. It's getting nighttime. As now Frostivus, and it looks like Action is going to be immediately fighting this out off towards the south side of Celestia here. As JD Jisho saying, and KLA is going to be landing inside of Celestia itself. As it looks like AOW's Mike and Spider fighting it out, landing near each other as GG Shaw is going to have the whole section of Shipwrecked Expanse to themselves to be able to absolutely find some amazing loot for them to continue their onslaught and hopefully be able to get some decent points on the board for themselves here as we see DRG's Akuma going to be kind of more in the open space here, but a little bit closer towards the mine. Might not necessarily head over there towards that section here, but there's still going to be a lot of great loot for them to have here. But let's see what happens as we fight this off here. Oh, and actually, Wang Liang is going to be over there right next to them saying, what's up? So this is going to be a good fight. The top three, definitely. It's going to be fun to watch off rip. Now, as we see Mike and Wang Ling off that side, we're going to see Spider and KLA C225. C225 decides he wants to get a little closer too. Beautiful parry coming through from Wang Ling. He's going to absolutely juggle Mike off the inside of this hut. Immediately, Mike is going to try to see if maybe he can time it right to go off to the inside here. Seeing if he can capture himself some decent resources here. Doesn't have anything to his name in the sense of heals and shields. The question is he going to actually commit to this fight? Wang Liang dangerously doesn't have much shield here. He's going to use that as the opportunity here to close in this gap. Nice hit though, try to find him as FF keep coming in from Hadi. Trying to see if he can close in this gap. He's waiting for the opportunity for them to strike. Nice hit from the dagger. Beautiful strike. Goes down, gets the finish, and Mike gets the first elimination of game number 5.
Yep, that's back-to-back. We see Mike punish Wang Liang with the LMB on that dagger, catching him and anticipating the scale rush as Akuma and Zell go head-to-head. Zell with blue halberds chasing into Akuma, able to find the grapple bump into RMB. Akuma, no shield, takes it immediately to his health. Zell coming in for the 1-2 into pistol swap off of RMB, first stage stagger. Really smart stuff coming through from him. Clean mechanicals. Didn't get to see whether or not he left that Soul Bloom. Tessa not really the greatest in solos to try and take those Realm of Yang fights because of the isolation. Means that the players have the time to be able to try and predict when the ultimate is going to come through, as opposed to in the overworld where a lot of the time it can get caught in the noise, especially if that Tessa is coming in for a third party. As Mike now trying to find the skill rush, will be able to find the connection onto Pandaman. Still grey in armor as well, by the way. Mike with that blue pistol trying to just chunk through any of the armor that Pandaman has to try and even that stakes before the fight begins. Pandaman knows that he's going to get pressure, holds the scale rush for as long as possible. Mike with the grapple cancel though, able to stop him from being able to find the disengage. 1-2, looked for that uppercut. Pandaman going to deny it. We're going to see the Taka ultimate now come on through. Pandaman thinking he has Mike entirely locked down. Mike going to have to utilize the ultimate to break away from being held in the corner. Pandaman able to get over the door frame, but it's directly into Unique, who shows up for the third party. This target incredibly low, thankfully for him. Still has the ultimate to be able to get that faster movement speed to try to disengage. Pandaman will be able to find one heal. Still taking pressure. The ultimate now removed. Going to use the elbow to be able to try and just body tank through. Mike with the tiger grab going to find the connection. Pandaman still incredibly low. 3 players on his tail know that this target does not have any of their abilities to be able to try and use defensively. 225 also coming on in, but it's Spider with the staff who's going to be able to lock it down. 225 now with the dagger fan throwing out the R&B. Spider flashing red in anticipation of the second connection. We're going to see 225 throws out that R&B yet again. Spider mistiming the parry, going to utilize the F2 to be able to break away from the repercussions of it as he puts himself on top and tries to find some of those resources. 225 rings the bell, wants to get a read on how many players are still in the area before properly committing to this fight. Unique also in the area, potentially coming in for that interruption. Spider, no armor, incredibly low, finds the parry onto T225, who's going to utilize the F2 to break away. Spider looking to try and chase with the 1-2, wanting to make sure that he finds this kill onto T225, knows that the F2 is going to be on cooldown. Spider getting aggressive, comes in with the purple to be able to scoop T225 away from being able to hang onto that beam. Gorgeous stuff coming through from Spider as well, body blocking the exit of the building, forcing T225 into taking the fight. The F2 glider gets stuck on the door frame. T225 able to turn the fight around to have a huge focus strike coming through with the dual blades. Spider now going to utilize that Hardy ultimate, and we get a dogfight in the air as both of these Hardys incredibly low. T225 backing on off once that reset. Spider knows that T225's ultimate went through first and wants to try and find this chase. He's got another triple charge. He's not even going to charge it up to gold just now, just going in for the fast cuts. Death by 1,000 blades as Spider keeps the Hardy ultimate. T225, all of the reset health has been reset right on back. Spider chasing him into the zone. T225 able to come into the left. R&B on those dual blades, not able though to use the hyper armor and live through the damage coming through from Spider's staff as Mike shows up for the party.
Timing coming in super well for Mike here, almost a little bit earlier here. He could have been able to actually steal that elimination away from Spider here, but Spider keeping that same movement. He's going to be able to dodge it on each side here. The movement and the defense coming through is being so well used here in this moment here, causing and creating that pressure for AOW's Mike as now he's on the chopping block as he's going to try to see if he can separate. Goes on the inside here, the juking coming in from the man himself, is able to capture just a little bit of some heals just to keep it alive as he goes towards the inside, finds a beautiful F key just to be able to separate himself. Nice power slam from the Tiger Claws to be able to do it just enough here. And now Mike is going to decide to back off this. Plays it really well. Nice grapple, but Spider is not going to let him go that easy. Still low here, and he still has a massive opportunity here. So obviously this is the point that we talk about here when it comes to both of them fighting this out. And it looks like the staff is going to get repaired, and Spider decides to actually not fully commit to this.
Well, it was zero durability. Mike is going to be able to find the reset, like you said. Realm of Yangs is starting to spawn on up. However, Spider knows that Mike hasn't been able to move past him. He is going to be able to try and keep a track of this ACOS. The problem is that window of opportunity that Spider had to be able to punish the ACOS has been removed. He knows that Mike is going to be coming in with that ultimate, so Spider has to be a lot more careful about how he takes this fight, especially when his V1 is still recharging. Mike with the overhold, going to cancel it out into the 1-2, throwing out the L and B to get the spacing and push Spider back. Spider taking that pressure, going to try and meet Mike. Gorgeous uses of that blue focus from the staff to be able to not get staggered back by the ACOS F1. Spider, however, having to worry about that third party coming in through. The grapple connection off of Unique going to be spent by the skill rush coming through from Spider off of that ceiling. He has the V1. He's going to use it immediately. He goes incredibly low, going to utilize one of those swings to just keep himself carrying forward to get that reset opportunity. Puts himself on top of the building. Will drop into potentially Coffin to open up that legendary trove and find any of the goodies within. Blue armor going to be healed back on up as Mike finds a purple pistol upgrade. Realm of Yang spawning on through, and here's the thing, both Mike and Spider have griefed themselves any opportunity of being able to enter it.
The griefing is insane. Y'all talk about it before here. Once they start to focus each other, they continue to focus. It's a big cat and mouse game. You got to be careful here in these moments here. And so far, they're still able to hold strong here as we go to see Frostivus and Wang Lang inside of the Realm of Yang here. Cannon shot trying to connect, but it doesn't matter as the ulti pops in for Wang Liang. Beautiful defense, trying to see if he can put it together here. And Frostivus trying to see if he can get back to his blue fan here, but sadly isn't able to. He ends up getting juggled by the staff. Pops the ulti, goes for the freeze, is able to do a lot here with the pop. Goes through with the ulti to get out of dodge, and still is able to drop down and get one decent hit to get the elimination onto Frostivus inside of the Realm of Yang here. Now, if we look back on the outskirts, Akuma is also flying away too, as AOW's Mike trying to see if he can get some nice hits here, and it looks like he's able to, but he pops the shield mid-flight, trying to see if he can close in this gap here, as Akuma just trying to get out of the way, out of dodge, but he hits him just enough to be able to for his ulti to end, and now he's still going to be able to keep the pressure right onto him here. Tries to go off the outskirts here, but it's not enough, and AOW's Mike trying to see if he can scale rush it up towards the top side of this section, trying to see if he can hold him, and nice hits though on this one, pops him with the F, and trying to see if he can just dip out of here as quickly as possible, just trying to separate and get a nice little bit of some movement speed here, and it looks like Akuma might have successfully just did that.
Celestra. Hardy and Celestra are a match made in absolute heaven.
And Akuma.
So many buildings. I mean, when Akuma's here, it becomes less heaven, right? Akuma, the translation is demon. It's a very, very good name. It is a very good name. As Akuma is able to leave Mike behind, unfortunately he's not able to leave Xu Sheng behind. He doesn't have that Hardy ultimate either. He does have the F2 back on cooldown. He's got that fan in the back pocket, no surprises. He is the dagger and fan demon as he's taking so much damage. Stormstride also kicking on in as Akuma utilizing this building. I mean, it's Celestra and a fan. you get the fastest state of Scale Rush, and Celestia has the most amount of buildings in tight corners. It's the reason why Hardy and Celestia is such a pain to be able to lock down, because again, like we said, when you go through those buildings, you don't lose your ultimate. You have to be careful that you don't get signed on the door frame. If a player drops that on your head, you do take the concussion, and that will knock you out of flight. As T225 overholding, going to be able to find the connection onto action. Looked for the uppercut punish to try and land onto that Tumult with the F being thrown out. We're going to see the ultimate from action being invested, but T225 with the R&B able to catch him before he's able to break off onto the other side. T225 still with the ultimate as well. This is a body that is inside the zone. T225 going to leave it here, especially since part of it is actually sort of obscured with the scenery, as we're going to see Zell with that V2 finding the connection into the uppercut. LMB on that dagger, trying to come through and take out GG Shah, who utilizes the Wisp to be able to buy himself a little bit of zoning space. Overholding the LMB, Zell misreads it, has to utilize the F1 to be able to combo break on out. Throws out the next V2 iteration. Shah wanting to try and find the interaction. He knows he's going to take a massive hit of damage. He does have the golden focus on the F to be able to break away. So looking to try and find the punishment yet again into the LMB. Shah with the wrong timing on the parry. Going to utilize that Tumult ultimate. Jumping past Zell, getting that potential reset, blocking off the other hallway with the Wisp so he can find the full reset opportunity inside his ultimate. Every time he goes through that window, he gets one of those Wisps back. As we're going to see Zell with the read, knows that Shah was around the corner, catches him with the LMB. Shah with the Scale Rush, looking to try and remove himself from the situation, at least until that Wisp comes back into cooldown. This is the mind game between the Tumult and the Tessa. Zell looking to try and lock this kill down, knows that Shah does not have that ultimate to be able to stop him, throws out the V2. Shah able to dodge it this time around, however, with the tap. Shah with the F going to carry himself a little bit further away. The Wisp left into position. And yet again, we see ring around the pillar. Both Zell and Shah not able to lock it down. But Shah finally bends the knee, goes out waterfall entrance, and repositions as it did look like it actually cost him a great armor swap as well.
He said, you know what? You can have this. This is all you. I'm tired of you. I'm out. I'm done. We're not doing this no more. Okay? You win. You win. You win. You want the cave? You got it. I'm gone. See you later. I'm sick of this.
Oh,
meanwhile, Frostivus right on the outside here, trying to see if they can claim something here. They have 20 seconds left on the clock, but it's not going to be enough to do what he needs to, as he just misses out on seeing Akuma. As it looks like he's going to decide to bow out and let the Circle Tick do the dirty work. Pops the ulti. And his game number 5 is going to be over. Unfortunate for Frostivus here. 11.5, sadly wasn't able to get any eliminations into that game here. And the Realm of Yang wins yet again. And the Yang depletion, able to do enough to put that pressure onto him. 4 minutes, and sadly was not able to.
No way do these two run into each other again.
GG Shah and Zelendix just waiting this out here. As now he's going to go for the scale. I feel like Zelendix, like, senses it. Like, Zelendix knows, like, this man's around here somewhere. Well, GG Shah chilling, but it looks like he might have successfully got out of there, though.
Both of these players wanting to try and play towards those outer edges of the zone. They do have to be careful because the Morris blessing is going to be spawning right there, but that's why Zell is positioning up. He's wanting to see whether or not he can get it for free, unchallenged. He does still have that Tessa ultimate, as well as T225 going to be trying to secure a Realm of Yang entrance. In fact, Zell actually putting himself in the middle of it. This is going to be such an interesting matchup. Zell, so easy to dodge the V2 when you don't have additional pressure of all of these other players' presences. Will he be able to find value with it? T225 going aerial, dropping down with that musket, looking to try and find a connection of something like slow shot onto the Teslas. We see the cannon come through from Zell. It's going to be the focus strike coming through from the fan, forcing the Tesla F early. As a result, he doesn't have it to combo break. The RMB into vertical jump down, going to be able to take so much damage off of Zell's health bar. V2 does connect onto T225, but he utilizes the ultimate to be able to break away from any potential follow-up coming through from the Tessa. Triple charge coming on through, T225 holding it, trying to bait Zell into using the F1 too early. He's not going to have it to be able to clash the Hardy out, and T225 with the mind games. plays the Tesla like an absolute fiddle. In the meantime, we have Pandaman and Wang Liang, both Hardys going, or rather Hardy and Taka going head to head. Wang Liang threatening that space, trying to bait out that utility from Pandaman early, will be able to find it. Mixing the movement up, then comes in with the true committal. Really smart stuff coming through from our Hardys. You love to see. They've only really had this hero for less than a month.
Man, that timing though, them being able to dish it out on both sides here, especially with the Hottie, like you said, for less than a month, and look at them already using it to such an incredible advantage here, knowing when the strikes are and how you can be very, very unpredictable with the charges, when you can be able to push in, and it actually leaves people absolutely stunned. Now back into it, ladies and gentlemen, Panaman and Zelendate now has the same timer on the clock. 4 minutes left to see if they can secure themselves an elimination or at least a soul bloom. Maybe they can wait for somebody else to get eliminated and potentially be able to get eliminated then as well. As the no-hold zone starts to fully indive himself, Panaman fighting this out with the same person that also has a realm on them as well. Both of them trying to see if they can get some Yang depletion off of their backs here. The question is, who's going to be the winner of that one? As all of the players start to come through here. 7 players inside of this circle here, trying to see if they can create any type of advantage for themselves here. As Panaman's going to be able to go for the heal immediately. T225 finds him, trying to see if he can hit him with the musket. Isn't able to here, as they're all going to start to separate and close themselves in towards the map here. As Zelendate now on that chopping block here, trying to find it as he gets decent hits here onto Panaman here. Panaman trying to see if he can capture it here, but it's not going to be enough. As Zelendate finds the stun, and it's going to be able to back off this, but immediately gets grappled on both sides here. And now both of them, it's an absolute brawl. Both of them waiting for the opportunity, and now all of a sudden they strike. Zelendate is able to get a beautiful hit, but the parry coming through on T225 could be very helpful for him here. The question is, who snags the soul bloom?
Pandaman. It's Pandaman.
Okay, nice timing to be able to try to catch that one. Even with all of that madness coming through here, still was able to find it, but sadly was not able to get the elimination as he starts to back off here. Meanwhile, T225 also finding this out. Akuma has to be careful here. He's getting sniped from outside with a musket, and he has to be able to dip out of here as best and as fast as possible here. Nice hits coming through from the cannon. It looks like the musket also was able to do some damage too, but DRG's Akuma is going to be able to get out of Dodge's way. I take that back here as he's getting absolutely destroyed by pistols nearby here, as all of a sudden Wang Liang comes out of nowhere here. It's like, sir, where are you coming from here? Both of them trying to charge strike it. Akuma just trying to dip out, but it's not going to be enough as JDG finds the elimination, gets the soul bloom, and dips out of Dodge. Meanwhile, still trying to see if they can rotate this up. Is able to go back towards the tower up top. Oh no. Oh, they might have enough space not to make sure that they don't get caught up.
Blindside. It's blindside.
Definitely blindside for sure here. That would have been insane if they were still rotating. He was like, hee. Still was able to actually capture somebody outside with a ballista. That's going to hurt, especially with that fire tick. You got to be careful. WBG Spider trying to see if maybe he can use this to his advantage as well here. And even with that amount of timing here, 4 players tied for first here with the amount of eliminations. JDG, Shazang, T225, and Spider, all with 4 eliminations apiece.
Yep, Sharp on that ballista, going to be threatening that space. Pandaman, by the way, he didn't get the kill. However, he did get what he needed, which was that soul bloom. That's the reason why he is more than content to just let other players take down Zell and then slip into position to be able to grab the bloom, because now he's cured his Yang depletion. He doesn't have to worry about the 4-minute timer running on out. Mike, however, has to worry about all of these other players in the lobby right now. Thankfully, he is on tower of that ballista, able to utilize the kite availability with that Scare Rush on the fan, one of the fastest charging Scare Rushes in the game, and there is so many places for him to be able to set those up around that base. You can kite pretty much on infinite until the zone pushes you away. Mike taking even more pressure coming on through. Wang Liang with the cannons not allowing him that clean reset to slip away unnoticed and find the full Vitalia onto that health bar. As a result, Mike has to kite back into Ballista, put himself onto the beam, and Wang Liang knows that there's a player on top. Wants to try and figure out where exactly Mike has hidden himself as T225. Legendary fan, legendary nunchucks coming through for this Hardy. That is going to be a lot of damage scaled into that ultimate, as we do hear GG Shah try to fire that ballista and land onto some of these players as the zone pushes him off of that base. Wanted to clear the space, knows that he's going to be potentially vulnerable in that rotation. T225 also going to be rotating a little bit later than some of these other players. Morris Blessing starting to draw the attention of everyone who wants the upgrades. T225 though doesn't need them. He has 2 legendary weapons already. As a result, he's going to let everyone else fight it out and put themselves into that vulnerable position. Spider able to dip on top of that Morris Blessing before the grapple cancel connects and stuns him out of it. Wakes away with the legendary armor. You can see how quickly he went to that box because it's the only thing he grabbed. He leaves the legendary longsword. More than content to have that fan. Knows even if a legendary longsword is in play with how fast the fan R&B is able to come on out. That longsword is not going to be able to have any say into those 1v1s. And especially with that Bane's Breath coming in and cutting off a lot of these players, no one wants to be caught out.
Wouldn't want anyone to get caught out either in this moment here as the Bane's Breath absolutely surging all the way around. Wang Liang up top has that control of that top hut here as WBG Spider just trying to go through his moves as well here. Trying to see what maybe he
Oh, he's double dipping. He wants the longsword.
And he got it. He's able to not only get that, but also get the shield as well. Nice format to be able to try to do it. Like, listen, sometimes it's better to have it because, listen, sometimes you would rather have it than somebody else that's also fighting.
Well, he's a Hardy, so he needs the weapon to be able to scale his damage in the ultimate.
That's very true. Also gives him that beautiful damage advantage as well here into this as AOW's Mike is just doing some hunting practice here. Fight! Fight!
I don't think anyone's falling for it. No one's grappling.
Nobody? Okay, that's unfortunate. Listen, I tried, Mike. That's all I can tell you is that I tried. There it is. He missed. Okay, it's okay. Coming back towards the top of it, though.
I thought they shouted pull.
Pull!
There you go. Pull!
Listen, I haven't gone skeet shooting yet. I plan to. I want to. That's definitely one thing I want to add. I'm adding to my bucket list.
Clay pigeon shooting.
I want to do it so badly. It looks really, really fun. Even with everything here. Listen, there's a lot of first times, okay? First time casting here, first time with everyone here at the same time. I mean,
oh, you missed your opportunity. Spider just rushed up into the center of the sky.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But it's okay, though. There's going to be more times like this, too, as the circle's going to slowly close in here. 7 players left. Panaman's still creeping up really.
Oh, he has to stay hidden. You have to remember, he's on Taka.
That's true.
So he's
Everyone
really
knows
lucky
him.
that building is there. Everyone doesn't know that Pandaman is still in the lobby, though. The second they see the Taka, they're going to know it's Pandaman. They also are incredibly aware that they cannot allow a Taka to be able to live. He's not as much as a threat as if he was running Fireball. Then he really does become a avid threat when the zone collapses. When you prioritize having the V1 and going for the infinite setup, it does unfortunately limit a lot of the value that you pick up into the late game, but it also means that you have, those touch of death combos that a lot of these players, if they don't have that combo break, they're not going to be able to squirrel their way out of until they're down. As we can see, everyone just posturing up, trying to find a safe place. The only connection and commitment to a fight we're going to see at the moment is just ranged shots exchanged from afar. No one wanting to overstep, not until the zone properly pushes these players into taking that direct duel.
Pull! I'm just kidding. That's just slowly. 15 seconds left on the clock here for the circle. As now we're going from circle 5 to circle 6 here. So far, these games have been really good so far. Still on that 3-way tie between Spider, T225, and Shazang. This could be a massive pop-off game for T225 if he starts to close this out. And he's able to do exactly what he needs to, as well as Shazang as well. Shazang has yet to get himself a dub as well. This could be really good for him as he's in second place with that 23.7. Also 22.6 coming in from Wang Liang, but he has that 2 eliminations so far here. So he could really see some absolute advantage here as well for the pop-off. So definitely a lot happening here as a slow circle slowly starting to close in here.
Well, this should be Spider popping off. He's on 4 kills. He's got legendary armor, he's got legendary weapon, he's on Hardy as well. The question is, have these players identified that there is an ACOS? That there is a cat amongst the pigeons? Because if they do see that ACOS, it's going to get a little bit more different on how they're going to have the target selection. No one really going to want to pop their ultimate and try and pressure into Mike if they know that those tiger grabs are still going to be up.
Who do you target first? Do you target the Do you target the Tarka or do you target the Akos?
So the Tarka is going to be a lot easier to be able to take down.
That's unfortunate for you, Pan. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, Mike, however, is coming under a lot of pressure. These players, they know now, yeah, there it is, the Wisp trying to catch Mike. The Akos has been identified, GG Shot trying to turn the attention away from him and onto one of these other players. Mike rotating away from that Wisp, now has run himself directly into Spider as well. We're going to see T225 seeing that there's another Hardy. They don't want to take that fight. Both of them know if they get pressured into utilizing the F2 or the V1 too early on, they're opening themselves up to be targeted down the second that one of them falls. Spider, unfortunately, going to be held into position of that building with the Wisps coming on through. Mike with the charge right click on that pulsar, just running around, trying to create as much of a threat as possible and land some of these connections onto Spider, who's taking so much damage inside the building off of those range projectiles of cannon coming through from Wang Liang. We are going to see Mike now trying to put pressure onto Spider. Spider actually forced into the zone. Pandaman potentially noticing it out, charging up the focus strike and keeping Spider in position. No Merciless Havoc, however, attached to it, so Spider will be able to heal up in peace. Pandaman still holding on to that balloon, knows that he's going to be one of those targets that everyone tries to jump on the second that they realize one of these heroes is not like the other. As Spider looking to put even more pressure onto Mike, sees that the Akos is still going to be in play. Mike with a hyper armor on the right click on that pulsar, trying to just body through as much of the damage in this bully phase as possible. Yet again, we have the zone has pushed forward and moved these players into different areas of location, but no one is wanting to be the first one to ult, because if they do, they know they're going to be the target. Everyone jumps onto Mike, literally jumping onto Spider. The Akos under fire, utilizing the ultimate, tried to get the grab and connect Spider into the zone. Corruption tick damage, doesn't manage to find the connection, still has one of those grabs, has to put himself center now and turn the focus onto someone else. So when the ult runs out, he's going to be free to recover. Spider does get grabbed into the zone, has to bend the knee and take the moment to be able to find the re-shield as Shah is able to find the Wisp onto Wang Liang, and we're going to see the long shot start to come through from Spider with the pressure onto the players in the building.
Oh, man, intense circle here towards this. Spider was able to find some decent hits here, but then Wang Liang, also in a very similar situation, ends up getting sniped as well. Has to take his time and be careful here. Panaman also trying to hide so that way he doesn't get spotted as well here, as he's trying to get, come on, there's things right in front of you, Spider. You can't shoot through that. Meanwhile, he has to go through the jumping method here, as he's going to try to see if he can get some hits as well here. Waiting for the opportunity for him to possibly pop his heals, as he's going to need to here. But he knows that if he does, at any moment, a lot of these players are going to utilize that moment for them to possibly be able to get some hits on him and end with that damage here. So much happening inside of this small circle here, as they're just going to try to time this out here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where things get hasty. Circle 7 starts to close in right now. This is where things get hasty. At least 2 or 3 inside of the building. Sand Cypher comes through. Nice hits coming in from T225. Absolutely shredders the rest of the shield here. Spider's going to hold on. K225 ends up getting an elimination onto Shah. Both of them going to be able to go out immediately into this one. Holding strong for as long as possible. Both ultis pop in. Beautiful time for each one as T225 goes airborne. Immediately is going to use his F and try to get some decent damage and sends them outside of the circle here. It's going to be a nice big aerial fight here. Sand Siphon comes through, pops open from the outside, going inside with the shield here, then trying to close the gap in a little by little here. K225 ends up closing the gap. 7 eliminations, 8 eliminations, catches 2. K225 is going insane here. Now he's going to try to hold it off here for as long as possible. Wang Liang, but it's not going to be enough as he gets the parry. T225 closes out the game. Almost double-digit eliminations, and that's how you end the game 5.
What our production team, all those months ago when we found out that we were going to Shanghai, asked us if there is a player in solos that you think is going to walk away with the title. Many other casters said other names. I said T225. I have had faith in this guy since Jacob from last year. T225 coming in with that Hardy, able to play the ultimate. There's the smile. We're yet to see the, the staple smirk come through of a successful MVP. I don't think he's quite comfortable in his position in the leaderboard at the moment, but really smart stuff coming through from T225, able to utilize the Hardy ultimate, seeing the players going low around him, finding the connection of those last hits. Spider, unfortunately, despite already having 4 kills, legendary armor and legendary weapons, was in a really rough spot. He had no shield potions left. When that zone started to collapse, when you said, oh, there's that fence in front of you, Spider was utilizing that fence as a way of deterring other players from turning onto him. They could see that the armor was broken. They knew that it stayed broken. It wasn't because Spider wasn't able to find a reset opportunity, it was that he had absolutely no chance of being able to find a reset because he didn't have the shield potions to be able to do it. So what he basically does is he utilizes the fencing as a way of being able to block a couple of the range projectiles coming through, but also that fencing interferes with combo strings. So as a result, if a player tried to openly challenge him out in the open space and look to be able to lock him down with one of those combos, they would unfortunately get stuck on the fence. And being stuck on that fence, even though it's only about 0.5 seconds where you sort of clip into it, it would mean too much of a window for all of the other players in the area to turn it into him. So as a result, Spider sticks behind it. Unfortunately for him, however, that does mean he's a little bit too close to the zone when it starts to push on through. So the second that we see a Tumultuous ultimate come out and he gets stuck inside that wisp, it's unfortunately from 0 to 100 real fast as all of those players in the area, they see the zone collapsing, they see the ultimates come through, they know it's now or never, and we have absolute chaos unfold. And it's not often we get 7 players left in one solo's lobby as that zone starts to close on forward. That very much felt like the same tempo as a trio's zone closing.
Almost. It was definitely a packed out circle here in that final. And obviously T225 popping in at such a great time to be able to not only get the damage, but send people out of the circle, letting the circle do the work and the damage for him, so that way he could prioritize some of these other players. Once he started to get through, he ended up getting the last hits and the last laughs, just absolutely calculating those kills more and more and more to stack it up in such a good time. Obviously being able to do that in that moment here, and even Panda-Man actually surviving longer than Spider. I think Panda-Man was the one that actually was able to, no, actually that was T225.
Yep.
Actually ends up steals that elimination here, so he almost cleaned out the entire 6 players. He almost cleared them out. I think there was one he might not have got. But over than that, he went insane. I can't wait to see what the standings look like, at least for this game. For T225, that is a huge, huge score coming in from him. As you said before, you wanted to see him pop off. You wanted to see him get a good game, and that's exactly what he did. 10 eliminations, 17 points for his game score, and a really strong closer game for T225. A desperate one at that.
Yeah, double digits, like you said. That was the game that he needed, something that we have to talk about. We've talked so much about how strong the fan is. One thing that's really overlooked in what the speed of the RMB on that fan is able to actually bring to the table in solos is the ability to poach those kills incredibly quickly. It does so much damage, but the speed in which it comes out, if you see one of those players stuck inside something like a Tumultuous Wisp, you wait for the opportunity for them to be sub 50%, you throw out that RMB, it has the distance so that you're not immediately in the fight. You know they're stuck in the CC of the Wisp, so they're not going to be able to find the parry. It's exactly what T225 does. You see Spider go low, he scoops up the kill with the RMB on the fan, and from there he's able to convert into that late game. I think he even makes off with a lot of the loot on Spider's body as a result. So we can have a look at the standings and see what exactly game number 5 has meant to all of these 12 players. What has shifted around? We know that T225 is definitely going to be moving up a couple of those rungs. Unique still lagging behind on the bottom. GG Sha as well, one of those players I definitely did not expect to see this low down. Akuma too, not having a great day. Frostivus struggling too. Panda-Man with that Tarka, unfortunately not able to find the targets and kills that he was looking for, and there it is. T225 off of a 17-point game maneuvers himself into second position behind AOW's Mike. That has got to be such a breath of relief for T225.
Not only that too, but a little bit of confidence going into Chengdu as well here, knowing that you are right neck and neck with the top player here. Definitely, even when you split those points, you're still going to be right there and says, hey, what's up, man? I'm right here. I'm ready to go. Let's play some NARAKA. Now, surprisingly, a little bit surprising to see WBG Spider in 6th place. This is a player that we saw drop 4 back-to-back dubs that we've seen from earlier. So this is a little surprising to see him in that top 6 and actually struggling with some of his games here. I think maybe probably some of his placements, maybe in this moment he just hasn't had some decent spots here, but as we look back at the replays here, T225, this was his game. As we look at Akuma getting eliminated from Zelending here inside of this space here. still able to hold strongly for as long as he needed to here. GG Shaw trying to find the hits here, and he gets the elimination with the bow. Beautiful time. JDG Shazing off with fighting this out with Zelenjik. Beautiful LMB, just trying to continue to keep that jungle for as long as possible. Same thing with Xjin here. KT25 reading this moment here. Him missing out on it, seeing the moment here to be able to strike it. Beautiful hits from the fan, trying to see if he can back out of it. But he hits the boomerang and says, see you later, buddy. Where do you think you're going? Look at JDG coming down from the heavens, coming out of nowhere here, and getting that surprise finish here with the pistol on the way up top here. KT225 trying to see if he can catch it, and this is when the beginning of the end started. Beautiful strike, waiting for the damage, and obviously comes through and steals both of those eliminations inside of that final circle here, and obviously pops the ulti, starts to go airborne, immediately catches the first of players from the outskirts here, sending them outside of it. This is when he sends one of the players out from that far section here. Both of them fighting this out. The Sandflag been able to slow down some of that. Mike ends up getting parried and sent off the outskirts of the circle. Both of them struggling to get back in, and that gives KT225 a perfect way to fight that out and gets the jungle piece towards that. Sadly was not able to get the elimination. It actually does.
Yep.
In the amount of time to get the finish here, and just cleans up and says, my job here is done.
So he reads out that he's up against a pole sword with Blistering Edge, and that they're going to want to utilize that Blistering Edge to win the sustain up in the zone with the fire tech. And you can actually have a look and see KLA T25 stats. Stanchion, Pillar, Armor Pierce on that musket, Burst Arrow on the bow, Slow Shot, Sunwing, now combined, Dual Ring, and also Stamina Strike. But look at the damage coming through on that fan. And I mean, secondary damage also 4,400 coming off of the Hardy ultimate. This is an ultimate that does not play around in terms of the damage that it does. 2 successful counters as well coming through from T25. Crucially, one of those coming off of denying the Blistering Edge on the pole sword in that last 1v1.
I feel that. Come on, wake up!
Well, here's the thing for a lot of these players, right? They didn't expect to be lagging this far behind because they had really good performances in the regular qualifications.
Very true.
Xjin was one of those players. He had an incredibly strong day 2. Spider as well had an incredibly strong day 1, and this is the problem for these players. They popped off, but they did it a little bit prematurely. As you definitely want to make sure that you are right on time with answering this question in chat. Which player earned the highest score this match? Was it AOW's Mike? Was it WBG's Spider? Was it KLA's T225? Or was it DJDG's Xu Sheng?
I mean, it's... Let me not say nothing. Let me just not say nothing, because this is.
I feel like the scoreline says enough.
Scoreline says a lot, absolutely. Here, as we're going to be able to lock this in. We still have one more game left. So far, the aggression has been super strong. Reading these players has definitely been a little tougher, as not only that here, being able to watch that has been tough, but on top of that, you guys will be watching something else here as we get ready to lock in for our game number 6.
Teacher, the water here is also contaminated.
The contamination is only a symptom. To find the cause, we must look elsewhere.
小组赛打下来比我预想的还要顺利一点。改进的东西我会偷偷的改进嘛，然后就希望能在总决赛上发挥好一点。暂时来看，应该也就只有麦克对我的威胁比较大嘛，因为他也是比较一个完美的选手。我觉得只有失败才会让我成长，才会让我变得更加强大吧。这个节杯冠军我是比较有信心的。决赛压力肯定是会有的，但是如果能把压力转换成动力的话，
We love seeing the anticipation from Spider, knowing that there's a lot of pressure coming up to him here, and now feeling that pressure now that he's placed in 6 so far for our prelims. The players have been set. We know who's going to Chengdu, and we know who's going to be absolutely duking it out both in solos and trios. So all of our names are here. Now it's just all about how they're going to be placed when they get their points split in half heading to Chengdu. But for you guys, y'all got a question to answer, and hopefully y'all can be able to predict it. Which of the following two will achieve the most kills in this last match? This is game number 6. This is for all the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. Is it GG Shaw, or is it OUG's Panaman? Put your answer in the client here for your chance to win something nice. Now, this has been a really great couple of games here. T225 pops off and just sweeps the competition into this last game here. Now for game number 6, this is for all the marbles. Everybody plans to come through. Everybody is going to do everything possible to capture and garner enough points so that way they will feel good. But for T225, he goes from being in that 5th, 6th, 7th place. Now he is directly behind Mike with a 1 to 2 point difference.
Yep, 2nd place has been secured, but maybe it's temporary, we don't know. We still have 1 game to play for all of these 12 players before they pack their bags and move on over to Chengdu. Panzerman not able, unfortunately, to put together a winning performance on his most prolific hero of that Tarka. Spider has got to be getting into his head a little bit at the moment, right? This is something that we were touching on before the break. The fact that he was coming in, one of his performance days was 4 MVPs back to back to back to back. He was learning how to hardy from tryhard himself. He was definitely looking like one of the most confident users of the new hero, but it looks like potentially some of these players have actually held back on how much they knew, how well they were able to pilot hardy and saved it for this very moment.
Definitely for this very moment here, as we're getting a chance to see Game 1's winner, Wang Liang. Average kills 2.4, almost 10k damage, and a 1.2 average ranking points here. So ranking currently for Wang Liang here, not too bad here. But for a player like Akuma, a little bit of a shocking performance to say the least here.
So, I have a theory about Akuma. We've talked about, you know, how unpredictable he can be. In MVPL, the most memorable games that we've seen have been when Akuma has gone for off-meta heroes, right? Things like the Kurumi, things like the Valda F2. Akuma's entire MO is being unpredictable. He can't afford to show his hand now because there's still going to be so many days before we actually make it to Chengdu. Akuma knows that he's already qualified. Yes, he's not going to be, you know, coming in with so many different points, but as long as he can play that prediction game yet again, no one's going to know how to counter-strat into him. So for a lot of these players, it's sort of weighing up the risk of whether or not you want to actually expose your strategy here, knowing that these points are going to move forward, but it's only 50% of them. For some of these players, in their mind's eye, that justifies not showing all of their strategies, holding a lot back so that there is not VODs that prove what they've been doing and how they've been operating it. That then is going to affect all of the other teams around them's decision making is, oh my goodness, Cell's doing it. We're going to see the Viper Ning coming into solo NARAKA play.
Definitely something we don't see often. Zelendate really being that one. You know, we talk about certain things, right? We talk about, it looks like Valda!
Hello, GG Xia. Oh, this makes me so happy. He, like, last time we saw him
You think you're happy? Valda, excuse me?
Darby, I guarantee I have more hours on Valda than you. I started as a Yoda main, and then I played...
That doesn't mean you don't appreciate her as much as I do, okay? You don't bring her flowers every night. You don't sing to her. You don't serenade to her. I'm kidding. As we get back into the games here.
So that's all of the noise in your hotel room. I
Okay, I knew you were going to do something like
when the moon hits your eye. Like a Valda V2, that's a water spirit in your face that unfortunately only buys you one hit confirmation of CC, which is the entire reason. Oh my goodness, Darby, we're getting Matari.
From a, let's see.
So this has actually been a sort of theory that Raven's had. He's thinking that Matari is actually going to be really strong into things like Hardy, and also, well, we know that Cell's going to be playing into that Viper. Matari with her ultimate immediately sidesteps any of the worry about it. It's essentially Phantom Step just on a much longer cooldown.
The question is it going to be viable?
Well, the question is, do you run into a Realm of Yang as a Matari and verse up against a Viper? Because instantly that is going to be a huge point of frustration coming through.
I mean, not if you can get out of the way, and you know, all you really have to do is get out of the way of the periphery of the eye in reality.
Well, Matari doesn't have to worry about that. Matari, your ultimate stealths you.
Oh, so you really have the advantage. This is a very interesting choice of players.
That's why the Viper doesn't want to run into the Matari. The Matari is going to be incredibly happy though, because like if you go invisible, it's going to be harder for these Hardys to be able to track you. You can use the mobility of your blinks as well to play around the baiting out of the Hardys coming through with those triple charges, where they essentially pull their punches until you fall for it and you utilize that ability a little bit too early. That's the one real stress running into Hardys in Realm of Yang. That ult goes for so long. The V1 variation, I believe, goes for 25 seconds. That is a huge majority of Realm of Yang uptime that a lot of these players just don't have the time to be able to allow to just tick down.
This is going to be a really interesting circle here. We have at least 4 different picks of things that we just was never expecting. We have Akuma on Matari. We have a Viper from Zelending. Zelending definitely really bringing out those random choices.
He ran Viper. He's run Viper already this week.
I mean, that's true, but it's still kind of like, oh, I mean, he's done it actually twice in a session as well, too, which is also
he
another surprising
Viper.
thing. Double pick Viper was another thing that really surprised us as well here. So Zelending definitely really being another wild card here, so Akuma has to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, Viper has a lot of actual mix-ups that you can do into your combo strings. It does require things like the F2 being available, so that you can go for those jump cancels into focus strike throwouts of things like Katana, but you can use that to be able to hit confirm into another uppercut, and then that just keeps going and going and going. F2 can actually be really strong. The thing that you have to remember is that Hardy, if he's okay, it does look, because of a couple of malfunctions coming on through, that we are going to be starting to see the pick come through. Again, I'm going to be really sad if we don't get to see the Valor as a result, but I believe that GG
I don't think they're switching up.
I think GG Show is actually going to roll with it, mostly because we saw the Wu Chen V2 variation come through from him a little bit earlier ago in this week, which I absolutely adored because he actually utilized it just the way I wanted to see it, which is Wu Chen V2 into hit confirm, into uppercut extension of something like Staff or Spear, into Pulsed Greatsword hot swap. And it was absolutely as devastating as I thought it could be.
Definitely devastating and a little unfortunate though with some of the tech issues, but sometimes that happens with everything. You can't always have a perfect broadcast.
It means that we get more anticipation to see all of these heroes come through, because we have a lot of Hardys, we have Valda, we have
Matari. Let's talk more about this Matari.
Viper.
Let's talk more about this Matari. You said it's going to be the advantage between him and a Viper.
Yeah.
Obviously inside of the realm of Yang. So if we come into some of the other players here, and we still have a decent amount, you said that you think Matari could also counter Hottie?
Well, if you're able to find the backstab, right? That's the thing. Matari has so much mobility both inside and outside of the ultimate. It's going to really be interesting to see whether or not she takes the retrace version of the blink, which is essentially where you leave behind that silhouette, you blink away, and then you can actually recall back to it. You can get into the minds of some of these Hardy players, maybe try and bait them into thinking that they're going to go for that blink back, and they're going to have to then intercept with a triple charge. It essentially becomes a huge mind game between both of those two heroes. It's something that makes Matari incredibly enjoying to be able to watch both as casters, players, and viewers at home because of the avenues of escape and counterplay Matari brings to the table.
It's going to be interesting. Matari, we haven't really seen a Matari so far in solo play.
Yeah.
Most of the time when it comes to solo Mataris, most people think, oh, it's a Matari. Oh, that's not really like...
You know what's really funny as well? Matari used to be the absolute queen of solos meta.
Which I was there for. So yes, I understand that. So it's interesting to see that switch up over time, obviously with more heroes getting added to the game, more stories to be told, and obviously more combos, more picks, more ultis. So even with that though, still to be able to see that and noticing that at that time, Matari just didn't seem that viable. And now seeing that Hottie is back and all of a sudden we're testing the Matari again.
Well, it's not necessarily a test to see whether or not she works into Hardy. Again, it is a whole thing of hero point rules in solos, and you have to remember as well as the 5 hero point rules, you do where you have to play 5 heroes, different heroes per game day at least. You also have the phase changes, as we are going to see that first phase go through. No mix-up, except one by Valda. We knew you so little. As Frostabus going to be locking in with that Justina. 3 Hardys immediately taking him off of the table in phase 1. Zal sticking with that Viper. We still wait and see whether or not we get that Matari coming on through from DRG's Akuma. Is he going to go back to those off-meta niche picks? As WBG Spider and T25 going to be dropping in with that Takeda. Yep, there it is. DRG's Akuma coming in with the Justina. I would have loved to see the Matari come through. Do not get me wrong. But unfortunately, Matari had a time and a place, and it is not December 2023.
This is... couldn't even get my Valda. I'm sad. That was a moment. That was a moment in time. That was so much anticipation. There just had to be a problem. I'm sorry. As we're going to be able to come back towards this one here. Looks like we're finally going to be able to log into our game here. So let's check out these hero picks. Let's check out the Vs and see what they pick as well for their players here. So far, it's been very good with a lot of different anticipation here. And let's see if they have the opportunity for it here.
T25 also coming in with that Takeda. I believe that's his double pick now going to be taken out of the way. A couple of Takedas in the lobby, a lot of Hardys, however. So we do see some Tumultuous and Justinas as well. Will it be the traditional V2 that we now start to see all of these Justinas start to run on through. So if they get third party, they have the backup of the AoE freeze to be able to create that smoke screen and slip away behind the back of Frostivus. Going to be locking that one in action on the Tessa. V3 Tessa coming on through, so guaranteed to be able to find those CC connections. The trade-off being, unfortunately, that stun duration a lot less than both the V1 and also the heal a lot less than the V2, as we're going to see Akuma. There it is, V2 on the Justina. Frostivus also going to be locking F2 V2. Zell with the F2 V3 variation, which is pretty much what you have to pick as a Viper into solos.
Going to be interesting with the pick ratio here, as we do see the pick rate coming in for 18% coming up from Zell and Dinkt here. This is going to be the final game, and so far it's been really, really high strung for a lot of these moments here. And seeing as though Frostivus is the last of our NA region here, this is going to be a decent landing spot here, and so does the decent circle that's coming in all the way around. It's going to be a very interesting location here, as we see AOW's mic way off of the outskirts here. Same with XCG in the very far back section of the massive tower. And as KLA, looks like it's going to be off the hills as well. And it looks like in that center of Celestia is going to be OUG's Wang Liang. As it looks like we're still going to be rotating this in areas here, but it looks like GG Shaw landing very similar. Same with 5221's Unique, and same with Spider. So a lot of people opting to keep kind of the same landing spots where they was the first time. Let's see if that's going to be changing or doing anything different here, as we're going to see the aggression immediately pop off here in our 6th and final game of NARAKA. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what is going to determine what points and who is going to be leading the pack leading into our finals during the 16th and the 17th of this month for our grand finals for NARAKA BLADEPOINT.
XCG's Wang Liang and Mike actually landing very close together. I do believe Akuma also going to be in the area. Mike able to pick himself up. He's got to be running luck glyphs. Purple weapon, purple staff, and blue armor coming on through. Wang Liang overholding to be able to force Mike off of that pistol. Going to be coming on through with the staff 1, 2. We see the Smolch F now being invested. Wang Liang able to break around the corner before the Wisp is going to scoop him up. Zell goes down off screen. The first casualty of the match is Mike with the pistol. Going to force Wang Liang into holding on to the right click. Mike able to find the parry. Wang Liang utilizing the F ability, catches Mike into that Wisp. It's going to hold him in position, looking to try and find the uppercut conversion off of that staff, but Mike with the combo break of his own will be able to break on out of it. Mike taking so much damage, however, off of all of that coming on through, since he did not have the combo break afterwards. Looks to try and find the uppercut, and Wang Liang is going to do the exact same as Mike. Both of these players on the same hero with the exact same escape strategy. Get stuck inside that uppercut, utilize the combo break to be able to get away. Mike potentially getting caught into that toothpick, going to use the F to be able to break off. Does catch Wang Liang, who cycles back into the F yet again. These tumulches are just going to continue going until one of them is able to find the combo string when the other doesn't have the F available, and that time is now. But unfortunately, Mike is griefed out of the kill. I said Akuma was landing in the area, and Akuma comes in with the pistol to steal the kill. Now, unfortunately, not going to have the combo break on the free shot from utilizing that V2. Mike going to drop the Tumulch ultimate. Akuma not wanting to dash on through. Justina into Tumulch is a matchup that Akuma knows he cannot win when ultimates are going to be available. Now tries to come and pressure Mike, who's going to see the grapple connection and puts himself into the middle of his ultimate. Akuma still not able to find the follow-up. Cancels the ultimate to regenerate 60% of that charge and try and win out the sustained fight, as Mike with the grapple cancel. Immediately we're going to see trying to push on forward. Akuma with the spacing on the R&B on the halberds, wanting to buy himself the time to be able to cycle back into the free shell form. Knows he's going to be vulnerable if Mike is able to find him into the uppercut conversion of the pole sword that he has in the back pocket. But the fight's gone on so long, Derby. We've got the third party coming through.
Taking so long. One of y'all got to get eliminated, or at least y'all start to separate, as Akuma now on the chopping block here, a little bit low on heals. He's going to have to force to pop the F key, and immediately does not actually actually use that to his advantage here for the re-shield here. Only was able to go for the quick reset here, and now T225 trying to see if they can close in the gap a little bit more. Waiting for the scale rush, but that longsword is able to push them off the top side here. He's got to be careful as now the third party starts to come in. T225 is going to close in this gap, trying to see if maybe they can main it. The ulti comes out, but Mike is going to come through, griefing that kill away from Mike yet again. This is Mike's second time trying to see if they can get the elimination, and sadly it's not going to be enough as now he decides to back off, but T225 is deeply on the pursuit. Doesn't want to let this elimination go here. Definitely wants to try to close this out and seize the opportunity and getting the elimination onto AOW's Mike. Nice hits coming through from the longsword. Beautiful reset. Trying to see if they can close in this gap. Ends up catching off the outskirts. Ends up getting third party here towards the back with the repeating crossbow. T225 ends up getting his shield swapped here as Akuma is going to come through with that salty run back. Immediately finding out if they maybe can. Trying to see if he can jumble it with the staff. Staff hitting some decent shots here. And now he's going to come back with the repeating. Immediately pulls out the longsword. Trying to see if they can close in the gap. Akuma's going to scale rush it all the way up top. Nice grapple. Trying to see if they can close it. Hits him so far off this outskirts, says, see you later, buddy. Do not try to push on me. I am not the guy you want to fight here. And now it looks like they're going to back off theirs and go for the reset.
Yeah, T225 cancelling the grapple so he doesn't get scooped into the purple. Like you said, going to back on off and find that reset opportunity. Zell coming in with the F2 connection, wanting to find the conversion, overholding onto that staff, finds the parry onto J-Team's action. The repulse damage doing so much action, having to utilize the F1 to look for the recovery. 1-2 uppercut conversion. Unfortunately, no greatsword or pole sword to be able to increase the damage afterwards, but action has been able to do enough, takes enough damage onto Zell that he permits the back away as JDG's Shusheng coming in with the third party, turns now onto the Viper, a much more viable target in solos to be tracked down and jumped on than that Tesla. Even if you're going for the third party and you know ultimates have been invested, the Viper V2 of V3 Varva costs 100% of it, the Tesla only costs 55%. Shusheng does not want to turn on the Tesla as a result and tries to track down Zal, who has to go incredibly high. T225, by the way, taking AOW's Mike down off screen with the longsword. T225 incredibly close to being able to overtake the current leader, as Spider incredibly close to going down. Wang Liang also in the area. Spider on that Takeda, incredibly vulnerable to all of these hardies, able to utilize the movement and catch him no matter what rooftop he tries to run himself into. Spider holding the angle, going to look to scale rush away as Unique's attention has been diverted. Suddenly it's Unique versus Wang Liang, and Spider has a clean disengagement. Unique with the hardy ultimate going to get hit into that tumult wind wall, losing all of that stamina. Spider now re-healed, decides to come back on in for the purple that he armor swapped out of in that disengagement, will be able to pick it on up and slides immediately out of that. I do believe he utilized, his ultimate. It looks like he cancelled it a little bit early to be able to save on to some of that rage, knowing that there are players in the area, so wanting to try and take these fights. Unique, one of those targets that Spider could potentially turn on to, given the fact that he was able to burn the ultimate out from the hardy. Spider, however, not wanting to find that full commitment onto a fight. Realm of Yang incredibly close to spawning up for both of these players. No one wants to overstep until that portal pushes through.
Meanwhile, T225 looks like he possibly might be getting some extra loot here as well here. Preparing for the Realm of Yang here as he's going to close it in towards the circle, waiting for it. It's going to land directly in the center of it here. Timing it just so he could get it in here as the portal does come through. And he's going to be fighting himself with WBG Spider. And it looks like J-Team's Action, OUG's Wang Liang. No, Panaman.
Debbie, this is a race. Both of these players do not have ultimate.
This is going to be interesting here to see who is actually going to be able to secure the elimination here with none of them having the ultis here. Let's see how much damage they're going to create in order to get their ultimate here. A minute left on the clock, minute and 5, should I say. It looks like they're just going to try to go a little bit more towards the ranged weapons here. Shield immediately trying to come through here. C225 doesn't want to force this fight if he needs to here. Waiting for the ulti to come through here as Spider has a little bit of the advantage. Oh, nice hits though to ricochet onto Spider. Spider down low on shield. It's going to be able to go through it, but Action immediately has already won his Realm of Yang here. 45 seconds left on the clock as he closes in here with the staff. The staff is able to do a lot of damage here to get rid of the rest of the shield from Spider. Pops the ulti here. Spider now having the advantage, 97%, and now he has the full 100. Also is able to pop the ulti now. Both of them with the timing, and also their Ghost able to get the strikes going, but it looks like it might have been a little bit too late for T225 here, as Spider might have possibly popped the advantage here, getting that early. Nice strikes to do what he needs to, and Spider is going to take that advantage and claim that elimination and the results in the Realm of Yang.
And that's what we were talking about earlier when we said so many of these lines from Takeda relies on the ultimate being up. When both of those players took that Realm of Yang as a Takeda without that ultimate, they knew that they couldn't go for the active 1v1. They didn't know if the other Takeda had that ultimate. They did not want to put themselves into a position of finding out, so the ranged weapons came through, and Spider was able to come out on top. J-Team's Action now trying to find the connection onto Pandaman. Pandaman going to punish the fact that Action was in the air a little bit too long ahead of him, and is able to find the conversion into the LMB. Action overholding on those blue to be able to stop Pandaman from finding the grapple lockdown. We're going to see Pandaman with the overhold on the LMB. Tessa F1 now being forced. Both of these players taking the fight inside the no-ult zone. Pandaman did not have the ultimate down before it came through. As a result, cannot use it now. We're going to see Action take so much damage. The clank coming through off of the dual halberds into the uppercut, into the bump, into the RMB. Dual halberds, that's a combo string you're going to be seeing plenty of inside the J-Cup 2023. It has been proving absolutely killer, as WBG's Spider has been able to cleanse himself of the, or rather didn't need to worry about cleansing himself of Yang depletion, because he won. T225 actually in the position of needing to drop one of these players. Unique, definitely potentially one of those targets. With the Huddy ultimate, however, T225 has to take his eye off the lower health player, allow the reset to come through. Instead, he's going to try and jump on Spider.
Interesting choice here, as Unique looks like he's going to decide to back off this here at T225. Try to see if he can close in this gap here by Spider. Trying to hold strong here as the Nunchucks are able to do a massive amount of distraction here, and destruction gets destroyed by WBG Spider. Spider able to close in the gap. Beautiful parry on it. JDG saying, and immediately he's going to try to see if he can get some amazing hits off of him here, and stops him from popping his ulti before he can separate and get out. Spider, 2 eliminations, 4 deep into this game already, is able to get the find and do it exactly what he needs to, as we find the Viper trying to see if he can time it for the stun here, and the stun is able to do a decent amount of damage here, but so does Wang Liang, and Wang Liang is going to actually eliminate Viper out of this game as well.
Yep, Cell unfortunately takes the fight against the Tumult, who was looking to just try and push that Viper into the wind wall. Even though the V3 comes through, he just doesn't have the armor to be able to survive that pressure coming on through. There's a reason we don't see Viper in solos all that often, and she works in trios when you have 2 players to be able to peel for her, as well as things like the Wu Chan wind wall to be able to dip in front of and get that shield sustainability. Alone, unfortunately, having that tether snap, it just unfortunately leaves that Viper way too vulnerable for players to be able to phase tank down before the ultimate can properly come through and allow the Viper to control the narrative, as we're going to see J-Team's Action able to walk away with the win earlier. We're going to see with that Tessa V3 coming on through. Frostivus looks like he's trying to keep a track of some of these players around him, playing onto that Justina, the V2 rather than the V1 variation coming through from him. He's potentially just going to have to play the long con. He's still on blue armor. He's not really looking to make himself a target. He just wants to play for the final zone claps to be able to lock down some of these players, especially since you haven't been able to find those kills early on. You don't want to try and take one of these Realm of Yangs. Having that Yang depletion has just proven so detrimental for all of the players ever since J-Cup started.
So far, it's been very strenuous for some of these players here, but for Spider able to pop off here and really get the game that he needed to here. As it looks like GG Shaw and Akuma finding this out here as well by themselves. The fan versus the fan here. Nice strikes to be able to do it onto Akuma. Akuma trying to see if he can back off this as the Justina ulti starts to pop in. Question is, does he use his ulti to separate? Does he use it to absolutely freeze out on GG Shaw? Looks like he's not able to here as he pops it and is able to catch the freeze and ends up backing off this, trying to see if he can separate himself as the bells start to come through. Same thing with the bows.
Ballista kite? Yep, he's kiting to base of Ballista. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any dash left. V2 only has 2.
Unfortunate to catch it here as Wang Liang is going to be able to catch Akuma in this tough situation here. Now he's able to try to see if he can dip out of this, but it's not going to be enough as Akuma officially out of this game. The Realm of Yang starts to come through yet again for one last try here. Wang Liang 2 eliminations deep here, and it looks like WBG Spider and Action fighting this out, the rematch that we have been wanting to see so far here. This is what I'm excited to see here, as now, even with that there, they're both going to time it all the way up top here. Nice defensive clangs here, trying to see if they can close this out. Pistol shots, trying to see if they can close it, but it's not going to be enough, as now it's just going to be dual halberds versus the nunchucks. The ulti comes through onto a beautiful ulti coming through onto Spider. Spider is going to be able to get the beautiful parry, immediately hits up with the 9-tailed fox of the ulti comes through, so does the Ghost, able to stop the stun and get the finish, and immediately is going to be able to go for the reset. Spider still having more shield though. Action trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough as they hit the combo, and Spider is able to get the finish onto this and get another win inside of the Realm of Yang.
And that's why Takeda is the worst matchup for a tester to take inside the Realm of Yang. Spider, did you see it? He actually gets hit by the V3, the Tether comes through into the Stolen. He utilizes one of the shoves coming through from his ult to push the Tessa away from stopping him interacting in the urn and stopping that Tether actually managing to snap and deal damage to him. Spider just utilizing the threat of that ultimate coming through from the Takeda, Action anticipating as a result the meter dump come through from the nunchucks, goes to try and clank it before it's able to hit into that golden charge. As a result, Spider able to cancel out of the focus strike into a parry. And unfortunately, Action is just not able to find any turnaround off of the ultimate activation either because of the Furin shoves, letting Spider regain control of all of that space. Very smart player coming through from our defending world champion of Spider, WBG. He used to be known for his zip. I really do feel, however, like his Takeda has just been absolutely improving ever since we saw it here. Last year is Action now on the prowl, has to try and drop one of these players. He's been able to find Frostivus, who was trying to play out of sight, out of mind. Unfortunately, Action's not going to be letting him away from this fight easily. He needs that Soul Bloom to drop for him to continue in this lobby. GG Shot also going to be showing on up for the third party, most likely in a similar situation. Action now trying to turn onto the Justina. Frostivus able to dodge away, does get hit by the Tether, utilizing the V2 to be able to control the spacing. Action going down. Frostivus able to stop the players from looking for the instant third party with the AoE freeze, threatening both of them if they try to move on forward. Frostivus holding on to the R&B on the longsword, gets it immediately reflected back into his face by Shah. Shah with the jump parry, able to stop Frostivus again from being able to regain control of that spacing, and now it's a 1v1. Wang Liang coming in, dropping the Smolch ultimate over the body to be able to loot through all of those resources and stop GG Shah from continuing the fight.
Unbelievable here. So unfortunate for Frostivus getting double teamed here in that situation here. Rarely was able to actually clean that up, but sadly gets parried by both Wang Liang here in that moment here, trying to see if they can hold strong here. Meanwhile, AOW's Mike, 2.5 minutes left on the clock. The desperation is going to start to set in for Mike here, even though he is still leading the pack here with that 37.8 here. Still trying to see if they can close in the gap here, as now he's just going to try to see if he can close it in with the dual halberds here. Unique just trying not to get eliminated here. He's down at the bottom of the barrel here. 4.1 points. Won't be able to have too many points to his name as we head over to Chengdu. But for Mike, he's going to plan to slow down this a little bit more as Unique gonna use that opportunity potentially to hit the scale rush. Maybe go for the shield here as he sees WBG Spider. Spider sees him first though, hits him with the pistol. Now he's going to try to see if he can rotate this out here. He's able to pop the full shield, and now he's going to use it towards his advantage here as AOW's Mike is going to be able to catch him. Beautiful F to be able to go for the reset here as he ends up getting parried. Spider all the way up top, dangerously low, trying to see if he can get out of here as best as possible here, waiting for it. And also the Takeda pops out though. And now Unique has the opportunity to maybe to dip out of here as best as possible, but everybody knows he's dangerously low. They're not going to let him go. They're absolutely going to push onto him. this is about as worse as a mother trying to get away from all of the solicitors here, trying to get that extra buck. You have to be able to rotate this around. It's Unique trying to hold on strong here. The pistol shot trying to connect it, but it looks like AOW's Mike is going to be able to capture his first elimination, second elimination of this game. Now he gets pushed by WBG Spider. This is the fight that we love to see here, as Mike trying to see if he can bounce back off this, but Spider wants that fight here. He's going to try to see if he can close in the gap here. Almost is able to hit him with the downward hit from the nunchucks, but he's just a little bit faster here with those dual halberds. Scaling off the wall, trying to see if he can dip out here, and he has completely lost Wang Liang and Gigi Shaw. Gigi Shaw is nowhere to be found, and probably Wang Liang's going, where'd the boys go? Where'd they go?
Well, Spider knows this is Mike. Spider very much is familiar with Mike's movement pattern. He knows how aggressive a player Mike is going to be, so he's not going to let this tumult slip away. And Spider trying to find that connection. Mike very wisely kiting the fight onto the cliff edge so that Takeda loses a lot of value off of the ultimate combo extensions. Mike unfortunately having to put himself onto the low ground, trying again to get back to that cliff face to stop Spider from being able to find the value. He's going to utilize the app. He's going to utilize the ultimate. Mike dropping in with the Tumult ultimate as well. They've drawn the attention of Gigi Shaw also now coming into the area, and as a result it does look like, yep, Spider is going to allow Mike to leave. He had a window of opportunity. There's a reason that he actually turns off of Mike and starts chasing Unique. He identifies that Mike is pushing onto that kill so desperately that he has to be under Yang depletion. And as a result, he tries to find the kill onto the Hardy, knowing that Mike in that timer is going to potentially go down to Yang depletion if he doesn't manage to find the kill and the bloom. Unfortunately for Spider, because he puts that pressure onto Unique, he forces the Hardy into utilizing the F2 and it sends him directly into Mike's hands, who's able to find the kill and able to pick up the Soul Bloom. As Gigi Shaw going to be putting himself into the sky. Hardy ultimate coming for his Spider, swapping on over to the pistol to try to chunk this Hardy down! What a use of the V1! The Takeda shove catching Shaw mid-air, able to knock him out of the flight, deal enough damage to temporarily ground him. Spider not able, unfortunately, to translate it into a full kill, but Shaw now entirely out of the ultimate.
That fire damage, though. Doing a lot in that moment here, just so now he could be able to separate himself for enough time to be able to re-heal and re-shield here. I'm gonna try to see if he can get some extra shield as well for him. Knowing that in this moment, it's definitely going to be the last of this game here. Spider leading the pack with 5 eliminations, but let's not sleep on Wang Liang with that 4 here. This could be huge for Spider if he ends up ending today with a dub, as Wang Liang's going to come through. Beautiful, strong start here with that ban. Gold shield, absolutely decimating. Beautiful boomerang to be able to connect that one as well. Finds the gray shielding swap just to be able to get a little bit of a diversion here. Wang Liang not going to make it easy for Spider to try to separate, as he does have that gold katana. And now, both of them on the end skirts, trying to see if he can hit it. Nice defensive clang coming in from Wang Liang. Wang Liang trying to see if he can hold on onto it. Misses out on the opportunity as he sees the scale rush coming through from Spider. Spider opting to the opportunity for him. Pops the ulti here, trying to get the slow. Hits the grapple. Doesn't fully commit to it, knowing that Spider's probably waiting for him to be able to hit that. Potentially with the parry. And now Spider is going to be able to head back up top here. Wang Liang is going to decide he's going to dip out of here. Not to get caught up here. And I'm still curious. Spider and Shaw are gone.
I mean, Spider played that perfectly. He knew he's coming under pressure because, like he said, he had to go for the armor swap onto the gray, but he actually overholds on the focus strike on that katana and then cancels out of it to be able to frame through the wisp coming through on the tumult, and then he's also able to use the focus strike cancel to be able to carry himself outside of the tumult ultimate before it hits. Really good stuff coming through from him, knowing inside and out the spacing and radius of the tumult ultimate that Wang Liang is going to be potentially looking to lock Spider down when he is viable and vulnerable for a kill. So we're now going to see Spider with the ultimate activation of that Takeda try and lock Shaw down. Shaw immediately maneuvering himself so he's not going to get those fear and shoves, pushing him into that zone corruption to damage. Spider has not cancelled the ultimate. Okay, there we go. Spider does indeed cancel the ultimate, sees the opportunity to be able to get the jump on Shaw has been removed, cancels out of it the second that he can to be able to save the ultimate generation of 80% of that ultimate. He knows he's going to be taking pressure from all of these players in the area. Takeda, when that zone collapses, gets so much value off of having those shoves, knocking these players back into the corruption tick, and as a result, Spider has to play incredibly quietly. Unfortunately for him, however, he's been spotted by Mike. This is a player who's not going to allow Spider to be able to find the reset. He was fighting a Takeda earlier. Ooh. He knows that that Takeda is Spider, and he's not going to allow Spider to slip away. Spider able to find a blue armor reset. GG Shah actually anticipating and intercepting Mike before he's able to find the lockdown onto Spider. Tumult Wisp's going to be invested. Combo Breaker used Spider. Able to find the F connection onto Wang Liang. Going to see the ultimate come on through. Are we going to see the Fury Shells being utilized? Uppercut comes through, baiting the Tumult out of that Combo Breaker early. Spider looking for the shove connection into that Katana. Going to go down to the purple scoop of the staff.
What a finish coming through. Spider's going to hold on to that 4th place position here for this game here, but he does have the 5 eliminations here. Wang Liang trying to see if he can close in this gap here. Beautiful hits coming through as GG Shah gets absolutely sent, forcing him to pop the ulti and decide he needs to dip out of here as best as humanly possible. GG Shah now in the air, trying to see if he can bounce back and forth between him and Mike, as Mike gets absolutely destroyed here in this moment here. Question is, are they going to actually go for the target here, as it looks like they might be able to, as Wang Liang is going to use that as his advantage. Beautiful hits off that, and it just like that, Wang Liang is able to capture his 6th elimination. He could particularly win this game between him and Shab and get this 1st place and be leading into the pack here, coming into it, and he might be able to as he forces the ulti. GG Shah with the parry, almost catches him on the outskirts. He's stuck on the storm, and Shah is going to shut down Wang Liang in the final game, but it does not matter because Wang Liang is going to be the MVP of this final match, is able to capture enough eliminations, gets that 2nd place, maximizes his opportunity. He gets the 1st game, he gets his game number 6, and most likely he is going to be our number 1 winner, leading to Chengdu.
That is a very happy Wang Liang. That is a huge contrast. I mean, when we last saw him, he was not happy at all. He knew that he had all of the kills, all of the loot loadout to lead into converting into late game MVP, and he was denied it by T225. However, Wang Liang now able to find the MVP, played it absolutely perfectly. Yet again, he sees Spider and Mike, he knows that they're going to try and grief each other. He pushes himself into the middle of that fight, denies Mike from being able to find the kill, knows that Spider is definitely not going to let him go.
This is a deja vu.
Exactly.
But on the other side.
Well, Wang Liang has been there before. That's the thing. He's a very smart player. He knows how to play these players' aggression and impatience against them, and he does it time and time again. He did it in MVPL Season 1 of 2023. He does it right here, right now. I do, however, have to praise GG Shah on how he played that last 1v1. The fact that he utilized the F2 on the Hardy to be able to pick up enough verticality to cancel out of it early and find the jump parry on drop down was an absolute piece of art in motion. I love Hardy. I love the fact that you can use him aggressively. I love the fact that you can use him defensively. The fact that you can immediately find yourself an opportunity to be able to go for the jump parries off of all of the F2, and pretty soon as well, Darby, the entire duration of your ultimate, he's going to be able to parry no matter what, and he won't have to cancel his ultimate early to do it either.
Oh, absolutely, as he was able to get that finish here, did a fantastic job as Wang Liang. We've seen him bounce back from these moments before here, and at the same time, as I said, he's been in that same situation, except this time, he is not on the chopping block. It was Mike in that moment, so I know that had to be a little bit of some sweet victory, just a little bit, just to be able to go, okay, I remember being caught in this situation before. Now, how's it feel to be on the other side, huh? How's that feel, huh? Wasn't so nice now, was it, Mike? Now, obviously, most likely, he will probably end up taking that top slot because he was very, very, very close to AOW's Mike. What a slow climb. That's one of the things that's the definition of playing the long game. And in that moment, that's exactly what he did here to take it all the way to the top here with 6 eliminations and a 10.4 game score for the man himself, Wang Liang, to take it all the way to the top. But with Spider, 5 eliminations, 8 points as well. Ends up going in second place here. Shaw with 1 elimination, sadly, but does get that 4.4. AOW's Mike with 2 eliminations and a 4.1, so still able to put up some points on the board. And rounding out the top 5, 3 eliminations for Action with that 3.8.
Yeah, XCG, like you said, Wang Liang very slowly and steadily moving his way up the leaderboard all day. That is very much XCG's MO, not just for Wang Liang, but for the team as a whole. Play consistently, have a couple of good games, have one amazing pop-off game, and watch as your score skyrockets. As a result, Spider, I do believe, is also going to be moving up as a result of the match that he puts up. In that last one, he definitely, I don't believe, is making it into the top 3, but he's potentially breaking into the top 5 as we can move away from the potentials and see the definites. This is the leaderboard moving in to the grand finals. All of these players have played their 6 games of pre-finals. The score that they have accumulated now over these 6 matches played today will be halved, and half of those points will be taken forward to start off as their base when we kick off grand finals in Chengdu.
I can't wait for Chengdu. This is going to be so intense. You're going to feel the energy immediately coming into the arena. I can't wait to see the anticipation, and I can't wait to be able to cast these games because this is going to be very jam-packed. This is going to be very intense. There's going to be a lot of strategy. There might be some random plays. There might be some random picks. There might be some random bans. You never know. But as accordingly, these are going to be the points in total. So 39 points in total, but only AOW's Mike is going to take 19 of those points. Meanwhile, 35.1 for Wang Liang, 17.6, 60.9 for T225. That one game put him in a score where he is 3 points behind the top score. So I know he's got to be feeling good going into it. And surprising, JDG Zhang, 13.3. Rounding out our top 5 is WBG Spider, our defending champ.
Yeah, like I've said though, do not discount any of these players who are not in the first half of those standings. There are a lot of days until we go to Chengdu. I feel a lot of these players don't want to reveal their hand too early. A lot of NARAKA, the second that you get predictable, you immediately get punished. We saw it happen in MVPL time after time after time. Some of these players start off doing amazingly well, have such amazing pop-up matches, but they do the same thing one too many times, and everyone figures out how to counter up against them. As we can have a look at Spider now, coming up against Xu Sheng, coming in with that R&B on the fan. Yet again, we see that fan picking up the kill. There's the Justina V2. Akuma unfortunately not able to utilize it to be able to disengage in time. T25 now looking to lock Mike down outside of that Tumultuous ultimate. Will be able to find it. Action taking a lot of pressure coming through from Pandaman, cutting himself into that no ult zone, overholding on those halberds, able to find the uppercut into grapple bump into RMB. That does so much damage. You can see how quickly it turns the tides of a fight. But speaking about quickly, full meter dump coming on through from Spider, and in the blink of an eye, T25 is gone.
Just like that, and just like that, Spider also able to do the same thing on the Zhang here, casting on the outskirts right before he's able to take flight, goes airborne. Spider's like, where do you think you're going there, buddy? And that's when he calculates his top 4. Now, this is the same situation that AOW Mike did to Wang Liang here, but instead he ends up taking that moment here and successfully is able to do it. He was able to hold on for a long possible second here, but that parry was able to do enough to shut down Wang Liang. That timing couldn't have been any better for a player like GG Shaw, but it doesn't matter though because he ended up getting that win. That hype was very much there, and he absolutely feels like he deserved it, and that's exactly what he did here as we get the Tumult yet again for a dub. Like we said, his third MVP, 13,000 damage, 6 eliminations, Desperation, Soul Release, Blistering Edge, Soul Shatter, Long Handle, Weapon Stab, and an Overlord. With 5,000, almost 6,000 damage coming in from the fan.
I mean, it's so interesting, because a lot of the time when we were talking to players and coaches, they refer to Tumult as a damage control pick, but we're starting to see more and more MVPs come through on that Tumult. A lot of the time, it really does feel like these players who are able to utilize the aggressiveness of all of these other heroes, things like the Hardy, things like the Takeda, on that Tumult are able to actually find a lot more long-term value, and Wang Liang, that's his entire strategy in a nutshell. Allow everyone else to get aggressive around you and then profit.
Checking out some of the final kill cams coming in from some of these players here. Just seeing the reactions from when they get eliminated into these games here. And so far, like I said, there's a lot of anticipation. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of hesitation going into some of these games here as you look at Wang Liang's reaction to him at least losing that last fight. But he still ends up getting that dub here. You can tell there is a lot of mental pressure, a lot of stress leading up to this, because this is just for the point. So I can only imagine how they're going to feel when they get on that grand stage in Chengdu in next week.
Yeah, because you have to remember as well, like we've said, a lot of these players have already had pop-off days, so they're going to be starting to get into their own heads and go, I was able to do it then, why am I not able to do it now? And that, unfortunately, is all of the preparation that you're going to be able to have the next time you play on this stage, the next time you play with all of those players. It's the grand finals. There's no more practice, there's no more pre-finals. It is perform or go home.
Literally, it is
Well,
performance.
everyone's going home, but one of those players who performs better than everyone else will go home with a very tasty trophy.
And a lot of bread. Let's not forget, this is a lot of money on the line, okay? Like, the trophy is nice. It's very beautiful. I'd love to have that in my room. But it's about the bread, okay? There is a lot of money on the line. That is a lot of chicken nuggets. That's a lot of chicken sandwiches that you can have for a lifetime. A lot of groceries. You can also buy yourself potentially a new car. You can also get yourself a license. Some of these players is a little young. I don't know if they got their license yet. They might not be whipping like that. That's what I'm saying. But coming from that, there's still a lot of anticipation. So hopefully, like you said, they're not throwing out their trap cards. They're not throwing out their surprise moments. They're not throwing out their reverse 4, reverse 6, reverse 8. They haven't thrown them out yet, and they're expected to absolutely throw those out. Then they have to throw out all of them in 6 games coming up next week in the grand finals. Now, we're also going to be doing the same thing tomorrow for our trios, because they also will be doing the exact same thing as the prelim finals. So they are also going to be accumulating their points, and their points are going to be split in half as they also lead to Chengdu. So be sure to tune in tomorrow as well for that one. That's going to be just as anticipated, just as hype as this was today for our solos. There's still going to be a lot left. And then on top of that, we and the rest of the casting team will be headed to Chengdu to cast the grand finals for the J Cup for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. There is a lot of anticipation. I hear there's some powers to be that's also going to be there too.
I mean, yeah, also there's a huge anticipation about what the stage is going to look like.
I mean, it's probably going to be big. I feel like I think everybody can agree with me when this stage is going to be huge. Will it be as big as that? I would not be surprised at all. I expect for it to be bigger than that. And that's a big stage. Like, if y'all was actually physically here and saw how big that stage was, it's massive, okay? And I just want to be able to tell you, just as massive as that stage is, there's a massive chance for you to win as well if you get this question right. How many points did XCG Wang Liang get today? Is it 20.6? Is it 25.4? Is it 31.4? Or is it 35.1? Now, hopefully, you guys are paying attention, because this one you could get wrong if you guys wasn't necessarily looking at the points.
Yeah, this is today overall. Not just last match. This is today overall. So make sure to get your answer into chat as quickly as possible, because unfortunately, this is your last opportunity, at least today, to be able to get your hands on those cosmetics through this method.
And on top of that here, even with XCG here, let's say top 3, very strong top 3 here. Surprising that Spider is not in that top 3. In top 5, at least, which is decent. But still, surprising to say that he's not in the top 3.
He got so close. He had 2 games where he's coming into final zone claps with 4 kills. Unfortunately for him, the last lobby that he's in, it's Mike and Wang Liang, and Wang Liang, as we've already talked about, knows how to take advantage of the aggression that Spider and Mike show each other, even though both of them do back off because they see that third party come through. They've learned from the past when Wang Liang has been able to essentially bait them into using that aggression against each other, where they will chase after each other 5 minutes, sometimes even longer, until one of them eventually goes down. They do go for that split this time, but enough had been invested in the fight that they were just too vulnerable targets to survive that third party pressure coming on through. The second time that we see Spider come in with 4 kills is when TD did 5. pops on off. Spider unfortunately gets caught out because he tries to position around just not getting spotted, not being pressured, since he's lacking the ability to be able to heal up all of that legendary armor, and he's the one when the zone collapses and the Tumultuous ultimate first comes in that everyone turns onto as a result.
Now, even with that here, there's still a lot coming through, but obviously that was a tough ending for Spider here. Obviously, as you can tell from his face from that replay on his 5-0 moments here. Same thing with Wang Liang too. They I know Wang Liang wanted that dub. He had that a lot of stuff here, but that's gonna do it for me and Moxie here for our solos prelims finals. Like I said, make sure to stay tuned tomorrow for that. But this is going to be a wave goodbye to us, but we're going to send you over to Leah for our interview, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for trios.
Thank you, our casters, and hi everyone. This is Jaeger, and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Wang Liang, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 大梁，先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是茶之记王良。
欢迎大家来到我们的赛后采访。So first, we have interesting story we would like to share. Cause before the post-game interview, we saw that today have a lot of audience and fans of Wang Liang. They just come here and support for you. So I would like to know. So what did they say? And anything you want to say to the people support you? 那我首先说一个比较有趣的事情。为什么今天我们的采访等了有一段时间啊？因为今天可以看到现场来了许多大梁的粉丝，今天也是为他加油呐喊。那刚刚看到，其实自己被粉丝在外面团团围住，他们有没有什么祝福的话送给你？包括自己有没有什么话想对支持你的粉丝们在镜头面前说一说的吗？
说的都是杰贝加油嘛，毕竟比赛还没有结束嘛，最重要的还是14号的决赛嘛。然后谢谢大家对我和对茶之记俱乐部的支持吧，谢谢大家，我会努力的。
Okay, so first of all they wanna like to say to me is cheer up in the J Cup, cause today only the pre-grand final, and we still have the races in Chengdu, and just see you in Chengdu. And I would like to say thank you very much for support me and support my team XCG. Thank you, and I will work hard. Okay, so for the Game 6, so we would like to say congratulations, you got the MVP in the Game 6. But I'm really interested, like after the matches, you're like talking to the crew members, so what are you talking about? 那我特别想问一下，在第6把其实自己拿下了 winner 之后，有看到大梁很兴奋的在跟周围的工作人员分享，说了些什么？可以跟我们说说吗？
当时是旁边的楚征，就楚征坐我旁边嘛，然后他就问我为什么这都能被反杀，然后我也很气嘛，然后我就跟他说怎么，就他夺魂啊，不知道他有夺魂，然后这种事情就有心内的事情。
Yeah, okay, so because Chu Zheng is just nearby me, and we are talking about the one-on-one fighting with Sha at the end of the game, and he said it's really a pity because in the end of the game just killed by Sha, and I would like to say because I don't know he have the soul jet, it's really a pity, but I will work hard in the rest of the game. OK， 谢谢大梁今天一个非常有趣的分享。那接下来我们还要成都还有比赛，我们只能说加油，好不好 ？OK， cheer up 王良 and thank you for today's interview and we will get back to our casters.
Appreciate you so much for that amazing interview for Wang Liang, our second place here overall for our points here. And obviously he's coming in there with at least 1 point behind the top score. So obviously his confidence immensely high, especially after that one pop-off game. But I know a player that's also just as happy, T225.
Yes, definitely. You could see that he was taking a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. I know he was under a lot of pressure as well from his own self, because you have to remember, T225 rose to prominence in the NARAKA scene the last J Cup, and as a result he really is thinking that he's going to be putting a lot more presence into the J Cup, and as a result a lot more pressure onto where he's ending in the leaderboard. But he was able to find that massive pop-off game, and I think off of that massive pop-off game he takes something like 16 points with him into the grand finals, which is a huge stress off of his shoulders. Unfortunately for some of these other players, they still have to deal with that stress and pressure. In fact, all of our trios players still have to deal with it because we are undecided on the amount of points they all bring with them in Chengdu. In fact, we find that out tomorrow.
Yes, we'll be finding that out tomorrow here as we're going to see who is going to take the top spot as well for their points, as they also will be deducted in half. And be sure to be here for the 16th and the 17th as we will be crowning world champions of the J Cup here for NARAKA Blade Point 2023. Is Spider going to be able to defend his title? Is Mike going to be able to steal it back and gain the throne? Is Frostopus going to be our first NA world champion holder? Or is somebody else going to steal it from right under all of them at the same time? Is XCG going to continue their onslaught for their trios? Or is another team going to come in and steal it all the way away from them? Regardless, we're going to be crowning a brand new trio world champion on the 17th, so be sure to be here for it, as we're going to be showing tomorrow's schedule for our days, and it starts off at night for our trios.
Yeah, immediately into increased Firefly rates coming on for, in fact, back-to-back increased Firefly rates. Both Morris and Holleroff, Dusk and Night coming on through.
Your favorites. Your
I
favorites.
mean, no, my favorite's Starry Night, but Starry Night wasn't picked.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Starry Night was not unfortunately picked, so hopefully the next time it'll get picked on top of that. But at least we still get a nighttime, though.
That's true.
Right? So at least we still get the nighttime. At least we still get the Fireflies.
Well, I mean, it's not as important on Holleroff as it is for Morris because you have Firefly cages through the map. So especially a lot of those teams, when they land towards Yushan Ruins, they actually want to land so they can go through the Enigma Rifts, which actually carry them into a room where there are a couple of Fireflies on the sides, but more importantly, a Firefly cage directly in the center of that room where you're able to interact with and you actually get all of your rates generated, and it's more than enough for one person. Sometimes it's actually enough for about 1.5 people. So in trios, you can get like 1.5 ultimates built up off of that alone.
Well, just as awesome as the Enigma Rift sounds, because that sounds really dope. I feel like I'm heading into a desolate future of like water and like lots of like very adorable animals that also go right into the sky. At least like just hearing the name, it just sounds very, very, very appealing. Still, even with that though, make sure to follow us here on TikTok, on Kick, on Twitch, on Twitter, on Instagram, on Bilibili, on anything that you guys have that is social media. Most likely NARAKA Blade Point is there. And make sure to follow us on X for NARAKA Esports as well, for everything NARAKA Esports related, for all of the teams, all of the clutches, some of the replays, the highlights, everything that you guys are interested in seeing. And also, you can see some of our faces as well. And make sure to check and support your team too. You can send an emblem and blessings to the team. All you have to do is scan that QR code right there on the bottom left screen for your chance to be able to support your team. And you also can win a regular treasure choice gift. They're only giving out 100, so make sure to be fast and make sure to be ready. And also make sure to link your NARAKA game to your Twitch as well, and also be able to do it with the bot as well. It will reply, so be sure to check that out too, because it will reply if you add the iBot, and also make sure to respond. So even with all of that, so far it has been a great day for some of our players here. Solos ended strong. Mike in the lead.
Yep.
Second place, Wang Liang. Third, T225. Definitely a surprising top 3, but ending that. Xjin in 4th, and of course, WBG Spider in 5th.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a lot of people expected Spider to be in the top 5, or rather, if they did expect him in the top 5, they expected him at the top of the top 5, not in the lower half. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Trios follows that same pattern. If teams try and hold on to their strategies, they do risk losing out on those pre-final 50% carried forward points.
And especially for trios too tomorrow, because there's going to be a lot of anticipation for trios. There's a lot of that. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, just like the Enigma Rift and how great that is, we're going to rift our way out of here as well and send you guys off. Good morning, good evening, noon, and night from myself and Moxie. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time for trios.